Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Went to One Piece World and Joins Monkey D. Luffy Team Part 2. Before we start, please go support KingJoka for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 6. Picking up from where we left off, Izuku had just revealed his new technique in front of Headshot. Headshot? Second gear? Are you some sort of car? What is this? Izuku? It's a technique I named after my captains. I developed it so I could fight against stronger opponents. It's basically a way for me to take my power to another level. Headshot. Your body certainly has bulked up quite a bit, although I don't see how having bigger muscles and strange body markings will help you beat me. Izuku. Just watch. Izuku cocks back his right arm and holds his left palm out in front of him. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Headshot. Are you trying to aim? Whatever you're doing, it's leaving you open to attack. Headshot dashes straight towards Izuku at high speeds. Izuku. Smash pistol. Headshot gets punched in the gut by green-tinted black fist and gets sent flying back. Izuku pulls back the fist and dashes ahead at a speed that rivals Headshot's. As soon as Headshot lands, he raises his arms to block a twisted fist aimed at his face. Izuku. Rifle. The fist unwinds and causes Headshot to skid back a few meters. While he's still skidding, he gets blasted in his torso by two open-palmed hands. Izuku. Bazooka. This causes Headshot to cough up a bit of blood and gets sent flying again. Headshot. This power, he's much stronger and faster than before. Headshot lands on the ground and manages to spot a black fist aimed at the target on his waist. He manages to stretch his torso, along with the target, upwards into string and avoids the fist. Izuku appears before Headshot and pulls his fist back as Headshot stretches back to normal. He then disappears again. Headshot immediately begins searching the surround area for Izuku. Headshot. Where'd he go? This goes on until he gets punched in the side of his face and sent flying in a cartwheel motion. As he's flying, he gets punched in the gut by a heavy fist and launched in another direction. Izuku. Bullet. Headshot manages to find his bearings in the air and stretches his hands to grab onto the ground. This slows down his flight and allows him to land on the ground. Izuku appears in front of Headshot just as he lands. Headshot. Not bad, I can see that this transformation isn't just for show. Izuku. Thanks, I haven't really had that much time to master this technique, so I'm glad to hear that you're impressed by it. Headshot. It's certainly impressive that you're able to match my speed and catch me off guard like that, but I'm not gonna give you another free shot. Izuku. Fine by me. Izuku and Headshot rush at each other and clash fists. The clash creates a shockwave which causes the wind to stir. They immediately begin exchanging blows at high speeds. At this point, they were moving at speeds the untrained eye couldn't keep up with. They both then stop and try to kick the other, but their legs clash against each other. They both then jump back and ready their fists. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Smash Gatling. Headshot. Ninja Art. Kunai Storm. They both start throwing a barrage of extended punches at each other, with each punch colliding against another. The sounds of their fists clashing is only overcome by the sound of both their screaming voices. Izuku and Headshot. Hey I. This goes on for a while until they both stop before dashing at each other and going back to close quarters combat. Time seems to go slowly for the two of them, as it feels like each hit lasts several minutes. As soon as one gains the advantage, the other quickly steals it back. Izuku's landing several good hits as he attacks with full force. He manages to land a punch to the face that cracks Headshot's mask a bit. Headshot immediately retaliates with a strong kick to the gut that causes Izuku to cough up some blood. Powerful shockwaves from each blow can be felt by Jiro, Ibara and Ryuko on the sidelines. Jiro. Amazing. Ibara. He's managing to keep up with one of the top 5 heroes. Ryuko. I can barely track of them. On the other side of the wall. Shoji. This is insane. Mina. Midori's super awesome. Zero. Yeah. Haminari. I'm sorry, but what on earth is going on? Midoriya just got as jacked as All Might. Hiroshima and Tetsu. This is so freaking manly. Sayu. I'm curious about those markings. That black stuff also looks different than before. Momo. He's able to keep up with Headshot just like that. Hoda. Go big bro Izuku. Iri. Go for it Deku. Ichako. Deku, you've gotten even more amazing. Itsuki. Deku, you keep getting stronger and stronger, damn it. Back to Izuku. Izuku and Headshot are trading blows at both long and short and range. They both fire off a stretched fist that punches both of them in the face, before rushing at each other and punching the other in the face again. Izuku kicks Headshot back hard and sends him a good distance away. Izuku. Eat this. Izuku begins spinning like a top and makes his way to where Headshot will land. As he's spinning, Izuku picks up speed and begins to form a miniature tornado. Ed's shot lands on his back and jumps back on his feet to see the natural disaster in front of him. Before he can react, he gets pulled inside and caught in a lariat hold. Izuku. Oklahoma smash. He gets spun around for a few seconds before Izuku hurls him into the air. Izuku. I'm not done yet. Izuku draws his snow sword backhand style and proceeds to spin again. Another tornado with cooler air formed from this as well. That shot. Again. That shot gets drawn into the tornado and descends to the base. When he reaches the bottom, he gets caught off guard by Izuku, who's standing in front of him with his arm pulled back. Ed's shot can do nothing as Izuku stabs Ed's shot with a hackified snow lance in the chest. Izuku. Blizzard knife. The impact of the lance sends Ed's shot flying out into the distance. Izuku then throws his arm back and dashes after him. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. The large amount of green lightning starts emitting from the arm before Izuku slams it into Ed's shot's stomach. Izuku. Green Crow. This electrocutes Ed's shot and sends him flying once more. Haminari. He just one-upped me. While he's flying through the air, Ed's shot can't see Izuku directly above him in the same position as earlier with his hand cocked back. Izuku launches another black fist at Ed's shot, but Ed's shot manages to dodge by stretching his body and counterattacks with a stretched fist to the face, whereas Izuku's fist hits the ground and creates a large crater. Ed's shot manages to land on his feet before falling onto one knee. Izuku lands and appears in front of him. They're both bruised, beaten and breathing heavily at this point. Ed's shot manages to stand back up on his feet and clutches his stomach. Ed's shot. Huff, it's been a while since I've huff gone against an opponent as challenging as yourself. Excellently done. Izuku. Huff, thanks. Coming from the No. 4 hero, huff, that's really something to be proud of. You're not that bad either. Ed's shot. Thank you, although it looks like you're running out of time. Izuku looks to his arms to see that his haki had begun receding. Izuku. Shoot, I'm almost out of time. In that case, I'll finish this with my next attack. Ed's shot. No matter what you try to do, I can simply stretch myself so you can't hit my target. Izuku proceeds to switch his snow sword to his left side and grips the hilt and scabbard. Izuku. We'll see about that. Start at 0:20. Izuku proceeds to close his eyes and focuses. Ed's shot. What are you doing? Whatever it is, I'm not gonna let my guard down. Ed's shot proceeds to stretch his fingers into sharp threads and position them around his body. Ed's shot. This is my space. Get close and you'll be punctured. Now, what are you going to do? Izuku. Yo ho ho ho, yo ha ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ha ho ho. Okay, I'm sorry but I got into the space and cut you already. Ed's shot flinches and his eyes widen from hearing Izuku's voice coming from behind him. Izuku. It's going to be cold. Take care of yourself. Ed's shot. What? When did you? Izuku. Song of Drawing, Blizzard Death Slice. Izuku sheathes his sword and countless frozen slices appear all over Ed's shot's body and slices through his target. His eyes wide out as he stops stretching and falls onto his knees before falling down to the frozen ground. Ed's shot. What happened? I can't move. Izuku. Sorry Ed's shot, but I've already surpassed your speed. Ed's shot. Heh, well done. I admit defeat. Jiro, Ryuko and Ibara. He did it. Other side of the wall. 1A. He won. Mirio. He just beat the No. 4 hero at full force. That's so awesome. Najire. That was so exciting I could barely look away. Amajiki. So cool. Nezu. Cool, very impressive Midoriya. All Might. Smirking good work young Midoriya, but there's still quite a way to go. Back to Izuku. Jiro and the other two run up to Izuku who's still standing in the same spot. Jiro. Midoriya, you okay? Izuku. I'm fine, I'm just a little drained. Ryuko. Do you need a hand? Izuku. No, but could you please stand back? Ibara. Okay. The three comply and take a few steps back. A few seconds later, a large amount of green electricity gets emitted from Izuku and the haki on his body fades away. Izuku then falls to the ground and the other three run back to him. Jiro. Midoriya. Ibara. Are you okay? Izuku. I'm fine. This is just what happens when I use second gear. Look, I'm good enough to go on. Izuku proceeds to stand up and put his gloves back on. At that moment, the sound of the others waking up can be heard. Iida. Ugh, what happened? Izuku. Guys, you're awake. Toru. Midori. Hirota. Sir Midoriya, what happened to us? Jiro. You all got one-shotted by Ed's shot. Pony. Oh yeah wait, Ed's shot. Sato. Where is he? Ryuko. Midoriya-san already defeated him so calm down. Hinoko. Wait, you beat Ed's shot. Izuku. Yeah. It was one heck of a fight too. Iida. Midoriya-kun, your power seems to know no bounds. Izuku. It's nothing really. Anyways, let me patch you guys up. You're bleeding quite a bit. Toru. Oh yeah, you're right. Izuku proceeds to put on his mouth mask and pull some bandages and antiseptic out from his bag. Izuku. We're a little pressed for time, so I'll just disinfect the wounds and put some bandages on it. Jiro. Son of a hitch, you're a doctor too. Izuku. Yeah, now line up so I can treat you. The injured members of Team Izuku proceed to line up in front of him. In less than 2 minutes, he finishes patching most of them up. He finishes up by wrapping Kanoko's stomach with bandages. Izuku. And done. Kanoko. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Izuku. It's no problem. Izuku takes off his mouth mask to reveal his mouth and chin covered in nosebleed blood again. Izuku. I'm simply doing my duty as a doctor. Iida. Midoriya-kun. Toru. It happened again. Izuku. Ah. Other side of the wall. Zero. I really can't get used to seeing Midoriya with a nosebleed. Mina. I know, it's really unlike Midori to get a nosebleed. Momo. Indeed, he's not the perverted type. Shoto. Yes, but remember that he'd been on the sea for 5 months with the majority of the crew being men. Also, remember the chef's face from the wanted poster. This causes everyone to remember the perverted face on Sanji's wanted poster. Everyone. Oh. Mina. I guess there were downsides to his training too. Mineta. It appears we've gained an ally. Kaminari. Indeed. The two end up getting tongue slapped onto the ground by Tsuyu. Tsuyu. Don't go corrupting Midoriya-kun with your perversion. Back to Izuku. Toru. You okay now? Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku takes 2 pieces of tissue paper out of his nose and proceeds to walk towards Edshot. Izuku. Hey Edshot. Edshot. The last boss is past the 2 pillars where you encountered me. Izuku. Thanks, let's go guys. Izuku and his team are about to head, but Izuku stops when Edshot calls out to him. Edshot. Hey kid. Izuku. Edshot. If you ever get the opportunity, come intern under me and my team. Izuku. Thank you Edshot, I'll make sure to make use of your offer. Izuku and his team then run off to the direction Edshot told them. Edshot. Go easy on them, final boss. Izuku and his team are busy running, and after a bit of running, they see a figure in the distance. Iida. It's the final boss. Toru. I wonder who it is. Izuku. Shit, I didn't think we'd run into them so soon. Whoever it is, I'm sure they're going to be hard to take down. As they grow closer, the figure of the person becomes more clear. When the figure becomes identifiable, they stop dead in their tracks. The shining metal and blazing flames on his suit couldn't make it more clear who it was. Izuku. Endeavor. Shoto. Ass. Itsuki. What? Shoto. What? Endeavor. So you've managed to make it this far, heroes. Izuku. Crap, I still need 15 minutes to recharge. Endeavor holds out his hand and a large flame bursts forth from it. He then closes his hand in a fist and the fire disperses. Endeavor. Come at me if you dare. Izuku unsheathes his snow sword, extends the blade and holds it in front of him with the blade facing Endeavor. Izuku. Screw it, I'm going in quirkless pheasant beak. Izuku thrusts his sword forward and the blade transforms into a giant snowbird and flies towards Endeavor. In response to this, Endeavor creates a flame wall that melts the bird. Out of the wall bursts Izuku with his arm and hand coated and heading straight for the target on his chest. Izuku. Dragon Claw. Izuku attempts to claw at Endeavor, but Endeavor manages to grab his arm. Endeavor. Is that the best you've got? Endeavor starts heating up his hand which ends up burning through Izuku's glove and burns his arm a bit. Izuku. Ahhhh. Hirota. Get your hands off of Sir Midoriya. Hirota rushes in to try and help Izuku, but Endeavor throws Izuku at him and knocks him down. Ibara spreads her vines at Endeavor, Pony shoots her horns, and Ryuko shoots some exploding stars at him. Endeavor simply burns them all down. Iida and Sato rush in to attack him, but they got cut off by a wall of flames. Sato. How the hell are we supposed to beat this guy? Pony. Yeah, projectiles don't work and we can't get close without getting burned to a crisp. Iida. Midoriya-kun, couldn't you use that black energy to attack? Izuku. I can't. Jiro. Well, why not? Izuku. After using second gear, my body needs a 20-minute recharge period in which I can't use my quirk and my haki is greatly weakened. Iida. Second gear. Jiro. That's the thing you used earlier. Izuku. Yeah. At any rate, I'm stuck relying on my skills without my quirk. Ryuko. So we've got nothing then. Izuku. Not exactly. Izuku unsheathes his blades without their guards, coats them, and heads to Endeavor. Izuku. I'll take him on myself. Iida. But Midoriya-ku. Izuku. Leave this to me, I'll finish this in one strike. Izuku keeps walking on and stops a few meters ahead of Endeavor. They both lock eyes and stare at each other. Endeavor. You've got guts to take me on yourself, Deku. But you must realize that you can't beat me. Izuku. Yeah, I can't. Izuku points his red katana at Endeavor. Izuku. So I'll do the best I can and destroy that target. Endeavor. Heh, then go ahead and try. Endeavor proceeds to create several floating fireballs. Endeavor. Burn to ash. Endeavor launches the fireballs at Izuku. Izuku manages to stop most of them with swords. Izuku. I can't keep up. The fireballs finally land and envelope Izuku in a smoke cloud. Iida. Midoriya-kun. Endeavor. Pathetic. The smoke clears to reveal Izuku still standing with his blades raised. Izuku. I'm not done yet. Endeavor then creates a gigantic fireball and holds it in his hand. Endeavor. Survive this then. Endeavor launches the fireball, which causes a massive explosion and envelopes Izuku in a huge fire. Everyone. Midoriya Deku big, bro. Endeavor. Know your limits. Suddenly, the color of the fire changes and Izuku's silhouette can be seen inside it. Reverse the colors. Izuku. Kiki. Izuku. Kayatoryu. Izuku. Asura. Izuku then dashes out of the flames in a ball of fire towards Endeavor at full speed. Izuku. Thank you. Being able to fight against a No.1 hero is an opportunity I'm incredibly grateful for. Endeavor proceeds to create another large fireball in his hand. Izuku. However. Endeavor launches the fireball at Izuku, but Izuku slices it apart without stopping and covers his blades in flames. Endeavor flinches as Izuku closes in. Izuku. Yugi. Izuku spins and slashes Endeavor, which sends him flying in the air. Izuku stops just as Endeavor lands on the ground in a fiery burst. Izuku. Fighting at less than full strength is pointless. At that moment, a large horn resounds through the area. Present Mick. Mission complete time. 37 min.23 sec. Dimaizu. We did it. Izuku sheathes his swords and takes off his bandana. Izuku. Smirking, mission complete. He then proceeds to fall on his back with his arms spread. Dimaizu. Midoriya. Dimaizu runs to Izuku's aid. Jiro. Midoriya, you okay? Izuku. Yeah, I'm just exhausted. Iida proceeds to pick Izuku up by his shoulder. Sato also jumps in to lend a hand. Iida. Thanks for all your hard work, Midoriya-kun. Take a rest, you've earned it. Sato. Yeah, you pretty much did all the hard work for us. Izuku. Heh, you guys are giving me too much credit. Izuku then feels something wrap around him from behind. Toru. Don't be so modest, if it weren't you Midori, we would have been in a lot of trouble. So don't be like that, okay Midori? Izuku. Toru. Midori. Toru looks to Izuku's face to see him passed out with his entire jaw covered in blood. Toru. Midori. Several hours later. Izuku opens his eyes to the sight of the blaring sun. He then stands up a bit dazed and dizzy. Izuku. Where am I? Toru. Midori. Izuku feels an invisible presence squeeze him from behind. He immediately blushes and starts gushing. Izuku. Hagakure-san. Ichako. Deku. Izuku gets tackled to the ground by Ichako, while Toru manages to escape from behind. Izuku. Ichako. What's going on? Iida. Midoriya-kun, you're awake. Izuku. Iida-kun, what happened? Sato. Yeah, you had a massive nosebleed and passed out after Hagakure hugged you. Izuku. Oh yeah. Jiro. Seriously, what happened to you? You never popped a nosebleed before. Izuku. The life of a chef is one of temptation. Jiro. What? Nezu. Ah, it looks like you're awake now Midoriya. Izuku. Principal Nezu. Nezu. You woke up at just the right time. The final team has just finished and they should be back soon. Deku. Nezu. And there they are. Out of nowhere, Katsuki blasts in at high speed, grabs Izuku and starts throttling him violently. Izuku. Kaken. Katsuki. What in Buck's name were all those crazy stunts you pulled? And how the buck did you manage to get past all that bucking shit in less than an hour? Iida. Language Bakugo, there are children here. Katsuki. Shut up Robocat, the kids fell asleep. Iida. Robo again. Hiroshima. Bakubro, calm down. Izuku. Can you stop throttling me? I'm getting nauseous. Katsuki drops Izuku while giving him a mad glare. Katsuki. I want answers. Izuku. Oh okay. Nezu. Ahem, sorry to interrupt, but let's get to the results, shall we? Aizawa. Team 1 came in first and was the only team to get through course in under an hour at 37 minutes and 23 seconds. Team 2 Team Shoto came in second at 68 minutes and 47 seconds. Team 4 Team Katsuki was third with 68 minutes and 49 seconds. Finally, Team 3 Team Monoma came in last with a time of 74 minutes and 12 seconds. Katsuki. 2 bucking seconds. Aizawa. Well done Team 1. Especially you Midoriya. You took charge and managed to think of strategies while fighting and leading your team. Izuku. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Although. Aizawa wraps his bandages around Izuku and pulls him closer. He then stares at him with his quirk active. Aizawa. Fighting by yourself, taking on the toughest foes on your own, and leaving your teammates to take on minor foes is unacceptable behavior from a hero or a team leader. Got that? Izuku. Why yes sir. Aizawa. That goes for 9 as well. We didn't assign leaders to the team, so you shouldn't be so reluctant to automatically go along with Midoriya's orders. You supposed to be fighting as a team, so don't let him shoulder all the burdens of the mission. Understood? Dimaizu. Why yes sensei. Aizawa. Good. Aizawa then unwraps Izuku and lets him fall to the ground. Aizawa. Nevertheless, Midoriya, you considered your teammates' weaknesses and took care of their injuries so they wouldn't affect the flow of the battle. I'm impressed. Izuku. Thanks. Nezu. This concludes today's training. Impressive work today, all of you. You can take the rest of today, as well as tomorrow off. 1 and 1B. Yeah. Aizawa. Alright, now let's get back to UA. Later at the UA gates. Class 1A and B, the big three, Mei, Shinso, Eri, Kota, the Hussy Cats, and the teachers who were there can be seen walking through UA's front gate. Denki. That training was so exhausting. Zero. Yeah, I'm completely drained. Hiroshima. I'm surprised we actually managed to finish the training. Okoyami. Indeed, I was certain we'd be taken out by one of the pro heroes. Mainly Hawks and Endeavor. Mineta. It's only because Midoriya tired them out that we managed to survive. Izuku. You guys are over-exaggerating, you beat the training on your own. And besides, the pros were healed after the matches, right? RG. My quirk drains a person's stamina, remember? Izuku. Oh yeah. Denki. See. RG. I couldn't even heal Edshot enough to fight again. You're lucky Maruko came along with Edshot and took his place. Izuku. Yeah, well nevertheless, you guys still completed the training. How about I make some lunch to get your spirits up? You guys fine with me cooking? Everyone? Yeah. Izuku. Alright then, let's wash up and meet back at the dorm for lunch. Everyone gave a thumbs up and went to their respective dorms. 20 minutes later. Class 1A returns from the bath and get to the common area where everyone else is waiting. Sato. Yo Midoriya, what's on today's menu? Izuku. Spicy tuna poke bowls are for lunch today. And don't worry about helping out, I'll handle all the cooking today. Sai. Are you sure about that, Midoriya-kun? There's a lot of people to cook for. Ichako. And you did look pretty exhausted earlier. Izuku. It's okay, I've got enough energy to cook. And I'm used to cooking a lot of food really quickly. Although there is something I'd like to ask of you, Sai. Sai. Your hair again? Izuku. If it's not a problem. Sai. It's not. Come here. Izuku sits in front of Sai and she proceeds to tie his hair in a wolf tail again. Izuku. Thanks Sai. Sai. You're welcome, Izuku-kun. Denki. Dude, just get a haircut. Izuku. I've grown used to having long hair. Having it cut would just feel weird. Aizawa. I can relate. Shoto. Why are you casually ignoring the fact that she just called you by your first name? Izuku. Well she lets me call her Tsayu, so I don't see why she can't call me Izuku. Ichako. Is that so? Izuku. Is something wrong Ichako? Ichako. No, nothing's wrong. Izuku. Oh, okay then. Shoto. He's gotten denser. Izuku. Sato-kun, Kirishima-kun. Izuku proceeds to throw a key which Kirishima manages to catch. Izuku. Could you do me favor and get the elephant tuna in the outside freezer? Kirishima. When did we get an outside freezer? Izuku. Since I built it this morning. Sato. Geez, you work way too fast. Izuku. I'll take that as a compliment. Midoriya, you still have to show me all your machines. Izuku. I'll show them to you when I have time. Now I better get going. Kirishima. We'll go get the fish. Izuku walks to the kitchen and Sato and Kirishima go outside to get the fish. About a minute later, Kirishima and Sato walk in carrying the fish at both ends. Sato. Why is this thing so big? Hiroshima. It looked smaller this morning. Sato. Does he really plan on cooking this whole thing? The two then carry the fish into the kitchen and return back to their seats. About 2 minutes later, several black strands carrying glasses of orange juice exit from the kitchen. They then deliver a glass to each person sitting there. Ichako. He's gotten pretty good at that. Iida. Indeed, he didn't spill a single drop. Hendo. How did he know where we were sitting though? Izawa. Who knows? All I know is that this drink is amazing. Midnight. You're right, it's so sweet. Glad. I'm surprised he made this so quickly. Nezu. I'll have to ask him to share some recipes with Lunch Rush. 5 minutes later. Izuku. Sorry for the wait. Izuku walks in carrying several bowls with his own arms and black whip. He then delivers a plate to everyone and sits down next to Ichako and Jiro. Sai. It's amazing how fast you can cook, Izuku. Izuku. Thanks, but Sanji-san is more efficient at cooking than me. Shoto. And more perverted. Izuku. Oh, I almost forgot. Eri, Kota. Izuku proceeds to walk up to Eri and Kota and give them 2 bottles of strawberry milk. Izuku. In case it's too spicy for you. Eri and Kota. Thanks Deku big bro. Izuku. You're welcome. Izuku then returns to his seat and picks up his bowl. Izuku. Now then. Everyone. I did Akamasu. Everyone, except Kitsuki, immediately starts digging in, but immediately stops once the spiciness kicks in. Everyone minus Kitsuki, spicy. Izuku. Sorry I forgot to warn you, but this is the type of dish you savor. Izuku then uses black whip to grab several milk bottles from the kitchen and gives them to everyone sans Kitsuki. Izuku. Use this to counteract the spice. Kitsuki. Ha, wimps. Enki. Your taste buds are just messed up. Kitsuki. What was that? Izuku. Calm down Kaken. Kitsuki. Grr, you're lucky this food is good. Izawa. Midoriya. Izuku. Something wrong Izawa-sensei. Izawa. I might as well interrogate you while we're eating. I want you to tell me about those new techniques. Kitsuki. Yeah, explain yourself, Deku. Nezu. I think we're all interested in what you were doing back there. Iida. Indeed, we are. Hendo. Us too. Najire. Same here. Mandalay. Might as well listen in. May. Tell me about machines. Our loader. I'm kinda interested in those too. Izuku. Well, since everybody is curious, I might as well explain. Where do you guys want to start at? All Might. How about the first thing you did? That weird plant you shot to destroy the machine guns. Izuku. Oh, the platanus shurikens. They're part of a variety of plants called pop greens. I learned how to grow them and got them along with my slingshot and other ammunition from Usopp-san. I learned how to snipe and use them from Usopp-san. There's a large variety of different types with many different uses, ranging from weapons to traps to tools to transportation. Hendo. Transportation. Izuku proceeds to take a bite from his food before answering. Izuku. I can grow a banana big enough to be used as a boat. Zero. Strange but impressive. Mina. What other bananas can you grow? Momo. Mina. Izuku. Anyways, they can grow immediately or can be timed for surprise attacks. And since most of them don't need water, I can pretty much use them anywhere. Ibara. That's really convenient. Komori. And interesting too. Enki. The plant types are unsurprisingly interested. Iida. Midoriya-kun, if you're finished, I would like to question you about those techniques involving your legs. Everyone. Of course you'd ask about that. Zero. Yeah, that plant thing was kind of understandable, but your leg was on fire. Explain how you did that and how you didn't burn your leg off in the process. Momo. I'm also curious about how you managed to fly like you did back then. Izuku. Those techniques, including cooking, are skills I learned from Sanji-san. I learned black leg style, diable jam and skywalk in order to further enhance my shoot style. From what I heard, black leg style was based off Sanji-san's caretaker's own style, diable jam was created by Sanji-san himself, and skywalk is Sanji-san's variation of an already existing technique called Geppo. Black leg style is simply Sanji-san's unique fighting style. Sanji-san told me that he doesn't resort to fighting with his hands as they're only meant for cooking. He also refuses to fight women. RGE. How gentlemanly. Izuku. That's one way to put it. As for diable jam, it's a technique that utilizes heat generated from friction to power up my kicks. Sen. Called it. Satsuna. Whatever. Izawa. How exactly do you manage to do that without burning your own leg? Izuku takes a bite of his food and takes a sip of his drink before putting one leg over the other. He then holds the straw in his mouth while answering with his hair covering one of his eyes. Izuku. It's because my heart is burning hotter than the flames. Izuku said suavely, which caused all the girls, minus Eri and RG, hearts to skip. Izuku. Well, that's what Sanji-san told me when I asked. Even though I actually burned my legs the first few times I tried it. I eventually got used to the heat. I'm now at the point where I can heat both legs up simultaneously without needing to spin. Izawa. And how does that work? Izuku. My burning passion ignites the flames. Shoto. Stop that. Izuku. Sorry. All Might. What about the flying? Izuku. Ah, the skywalk. I'm simply kicking off the air in order to jump in the sky. Zero. There is no reason for simply to be used there. That's pretty much impossible to do. Enki. Yeah, how exactly can you just kick off the air? Izuku. Well, I simply just trained my legs hard enough to do so. Zero. Stop saying simply. Enki. What kind of training lets you do that? Izuku. Well, I ran several meters underwater with several tons attached to my feet. I kicked through several thick steel walls until my feet bled. I kicked boulders as if they were soccer balls. I ran from one island to the next. Shinso. Enough, my feet hurt just from hearing this. RGE. I'm surprised you can still walk after all that. Izuku. The training may have been rough, but it made my legs way stronger. Toru. Well, what about your arms? They completely ballooned up earlier when we fought those 2 0-pointers. Monoma. I always knew he was full of hot air. Hendo. Chop, that's you, not him. Izuku. Heh, that's one of Zoro-sensei's techniques, it's called Nai Gorilla. I flex my muscles to their limits in order to boost my physical strength. All Might. If I remember correctly, he's the one who taught you those 3 sword techniques, right? Izuku. That's correct. Itoryu, Notoryu, and Santoryu are the techniques Zoro-sensei taught me. Kirishima. It's pretty amazing that you can fight with a sword in your mouth. Shoto. I think it's more amazing how you managed to slash Hawks while he was flying. How'd you do that anyways? Izuku. Oh, that was a flying slash attack. By slicing the air a certain way, I'm able to launch blasts of compressed air that can slash a target from afar. Mineta. That's pretty out of this world's swordplay. Enki. Dude, it literally is out of this world's swordplay. Mineta. Oh yeah. Itsuki. What about that other sword style? The one you used on those goons and the 0-pointer. The one that literally froze them. Izuku. That's the sword technique Brooksen taught me. It relies mainly on thrusting. It also utilizes compressed air projectiles, and it mainly relies on speed, so I need to use my quirk for it. Jiro. Brook, that's the name of the skeleton musician, right? Did you learn how to play that violin from him too? Izuku. Indeed, I did. I also learned the piano, trumpet, electric guitar, and cello from him too. Jiro. That's pretty cool, we should play together sometime. Izuku. I'd love to. Monoma. I bet their music would put people to sleep. Hendo. Monoma. But it did. Setsuna. He's actually got a point there. He did get put to sleep by Midoriya's playing. Manga. It's because he was dumb enough to not cover his ears. Monoma. Hey. May. Midoriya, I want to learn about the technology you displayed, tell me how you controlled the weather. Izuku. I wouldn't exactly say control the weather, it's more like I created a change in climate that was limited to a small area. Anyways, I'm able to do that thanks to the tool Usopp-san and Frankie-san helped me build. It was modeled after Nami-san's. It's called the Climatact. From what I heard, it incorporates weather research from a sky island. Izawa. Sky Island. Izuku. Oh yeah, apparently there are literal islands in the sky. Apparently the crew had already gone to some. Hoda. That sounds so cool. Izuku. I also heard that the people there had angel wings on their backs. Eerie. Starry-eyed really. Izuku. Yeah, they were angels just like you. Shishishi. Eerie. Shishishi. Midnight. How cute. Pixie Bob. Good with kids, a good trait for the future. May. Midoriya, what about your gloves? Izuku. I modified them to operate the same as Frankie-san's hands. The left gauntlet can shoot pellets and is compatible with the pop greens and ammunition I got from Usopp-san. Additionally, by attaching one of the rods from my Climatact to the glove, it can store in air and fire it as a massive blast of compressed air. The front of my right glove is detachable so I can launch it using my black whip. By the way, my glove can also store the excess energy from my quirk and use it to electrocute anyone it touches. Power loader. Impressive technology from a pirate world. May. Incredible Midoriya, with your knowledge and building skills, we could create a new generation of super scientific babies. Izuku. I'd be glad to help you advance your machines. Machines. This caused Izuku and the other students to choke on their drinks a bit while some of the other girls blushed. May then get smacked in the back of the head by Power Loader. Power Loader? You're still in high school, damn it. Ajiro. Anyways, Midoriya, those martial arts moves you used on the goons were pretty impressive. RGE. Was it really necessary for you to pull their joints out of their sockets though? Where did you learn that anyways? Izuku. Well, I learned grappling, wrestling, and assassination techniques from Robin-san. I also obtained medical knowledge and learned kung fu from Chopper-san. Enki. You learned kung fu from that short thing. Izuku. His devil fruit makes him about the size of a human, so him knowing kung fu isn't impossible. Nezu. Devil fruit. Izawa. That reminds me, Midoriya, you mentioned something about your swords eating fruits. Also, when you used that black mass you said that you inherited the skills from your captain and referred to how you fought with it as Gomu Kenpo. This leads me to believe that your captain has some sort of rubber-related power. I thought the people in that world didn't have quirks. Izuku. I thought you'd ask about that. Allow me to explain then. You see, devil fruits are a series of cursed fruits that, when eaten, grant the user special powers in exchange for their ability to swim. Sigh. Why their ability to swim? Izuku. Apparently, they were created by an enraged sea devil. Anyways, there are over hundreds of devil fruit, each with its own strange power, unique to that fruit only. It's impossible to know what power you'll get, so it pretty much depends on luck. Apparently once you eat the fruit, you'll know its name. As vast as they may be, however, they can all be separated into 3 groups. Paramecia, Zone, and Loja. Paramecia types are the most common and also have the widest range of abilities. As far as I know, there are 3 different types of paramecias. First are the emitter types. These paramecias are able to emit substances from like poison from their body. Next are the mutation types. This is the type that Luffy senpai ate. These permanently alter the user's body the moment they eat it. For example, Luffy senpai ate the gum fruit and his body was turned to rubber. Ida. Rubber. Izuku. Yeah. I learned how to control Black Whip and developed my Gomu Kenpo after seeing Luffy senpai fight. You see, Luffy senpai's base of fighting is stretching his limbs to attack his opponents. He told me that it was like second nature to him and that my Black Whip was probably the same. So I trained until I could use it without even having to concentrate. All Might. That's certainly quite obvious seeing how you use it for the most menial tasks. Izuku. I guess so. Anyways, the final type of paramecias are able to manipulate their surroundings. There are some who can control things such as gold by simply touching them, as well as those who can turn anything they touch invisible. Mineta. That last one sounds like a handy ability. Kaminari. Indeed it does. Jiro. You're both disgusting. Izuku. The next group of devil fruits are called zone types. Their abilities are more simple, so I won't spend much time. Zone types are able to transform into animals as well as human-animal hybrids. Okoyami. That does sound quite simple, but I'm sure that's not all there is to it. Izuku. Indeed, I heard that there are special varieties that allow the user to transform into not-so-normal creatures. For example, there is one that can transform the user into a phoenix and another that transforms them into a dragon, as well as one that turns someone into a dinosaur. Koda. Cool, I wanna ride a dinosaur. Eri. Me too. Izuku. Sorry, but you'll have to settle for riding my bike. Anyways, the final type of devil fruit is the Loja type, the rarest and supposed strongest type. These devil fruits allow the user to emit and transform their bodies into certain substances like ice and smoke. These users are unaffected by physical blows as they will just pass right through them. Enki. That sounds super overpowered. Zero. Yeah, imagine how many powers you could have. Izuku. Actually, you can only eat one devil fruit. Zero. Huh, why? Izuku. I've only heard about this, but if you eat more than one, your body will tear itself apart and you'll die. Enki. That's freaking scary. Izuku. I guess, but that's the price you pay for being greedy. Nezu. Midoriya, has any of your crew, besides your captain, eaten a devil fruit? Izuku. Brook-san, Robin-san, and Chopper-san have all eaten devil fruits. Brook-san ate the Paramecia type revive fruit. Its power brought him back to life after dying once. Jiro. So that's why he's a skeleton. Izuku. Indeed. As for Robin-san, she ate the bloom fruit. This Paramecia type fruit allows her to sprout body parts from anywhere. She can also create clones of herself and giant versions of her own limbs. Kaminari. That actually sounds kind of creepy. Sato. Yeah, imagine looking down and seeing an eye staring at you. Izuku. Creepy as it may seem to be, it's quite useful for gathering information. Last but not least, Chopper-san ate the human fruit. It allows him to transform into a human-like figure, as well as a human reindeer hybrid. That human reindeer hybrid form is actually the form you see on his wanted poster. Zero. That sounds like it would be pretty useless if a human ate it. Izuku? I guess it would be. Anyways, through training and the use of a self-developed drug, Chopper-san can transform into 7 different forms. May. Science improves everything. Sai. Have you eaten one, Izuku-kun? Izuku. No, my captain offered me one, but I refused. Enki. Why would you refuse? I would have taken the offer in a heartbeat. Izuku. First of all, I wasn't sure about losing my ability to swim. And second of all, it was far too precious to my captain to take. All Might. Too precious. Izuku. The devil fruit had belonged to Luffy senpai's late brother, so I really didn't feel like I should take it. All Might. I see. My condolences to your captain, but didn't you say that there was only one of each devil fruit? Izuku. That is indeed true, but there's a bit more to it. You see, once a devil fruit user dies, their devil fruit will reincarnate itself into the nearest fruit. All Might. I see. Out of curiosity, what happened to the fruit? Izuku. Oh, Luffy senpai's other brother ate it. Izawa. Okay, what type of fruit was it? Izuku. It was the Loja type, flare fruit. It allows the user to turn into and emit fire. Izawa. I see, what about the sword you used today? The one that froze Edshot. Izuku. Oh, you mean Raijin no Ha? It ate the Loja type snow fruit. The sword can transform into and emit snow. Izawa. How does a sword eat a fruit? Izuku. I'm not sure. I gave the sword and fruit to Frankie-san, and he gave it back to me after a day saying that it had eaten the fruit. Sato. Why would you waste something so rare on a sword? Enki. Yeah, if you ate that nobody would even be able to touch you. Izuku. Not really. If someone used hockey, they'd be able to hit me. Shoto. Hockey. Ryuko. If I remember correctly, that's what you called that black stuff on your arm. Iida. You said it was your spirit manifesting itself as armor. How would that help you fight a Loja? Izawa. How about you explain that in more detail? Izuku. Okay, well first of all, that black stuff is armament hockey, one of the 3 types of hockey. Like I said, it is the manifestation of my spirit as armor. To be specific, what I showed was armament. Hardening. It's a heavy concentration of armament hockey and causes the discoloration. It's stronger and denser than the standard coating of armament hockey. Furthermore, Izuku proceeds to coat his arm in armament hockey. He then proceeds to coat the chopsticks he's holding in hockey as well. Izuku. I can coat any object I touch in hockey as well. I coated the Platanus shurikens as well as my swords in Iida's boots and engines. Nezu. That seems quite useful, but how does it help you beat Loja types? Izuku. Well you see, armament hockey can bypass the Loja's defenses and attack the user's substantial body. Side note, the stronger the user's will, the stronger the armament hockey. Also, when armament hockey users clash, the one with the superior hockey will come out on top, while the one with the inferior hockey will suffer backlash. Izawa. I see. Sounds like it can be quite versatile and useful for power struggles. And should be able to create more durable weapons. Izuku. Indeed. Next is observation hockey. This hockey allows the user to sense the presence of others. From the perspective of the user, the world becomes darker and the target's aura will shine as a light silhouette. This hockey is useful for locating people hidden in buildings or trapped under rubble. It also allows one to locate invisible or camouflaged individuals by their aura. Sai. So that's how you noticed me earlier. Toru. And what you meant when you said you saw my aura. Izuku. Yeah. Additionally, you can tell how strong a person is by their aura. Also, from what I've heard, you can sense a person's emotions and nature using observation hockey. I can't really do that, but apparently Luffy senpai can. Nezu. That's a good skill indeed. You can determine the threat level of a villain, so you can determine whether the situation is fight or flight. It can also help you tell if someone really is an ally or an undercover enemy. Izuku. Lastly, and arguably the most useful use of observation hockey, you can use it to predict an opponent's attack shortly before they make it. You can also predict how much damage the attack will do. The more killing intent the opponent has, the easier it is to predict. All Might. Wow, that's an incredibly useful skill. You could practically win a match without getting hit once by your opponent. Izuku. I guess, but you still need the skill and speed to dodge. Izawa. That's 2 incredibly useful skills. What about the third one? Izuku. The final type of hockey is called Conqueror's Hockey, the ability to stand above all others. Unlike the other 2, you cannot train to obtain this hockey, you're simply born with it. This type of hockey is extremely rare, only 1 in several million people have it. Those said to have this haki possess the qualities of a king. This type of haki grants the user the ability to dominate the wills of others. This haki allows the user to exert their will upon those with weak wills and render them unconscious. Iida. Renders them unconscious, that's what you did earlier. That means. Izuku. Yes, I'm part of the few people to possess Conqueror's haki. Iida. But you were born here in this world. How can you possess it? Izuku. It seems the people of our world can possess it as well. Shoto, Iida-kun, Kaken, think back. We've all felt a sensation of pure intimidation so strong that we could barely move before. This causes Iida and Shoto to remember their encounter with Stain and Kitsuki, to think back to the final exam match against All Might. Shoto. He's right. Kitsuki. So you're standing in the same ring as him, huh? Don't get ahead of yourself, Deku. Iida. Wait, but then why didn't we pass out? Izuku. As long as someone has a strong enough will, they should be able to at least remain conscious. Also, since Conqueror's haki isn't widespread knowledge here, it's most definitely weaker here than it would be on the Grand Line. I've only met 4 other people with Conqueror's haki, and they could all use it to an explosive degree. All Might. Quite a dangerous ability you possess. Nezu. The qualities of a king, eh? It seems your future is more prosperous than I anticipated, Midoriya. This causes Izuku to blush from the compliment and sheepishly rub the back of his head. Izuku. Ah, well, I wouldn't exactly say it's definitive that I'll do a great job in the future. Besides, my haki is the weakest among those of the crew who can use. Izawa. So they can't all use haki. Izuku. No. Zoro-sensei, Sanji-san, Usopp-san, and Luffy-senpai are the only ones who have access to at least one form of haki. All Might. I'm assuming you learned how to use haki from them then. Izuku. Well, not exactly. You see, Usopp-san only just awakened haki a few days ago. He can only use observation haki, and if I'm being honest, I can actually say that he's worse than me when it comes to using it. And to answer your question, I learned how to use haki from Luffy-senpai, Zoro-sensei, and Sanji-san. Midnight. Can they all use all 3 types? Izuku. Well, all 3 of them can use armament and observation, only Luffy-senpai can use conquerors. Zero. I guess it only makes sense for the captain to have that. Izawa. Midoriya, you knocked out about 500 people back there. How is that compared to your captain? Izuku. I haven't actually seen this and only read about it in the ship's log, but Luffy-senpai can take out about 50,000 people in a split second. This causes everyone minus Team Aizu because they heard him say it to either choke or spit out their drinks. Everyone. 50,000. All Might. That's more people than the number of villains most heroes have beaten in their whole careers. Mirio. To think someone only a year older than us can do something like that. Najire. It's kind of exciting. Amajiki. It's kind of scary. Izawa. What possible reason could there be for fighting that many people? Izuku. According to the ship's log, they were fighting an army of fishermen pirates bent on destroying Fishman Island and its inhabitants. Nezu. Fishmen. Izuku. Yeah, they're a race of man-fish hybrids who live on an island at the middle of the Grand Line at the bottom of the ocean. Apparently Luffy-senpai saved the country after befriending the Mermaid Princess. Haminari and Mineta. Mermaid Princess. Izuku. Yes, a mermaid princess. Haminari. How hot is she? Mineta. How old is she? Haminari. Do you have any pictures? Mineta. Is she seeing anyone? Jiro. Can you two get any more disgusting? Sai. How perverted can you get? Nezu. How many more questions before you two get suspended? Haminari and Mineta. We're sorry. All Might. Anyways, I'm amazed your captain can pull off something like that at such a young age. Izuku. Yeah, he's an amazing and kind-hearted person. He's willing to help people without expecting anything and is almost always smiling. In a way, he's kind of like you, All Might. Shoto. Kind of makes you forget he's a pirate. Sai. Izuku-kun. I'm curious about something. Izuku. What is it? Sai. If you didn't eat a devil fruit, then how'd you do that thing at the end? The thing you used to take down Endeavor. Shinso. Yeah, there was some semi-reasonable explanations behind the other stuff, but you grew 2 more heads and 4 more arms. I don't see how that's possible without a so-called devil fruit. Izuku. It's another technique I learned from Zoro-sensei called Kiki Kaitoryu. Asura. It's an illusion created from pure fighting spirit that has physical presence. Kitsuki. Bullshit. Shoto. For once I agree, that doesn't make any sense. Izuku. Understandable, it didn't make sense when I first learned it either. Momo. This sensei of yours teaches you some really strange techniques. Shinso. Pretty sure they all do. All Might. Speaking of techniques, what was that technique you used to fight Edge Shot? Izuku. That was my second gear. All Might. Second gear. Izuku. It's a technique I named after one of Luffy senpai's. Izawa. What exactly is it? You seem to instantly get more powerful when you used. Nezu. Indeed, you easily manage to keep up with and surpass headshot speed. Izuku. Well, it's really not that difficult to understand. I mentioned this before, but whenever I use my quirk, I emit an electric charge due to the excess energy that leaks out from my body. In second gear, I use Haki to contain the excess energy. The energy runs throughout my body and into my muscles, which cause them to bulk up. I also keep my limbs, skeletal system, and ligaments continuously coated in Haki, so I won't break them. I can only use second gear for about 2 minutes because my body can't maintain the excess energy for long. When my time runs out, the excess energy will overload and give me a slight shock. Additionally, I'll be unable to use my quirk for 20 minutes and my Haki will be greatly weakened. Sigh. What about those strange markings on your chest and face? Also, your Haki look different than before. Izuku. Yeah, about that, I'm not certain why, but I assume my Haki gains a green tint due to it harmonizing with my quirk. I think this because Luffy senpai's Haki gains a red tint when he uses one of his devil fruit techniques and Zoro sensei's Haki gains a purple tint when he uses it on his swords. As for the markings, I'm not sure why. My Haki just forms them whenever I use second gear. Although, I think the marking on my chest is because I admire Luffy senpai. Jiro. What do you mean? Izuku. You see, Luffy senpai has a large scar on his chest and I think I subconsciously mimicked it with my Haki. Ichako. A scar. Izuku. Give a minute. Izuku uses black whip and stretches it in the direction of his room. After a few seconds he pulls it back along with a few pictures. Teachers. So lazy. Izawa. What a useful ability. Izuku. Take a look at this one. Izuku proceeds to hold up a picture as everyone gathers around. It shows Izuku looking like he was before he left, with his right arm wrapped around Luffy's shoulder and his left raised in the air. Luffy had his left arm around Izuku's shoulder and looked like he was saying something. On the photo was some writing that said don't give up. Izuku. Look, you can see the scar on Luffy senpai's chest. Sigh. Yeah, you're right. That's a huge burn scar. Hiroshima. That's one manly scar. Enki. How'd he get a scar that big? Izuku pauses before answering with a sort of saddened face. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I'd like to keep Luffy senpai's personal past private. I have no right to speak of something so personal. Izawa. I can see that it's something troubling so we won't pick on it any further. Jiro. What about the scar under his eye? Izuku. I don't know all the details, but apparently Luffy senpai did it to himself. Mineta. How does that make sense? Izuku. He said that he wanted to prove himself to someone. Hiroshima and Tetsu. Manly. Mina. Those abs certainly are. Setsuna. Yeah, he's got some good muscle going on for him. Momo. Not only is he older than you, he's also a pirate and from another world. I suggest you cease your fantasies. S&M. Boo. Pixie Bob. He's 19, right? That means he's legal. Hey Midoriya. Mind helping this queen meter Tom? Izuku. Well, I don't think that's going to happen because among other reasons Luffy senpai isn't interested in marriage or love. He told me himself. Pixie Bob. Shoot, guess I'll have to wait 3 years after all. Hey Midoriya. Why's your suit the beta version? Izuku. That's not my original suit. It's a copy I made in case my original got ruined. I actually still have it with me. Hoda. Can I have it? Izuku. It's a little big now, but maybe in a few years, K. Hoda. Yay. Hendo. Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Something up, Itsuka-san. Hendo. I noticed your captain is wearing a straw hat, like the skull tattooed on your back and the symbol on your bandana. Is that your crew's pirate flag? Izuku. Yeah, it was made by Usopp-san and modeled after Luffy senpai. It's the proud flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. All Might. Why is he wearing a straw hat? Izuku. It's part of a promise he made with someone when he was a child. Apparently it belonged to the person he wanted to prove himself to. Monoma. Well, that's dumb. Tetsu. Punch its manly, you prick. Ida. Midoriya-kun, I didn't expect you to be the type of person to get a tattoo. Izuku. Well, what can I say, I wanted to make it clear that I'm proud to call myself a Straw Hat Pirate. All Might. Young Midoriya, it's good to see you found someone else to look up to. Itsuki. Deku, there's something else I want to hear about. Shoto. I think I know where he's going with this and I want to know too. Hiroshima. Know what? Izuku. How I got my bounty, right. Itsuki. Stop answering the obvious and answer what I'm asking you. Izuku. Alright then, get comfortable. This story might be a little boring. I mentioned yesterday that our captain saved a country from a dangerous tyrant several days ago. Sato. Didn't he also save that island full of fishmen? All Might. He seems to be saving countries a lot. Izuku. The tyrant in question, called Doflamingo, was at the time trying to kill the inhabitants of the island, Dressrosa, so the streets were in complete chaos. Kendo. That's completely evil. Nezu. Just curious, but how did this Doflamingo plan on doing this? Izuku. According to the information I obtained from a pirate who formed an alliance with Luffy Senpai, Don Quixote Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords, a group of extremely powerful pirates whose crimes are sanctioned by the world government in exchange for their services. He ate the paramecia type, string fruit, and is able to emit strings sharp enough to cut through even steel. He used this to create a massive cage surrounding the island. He slowly began shrinking the cage, which sliced everything in its path. This would have continued until it sliced up everything and everyone on the island, but luckily it was stopped by Luffy Senpai defeating Doflamingo. Momo. Wait a minute, the world government sanctions pirates. Ida. Sweet mother of hypocrisy. Kendo. These guys put bounties of over several hundred million on the heads of your crew, a crew that sounds like it's doing the government's job for them, and they have the audacity to sanction the crimes of a man who tried to kill an entire island full of innocent people. Monoma. That makes me sick to my stomach. I know this is unexpected coming from me, but the fact that the organization whose purpose is to protect the lives of innocent people is recruiting pirates who even think twice about committing mass murder is downright disgusting. They're the people that the civilians are supposed to turn to in times of need, they're supposed to be heroes. Midoriya. You'll never hear me say this again, but I'm glad that a crew such as your own exists to help the innocent and that we have you to help the people here. And sorry about that, just took the opportunity to voice my own opinion. I like the warlords themselves, but not their role as government lapdogs. Literally everyone was speechless and looking at Monoma with wide eyes. Hiroshima. Wow. Lad. I think that's the only decent thing he's ever said. Satsuna. Yeah. Izuku. Whoa, thanks Monoma. Kendo. Where did all of that come from? Monoma. I don't know, nor do I want to know. Shoto. As interesting as whatever that was is, I'd like to get back on topic. Midoriya. Izuku. Okay, well, as I was saying, the entire island was trapped inside the birdcage. While Luffy Senpai was busy fighting Doflamingo, Zoro-sensei and 2 other samurai were trying to slow down the birdcage by holding it back with their swords coated in haki. Myself along with several marines took to the streets and evacuated injured civilians to the epicenter of the birdcage. Izawa. It's good to see that the Navy at least cares for citizens. Izuku. Unbeknownst to all of us, a monster far more terrifying than Doflamingo was on the island. Flashback. On the island of Dressrosa, we currently see Izuku running to the edge of the birdcage with only his snow sword and wearing nothing but a black blazer and his hero pants. Izuku. Alright, that's all of the civilians. I've got to get back to Zoro-sensei, Kinemon-san and Kanjuro-san to help slow down the birdcage. Izuku keeps running until he feels a presence with his observation haki that causes him to stop dead in his tracks. Izuku. What the hell is this presence? It's so strong I'm actually trembling a bit. Izuku looks in the direction of the presence to see a large blue aura. He then notices the direction person is walking in. Izuku. They're heading for the civilians. Izuku makes a mad dash in the direction of the person. Izuku. Why now, why here? How did we all manage to miss someone with an aura this powerful? Izuku runs through an alley and stops right in front of the person. Izuku looks and sees a large towering person standing in front of him. He was wearing a black captain's coat and kept several guns in his pants. He had greasy, long black hair and a long black beard which had 3 ends tied. He had golden earrings and wore a captain's hat with a pirate flag on it. The flag consisted of 3 skulls with the center skull being crossed with 3 bones. Izuku starts sweating as the man looks down at him. Who are you? Izuku. I could ask you the same thing. Who am I? How unusual, usually people recognize one of the 4 Yonko immediately. Izuku. A Yonko. Wait, that beard, that flag. Izuku's eyes immediately widen and he gets overcome with rage as he realizes who the person is. Izuku. You're Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Oh, so you do know who I am. Izuku grits his teeth before firing up full cowling and drawing his sword. He points it at Blackbeard and glares at him with rage-filled eyes. Izuku. You're the reason Luffy Senpai lost his brother. Blackbeard. Luffy. Oh, you must be one of Straw Hat's crewmates. Izuku. What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? Blackbeard. Zahahaha, quite a lively one, aren't ya? When I heard the flare fruit would be offered up as a prize at the Colosseum, I figured Straw Hat would show up and try to get it. I sent Burgess here as a cover so the Marines would think only he'd be here. I hid in the underground docks and waited for the right time to show up. Looks like I got spotted though. Whatever, I'll just kill you and get back on my way. There are so many devil fruits ripe for the picking. Doflamingo's string fruit, Trafalgar Law's op fruit, the flare fruit, the fruits of Doflamingo's executives, and of course Straw Hat's gum fruit. Their power will all be mine. Izuku jumps back a bit and coats his sword before holding it over his shoulder. Izuku. As if I'd let you. Izuku slashes forward and creates a gigantic slice of frozen air that heads straight for Blackbeard. Izuku. 360, caliber Phoenix. Blackbeard. Dark Vortex. Blackbeard's hand becomes cloaked in a shadowy dark mass and creates a vortex that sucks in the slash. Izuku. What the? Blackbeard. A devil fruit weapon, huh? It's rare to see one made with something other than his own type. Izuku. What did you do? That attack should have cut you down. Blackbeard. Zahahaha, that look on your face really takes me back. I ate the Loja type dark fruit and became a darkness man. Darkness is gravity, you know. My darkness can swallow up anything, including devil fruits. Izuku. Devil fruits. What kind of ability is this? Blackbeard. I wouldn't stand still if I were you. Dark vortex. Izuku. What oomph. Izuku gets caught in the pull of another vortex. Izuku. I'm caught in the pull, it's like 13's quirk, I've got a breakout crow pistol. Izuku manages to launch a hackified punch at Blackbeard. Blackbeard sees this and simply backhands the punch, but this causes him to stop the vortex. Blackbeard. Oh, what's this? That didn't seem like a devil fruit power. Izuku. This isn't good. I left all my gear on the ship and my sword can't do much with that ability of his. I'll have to create an opportunity to call for backup. Izuku then spins on his leg until it starts glowing red. He then coats it in hockey, thus creating black flames and lunges straight at Blackbeard. Izuku. Diable jam. Jiao shot. Blackbeard sees this coming and sidesteps out of the way. Izuku responds to this by using Skywalk to stop mid-lunge and aims a kick at Blackbeard's neck. Izuku. Call your shot. Izuku kicks at full force, but his leg gets caught by Blackbeard's hackified hand. Blackbeard. Such weak hockey. I didn't expect much, but I thought a member of Straw Hat's crew would do a little better than this. Izuku proceeds to draw his sword and try to slash at Blackbeard. Blackbeard, however, lets go of Izuku's leg and jumps back. Izuku then powers up his quirk even more and rushes at Blackbeard with his hackified sword. Izuku swings his sword at Blackbeard and unleashes a barrage of powerful frozen slashes. Blackbeard, however, can read Izuku's attacks easily and blocks each and every slash with his hackified hands. Seeing this, Izuku sheathes his sword and hackifies his arm. He lunges forward with his arm cocked back. Izuku. Detroit smash. Izuku attempts to punch Blackbeard with full force, but Blackbeard crosses his hackified arms and blocks it. He then uncrosses his arms and repels Izuku back. Izuku. I can't put a dent in this guy's defense, his hockey and ability is just too strong. But I can't run. If I do, he'll head straight for the citizens and Luffy senpai. I'll have to stall him until the birdcage is down so I can get Zoro-sensei and Kinemon-san to help. Blackbeard. Zahahaha, as fun as this little encounter has been, I think it's about time I get going. Black hole. Blackbeard slams his hand on the ground and covers it with darkness. The darkness spreads until it's underneath Izuku's feet. Izuku. What the? Whoa. Izuku looks down to see he's getting pulled into the darkness. Izuku proceeds to try and escape, but his efforts bear no fruit. Izuku. What's going on? I can't escape, damn it. Izuku gets swallowed completely by the darkness. Opening his eyes, Izuku sees he's in total darkness. He tries to speak but realizes there's no air. Izuku. I can't breathe. Blackbeard. Liberation. Izuku. Woa. Suddenly, Izuku gets tossed out of the darkness. The brightness of the light blinds him for a moment, but his eyes adjust and he soon realizes he's falling. He sees the ground coming in fast and positions himself to land on his feet. Before he lands though, he can see Blackbeard standing in front of him with him pulling back his arm. Izuku can see his hand surrounded by some kind of white transparent sphere. Before Izuku can do anything, Blackbeard slams his fist into Izuku's torso. The air and ground break apart as Izuku coughs out an unsurmountable amount of blood. Time seems to stop before Izuku gets sent flying through the air and crashes through 5 buildings. Izuku lands on his back on the other side of the buildings, with his chest covered in his own coughed up blood and his head also leaking blood. Izuku. What was that? I can't move. I think he broke most of the bones in my body. One attack, that's it. This is too big a gap, damn it. Izuku coughs up more blood as he tries to move. He manages to lift his head up a bit and sees Blackbeard walking towards him. Izuku can only watch as Blackbeard slowly approaches. Blackbeard, you're stronger than I gave you credit for. Most people don't survive a single hit, much less stay conscious. Still though, you're so far out of your league. I'm surprised Straw Hat would let someone as weak as you join his crew. Just goes to show that he doesn't have good taste. Blackbeard proceeds to grab Izuku by his hair and hold him up in front of him. Blackbeard, tell you what, since I'm fairly interested in that strange power of yours, I'll let you join my crew. What do you say? Izuku coughs up a bit of blood before staring Blackbeard in the face and answering. Izuku. Buck you. Blackbeard. Zahahaha, you've got guts if nothing else. Since you won't join my crew, I might as well use you as an example for those who try to challenge me. Blackbeard proceeds to pull out a gun using his free hand and points it at Izuku. He then fires a shot, but Izuku manages to block it by mustering up a bit of hockey at the point of impact. Seeing this, Blackbeard smiles and simply coats his gun in his own hockey. He then fires a shot that easily breaks through Izuku's hockey. Izuku's eyes widen and seem to go blank from the pain. Blackbeard proceeds to riddle Izuku's body with bullets until he runs out. He then finishes by slamming Izuku's head into the ground. He then starts walking away, leaving Izuku in a pool of his own blood. Blackbeard. Zahahaha, you put on quite the show, Greenhorn, but it wasn't enough. You were 100 years too early to try and take me on. If you come back to challenge me in your next life, you'd better put up a good fight. Give my regards to Ace when you see him. Izuku's vision begins to fade as he's slowly losing consciousness. Unable to move at all, he can only accept that his fate has been sealed. Izuku. Is this the end? All Might Luffy-senpai, I'm sorry. I can't go on. Izuku closes his eyes as his consciousness begins to fade. Don't give up. Izuku's eye opens slightly as he begins to hear familiar voices. The world seems to move slowly and blurry. Young Midoriya. Izuku. And don't give up. Izuku. All Might Luffy-senpai. All Might. We are connected by something even stronger than blood. The bond of one for all. Luffy. We're Nakama, we grow stronger and fight together. No matter what happens, we'll always be Nakama. Izuku. So this is what it means when your life flashes before your eyes. I heard this is your mind looking for a way to escape death. Luffy. I've inherited his will. All Might. I took over her will. Izuku. These memories. 2 weeks ago, on the Thousand Sunny. Said ship is sailing towards Dressrosa at night. On the deck, Izuku can be seen lying on his back panting and sweating. In front of him sits Monkey D. Luffy eating a piece of meat. Izuku himself appears as a transparent entity. Inner Izuku. This scene, I remember this. Izuku. I lost again. Luffy. Shishi, you've still got a long way to go. At least you lasted over 5 minutes this time. Izuku. But you didn't even use second gear or hockey. I can't compete. Luffy. Shishi, frustrating isn't it? I used to feel the same way when I fought against my brothers. I could never win once against either of them. Izuku. Oh yeah, I read about your brother in the ship's log. Pork is the ace, the fire fist. I'd love to meet him someday. Luffy stops eating and gives off a somber smile before answering back. Luffy. That's not going to happen. Izuku sits up confused and looks at Luffy. Izuku. Huh, why? Luffy. Because he died 2 years ago. Izuku. Luffy. 2 years ago, he was captured by a pirate named Blackbeard and turned into the Marines. Me and the rest of his crew tried to save him, but it was useless. Ace died in my arms to save my life. Izuku was shocked and immediately felt bad for mentioning it. He lowers his head in shame. Izuku. He's just like All Might. Sorry, Luffy-senpai. I didn't know. Luffy smiles before standing up and ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku looks up to see Luffy's bright smile. Luffy. It's alright. There's no way you could have known. Izuku. How? How can you still keep smiling after something like that? Luffy. I couldn't smile at first. I was broken. I was being torn apart because I couldn't do anything to save him, because I was too weak. I knew that Ace was gone and there was nothing I could do to bring him back. I gave up until I was reminded of what I had left. Izuku. What's that? Luffy. My crew. My crew was still out there and still waiting for me. I wanted to see them more than anything else, but I couldn't. Realizing we were too weak for the new world, I decided we had to get stronger. So for the next 2 years, we trained. I grew strong enough to protect my crew so I wouldn't lose anyone, so I could become king of the pirates. Izuku. Luffy-senpai. Luffy. Izuku, death always comes. We can't let it stop us, we have to move forward. Ace died to save me, he wanted me to fulfill my dreams. I refuse to let his death be in vain. And even though Ace is gone. Luffy suddenly coats his arm and fires up second gear. His arm then starts emitting fire. Luffy. I've inherited his will, his flair. He'll always be with me. Izuku was completely in awe of his captain's resolve. His reason for getting stronger and his inherited will made him respect Luffy even more than he already did. Luffy. Izuku, I'll keep smiling for my crew's sake. I'll smile so they know everything's alright, so that they know they can come to me no matter what the problem is. It's my job as captain. The sun rises as Luffy gives off another smile. Izuku just stares at his captain before smiling himself. Inner Izuku. Luffy-senpai, you're so much like All Might. Your smile and resolve would have made you an ideal candidate for One for All. Luffy-senpai, if by some twist of fate you were born into our world, you would have become a symbol of peace, no, freedom. Suddenly, Luffy's cheeks get pulled from behind and get stretched out. He then feels a pair of arms wrap around him. Why is it you only sound smart when none of us are around to hear you? Luffy. Ah, Nami, when did you get here? Nami. Since the part about Ace. We're here for you too, you know. You can come to us if you have problems. Got it, Captain. Luffy. Shushi, yeah, I got it. Izuku. Luffy-senpai. Luffy. Izuku. I want to grow stronger too. I want people to know my smile means everything will be alright. I want to become a symbol of peace. Until I accomplish all of this, will you still call me your crewmate? Luffy and Nami smile at Izuku before giggling a bit. Luffy. What are you talking about? We're Nakama, we grow stronger and fight together. No matter what happens, we'll always be Nakama. Nami. He's right. Once a straw hat, always a straw hat. Luffy. We'll be rooting for you, so don't give up. Izuku starts tearing up before getting down on his knees and bowing to Luffy. Izuku. Thank you so much, I promise to live up to the straw hat name. Nami. He's got a lot of spirit for someone so young. Luffy. Shishi, that's what I'd expect from the Pirate King's strategist. Nami. Since when do you follow strategies? Luffy. Oh, Nami. Act as tough as you want, but you'll still be an idiot. Luffy. Who are you calling an idiot? Before Nami can respond, the door to the boys' room swings open and interrupts them. Zoro. Shut up, it's too damn early for this much noise. Nami and Luffy. You're making the most noise. Nami and Luffy continue to argue with Zoro, while Izuku simply watches on. Izuku. Luffy-senpai, I want to inherit your will, your heroic spirit. I want to be someone that can bring glory to you and your crew. I'll become strong enough to call myself a member of the Pirate King's crew. Izuku sees his past self walk over to join the group while he can only watch. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see someone sitting on the roof of the kitchen. The person is wearing an orange hat and is smiling while looking down at the others. Izuku? Who? Before he can do anything, he sees his surroundings start to change. Inner Izuku. What's going on now? Am I going to see another memory? 1 week before Izuku's journey, at Tagaba Beach. Izuku looks around to see that he's now on a very familiar beach. Inner Izuku. This looks like Tagaba Beach. Izuku walks around a bit before noticing two people sitting on the beach. He proceeds to get closer and is able to recognize the two individuals as the past version of himself and All Might. Inner Izuku. All Might. Wait, this memory. All Might. You want to hear about my master? Izuku. Yes, I want to be able to learn as much about the previous holders as possible. All Might. I see. This is a bit out of the blue, but I suppose it's only natural that you'd want to know. Inner Izuku. I was visiting Night Eye's grave that day. I was feeling distraught and was wondering if there was something I could have done to save him. I wanted to know how I should deal with these feelings, so I went to All Might. I knew he had gone through the same thing with his master. All Might. My master, Nana Shimura, was the 7th holder of One for All. She was an incredible woman who I respected greatly. She understood my resolve and supported me. She showed me what a true hero is and made me into one. She really trained my ass to heh. All Might proceeds to hide his face by looking down and pinches the bridge of his nose. Both Izuku lower their heads to look at All Might. When they do, they can see All Might crying while still keeping a smile on his face. All Might. She really was a wonderful person. She was like a mother to me. What I wouldn't give to be able to see her smiling face one more time. Izuku can see the regret in his past self's eyes caused by asking All Might something so personal. Even his current self was feeling bad just watching. Izuku. Sorry, I shouldn't have intruded on personal subjects like this. All Might wipes away his tears before looking at Izuku with his wide smile. All Might. Don't feel bad. You only asked a natural question as a user of One for All. Izuku. All Might, can I ask you one more question? All Might. Go ahead. you can ask me anything. Izuku. All Might, how were you able to overcome the death of your master? All Might drops his smile before looking at Izuku with a neutral and knowing look. All Might. This is about Night Eye, isn't? Izuku flinches a bit before looking down to avoid eye contact. All Might simply smiles before looking ahead to the setting sun. All Might. Young Midoriya, you can never truly overcome a person's death, you can only try to move forward. You must continue forward in a manner that'll make them proud. If you don't, then their death will truly be in vain. Izuku. In vain. Izuku. In vain. All Might. My master saved me at the cost of her life. She bet everything on me and my resolve. In response to that, All Might proceeds to use his index fingers to raise the corners of his mouth into a smile. All Might. I took over her will and became a hero that saves people with a smile. I can only hope that she's proud of what I've done. I am. Izuku turns around, suddenly hearing a voice coming from behind, but he doesn't see anyone. Izuku. What was that? All Might. Young Midoriya, on your shoulders rests the wills of all your predecessors, as well as those that have brought you this far. That includes Night Eye. It may be hard, but don't give up. You must try and honor their wills. Izuku. I will honor all of their wills as well as yours. All Might, I'll become a hero you and the other predecessors can be proud of. All Might smiles before standing up and placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. All Might. Young Midoriya, always remember that we are connected by something even stronger than blood. The bond of one for all. It's because of this bond that I know the previous users are as proud of you as I am. We are. Izuku turns around again, this time hearing multiple voices, and again he sees nothing. When he turns back, he finds that he's no longer at Dagaba Beach and everything is in complete darkness. 9th. Izuku turns around and sees a figure standing in the distance covered by the darkness. Izuku. You are. Do you plan on dying here after everything you've been through? Izuku can see two figures forming behind the person. One figure is wearing a straw hat and the other figure has golden hair. Both figures have nothing on their faces except a wide smile. After everything they've done for you. Many more familiar figures can be seen forming behind the other two. There was one with 3 swords, a short one in a yellow suit and one with a long sword and a white hat. One had glasses and a single purple eye, another had long green hair, and there was a slim figure with orange hair, along with another figure that had red eyes. Are you going to ignore their wills? Izuku sees the first 2 figures walking up next to the original figure. They then appear to try and speak, but no sound can be heard coming from their mouths. It didn't matter to Izuku though, since he could tell what they were trying to say. He immediately started tearing up a bit when he realized what they were saying. Are you going to turn your back on the words that gave you hope? As he's speaking, the first figure holds out his hand. One by one, the remaining figures turn into small star-like balls and accumulate in the hand of the first and form a rainbow-colored ball of light. Our wills are intertwined with yours, so fight on, young blood. The power of the two who have brought you this far rests within your hands, which means you can't die yet. The ball of light grows larger and brighter as the figure begins to fade away. 9th, always remember. The figure completely fades away as the ball of light completely consumes everything. Izuku closes his eyes due to the blinding light. You're not alone. The light fades as Izuku reopens his eye. He looks to see that he's back to the present. Looking further ahead, Izuku can see Blackbeard walking in the distance. Izuku's eye appears to glow before the skin around it blackens. Meanwhile, Blackbeard is on his way towards the center of the birdcage. He keeps walking forward until a strong presence causes him to stop. Blackbeard. Blackbeard turns around and traces the presence back to the green-haired protagonist. Blackbeard. Oh, well, isn't this a surprise? Izuku. I really am pathetic. Izuku starts struggling to get back up on his feet. He slips on his own blood a few times before managing to push his upper body up with his right arm. As he gets on his feet, his haki begins forming an X on his chest. He shakes and nearly falls, but manages to catch himself in a familiar pose. Blackbeard. That pose. Luffy. Why don't you try killing me now? Blackbeard. Brings back good memories, zehahaha. Izuku. All Might, Luffy senpai, the two of them keep on fighting until even after their bodies give out on them. They fight every battle as if it's their last. I've been going on and on about inheriting their wills, yet I can't go on after one hit. It's disgusting. I will honor all of their wills as well as yours. I want to inherit your will, your heroic spirit. Izuku begins to stumble and makes his way towards Blackbeard. He gradually begins picking up speed until he's running. The pain doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Izuku. The world's greatest hero chose me, the Pirate King trained me, the two who can smile after everything they've been through, made me their disciple. Luffy. We're Nakama. All Might. We are connected by something even stronger than blood. As he's running, Izuku's right arm becomes coated in the same green hockey as his eye and chest. It then spreads until it comes together with the markings on his eye and chest. His hair begins glowing and spiking up as well. Izuku. The will of the king and the will of the No. 1, I want to inherit them both. In order to do that, I can't die here. Are you going to turn your back on the words that gave you hope? Izuku. Because. Blackbeard pulls his hand back for another attack just as Izuku reaches him. Before he can release it though, Izuku jumps above him. Blackbeard looks up to see Izuku leaning backwards with his right arm cocked back and incredibly muscular and larger compared to the rest of him. Tears drip down Izuku's face, but he has a large toothy smile on his face. Izuku. Dying here would be a disgrace to both of them. All Might and Luffy. You can be a hero. Izuku. United Smash Pistol. Izuku brings down his arm and punches Blackbeard hard in the face. Blackbeard's head gets pushed into the ground by Izuku's large fist. Izuku yells as the ground itself begins cracking. The ground eventually caves in and creates a massive hole. In one final burst of power, Izuku hurls Blackbeard down the hole. Izuku then turns around to face the sky while smiling and crying all the way. He then holds his fist up to the heavens. Izuku. I am Deku, the pirate hero. You hear that? No. 1, Pirate King. Before plummeting into the hole himself, Izuku manages to land on top of a floating rock. The rock then carries him outside the hole and lands in front of a man with scars going over his eyes. Well done, young pirate hero. End of flashback. Izuku. And that's pretty much how I got my bounty. Silence filled the room as everyone just stared wide-eyed at Izuku. Izuku? What? Kirishima. My freaking god, that's so freaking manly. Tetsutetsu. Heck yeah it is. Shinso. I guess what they said is true, but the main thing is that it's surprising you're still alive after all that. RG. Agreed, from what you told us, it sounds like every bone in your body was broken, yet you still went and fought that Blackbeard person. That's pretty reckless, you know. Izuku. Sorry, but with the stakes so high, I couldn't lay down and do nothing. Also, I'm pretty sure I would have died if I'd just given up there. Izawa. I'm surprised your skull is still intact after getting slammed into the ground like that. Koda. Did you really get shot that many times? Izuku. Yep, and it hurt like heck. I've even got the scars to prove it. As he says this, Izuku pulls up his shirt to reveal his scars as well as his abdominals. This causes the majority of the females to break out in nosebleeds, and some of the males you know who, to grow jealous. Mineta. Stop flaunting your muscles, dang it. Izuku. Shoto. How the hell does someone get this dense? Iida. Midoriya, I know the situation was extremely tense, and this may seem minuscule compared to everything else, but how could you of all people swear? Izuku. Oh, yeah, well the words just sorta came out on their own. I was frustrated and him asking me to join his crew kinda pushed me over the edge. All Might. If he'd done what you said he'd done then that's understandable. Momo. He killed your captain's brother, didn't he? Izuku looks down with his hair covering his eyes. He then starts speaking in noticeably menacing tone. Izuku. He was the reason for his death. He captured Luffy senpai's brother and gave him into the Marines, who executed him. He's someone I can't forgive no matter what. With every fiber of my being. Izuku then looks up, which shocks everyone, as his eyes seem to be glowing red. He had an angered look on his face. Everyone could see the juice in their glasses start to wobble. Izuku. Hate him. Izuku then looks around to see everyone else shaken up a bit, as well as the two children looking scared. He then quickly changes his facial expression and tone. His eyes also return to their normal green. Izuku. Sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me for a second and my hockey slipped out. Izawa. So that's what it feels like up close, huh? Present Mick. Certainly is quite strong. Denki. I swear he looked like Izawa sensei for a second. Mina. I know right. Izawa. What was that? Mina and Denki. And nothing, sensei. Nezu. From the way you told the story, it appears you awoke to this power during your fight, correct? Izuku. Yes sir. I awakened to my Conqueror's Haki during my fight with Blackbeard. I also unlocked second gear during the fight. Giro. That one sounded different from the one you used this time. Izuku. I was using it subconsciously so I didn't even realize what I was doing. As a result, I used all the power without restraint and it all went straight into my arm. Izawa. By the way, what were you flashing back to? You gained your Haki in second gear right after you began flashing back, right? Izuku smiled a calming smile before answering. Izuku. I was flashing back to my reasons for living. Ichako. What does that mean? Izuku. Can't say. Sato. Seriously though, who was this guy? He blocked and deflected all of your attacks like they were nothing, and he almost killed you in one hit. Giro. Not only that, it took your second gear for you to actually land a hit on the guy. Nezu. Well Midoriya, do you mind shedding some light on this person for us? Izuku. Not at all sir. Marshal D. T'Chaka Blackbeard is one of the 4 emperors of the sea, the Yonko. The Yonko are the 4 strongest pirates that rule over the Grand Line. They're unparalleled in terms of strength. The world government acknowledges them as one of the biggest dangers for those who sail the seas. Encountering one of them will most likely result in certain death. Sayu. Yet you survived. Enki. You kicked his ass too. No wonder you got such a high bounty. Izuku. That's not true. Enki. What? Izuku. There's no way I beat him back there. Sato. What do you mean? Izuku. There's no way that punch would have actually done damage to him. The force of the punch was mainly absorbed by the ground. All that punch did was hurl him back into the underground docks. If he'd actually taken the fight seriously from the start, I'd be dead. Shoto. I see. Katsuki. A pretty damn big gap isn't it? Izuku. It is. Kendo. Hey Midoriya. Izuku. Something bothering you Kendo-san? Kendo. I've been wondering, since it was just you and that Blackbeard there. How did the Marines know about that fight? It was them that issued the wanted poster after all. Izuku. Oh, well the man who saved me from falling into the hole I created was a Marine Admiral. He must have made a report about me. Zero. An Admiral. Koda. L like those M-Magma and I-Ice guys. Shoji. Why would a Marine Admiral save you? Izuku. I don't know. He didn't even bother to try and capture me after that. Izawa. It seems the Marines can understand the dishonor of going after a man when he's down. Mina. Respect. Toru. Heck yeah. All Might. Well they are technically the good guys, so it's only natural for them to have some form of honor. Nezu. Indeed. Now then, Midoriya. Izuku. Yes sir. Nezu. This little story session of yours have been quite informative. It's given us quite the insight into the power of the other world, and I must say that I'm a bit in awe. I only wish to ask one more question before I'm satisfied. Izuku. And what would that be sir? Nezu takes a sip from his drink before continuing. Nezu. Who is this pirate king that you addressed earlier? Katsuki. I'm kinda curious myself. I understand why you yelled out no. 1, you freaking fanboy, but I've got no idea on this pirate king. Izuku. Smirks allow me to explain. The Pirate King is known as the world's greatest pirate. It's a title that's only been given to one man. The only pirate in history to conquer the entire Grand Line. The original Pirate King, Gol D. Roger. 20 years ago at his execution, he declared that he left all his treasure in one spot. This treasure is known as One Piece, the treasure that sparked the Great Pirate Era. As the legend goes, the one who finds One Piece and conquers the Grand Line will become the new Pirate King. Eerie? Wow. Koda. That sounds so cool. Enki. Kinda sounds like an actual pirate treasure hunt. Shoto. That doesn't explain why you yelled out Pirate King. Katsuki. Yeah, that gold guy or whatever his name is, died 20 years ago didn't he? Izuku. I wasn't referring to him. Ijiro. Then who were you yelling about? Izuku. Luffy senpai, the man who'll become the king of the pirates. Nezu. Oh, you seem quite sure of that. Izuku. It's not just me. The entire crew and I believe that Luffy senpai will become the king of the pirates. All Might. So you believe he'll be the one to rule the seas then? Izuku. Luffy senpai will not rule the seas. All Might. But you just. Izuku. Luffy senpai told me himself that he has no interest in ruling. In his own words, his reason for becoming the Pirate King is freedom. The Pirate King has more freedom than anyone else in the world. Hiroshima. Wiping a tear that's manly enough to bring someone to tears. Tetsutetsu. Wiping a tear I know, bro, I know. Izawa. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, sensei. Izawa. The D in your captain's name, it's the same with that Roger guy as well as Blackbeard. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku. I don't know, I asked Luffy senpai about it and he says he doesn't know what it means either. All I know is that several people have the middle initial D. Izawa. I see. No point prying further into it. That everything Nezu? Nezu. Yep, I've heard all I needed to hear. Enki. Finally. Mineta. I'm so tired of hearing questions and answers. Momo. Those questions were necessary you know. Nezu. Indeed, they've given me quite a bit of interesting information. Ku. Katsuki. Oi Deku, your damn food didn't fill me up. Go and make me something else. Sato. Same here, how about something sweet? Izuku. Sure. How's milkshake sound? Kendo. Sounds good. Eri. I want one. Hoda. Me too. Mina. Make mine strawberry. Present Mick. Banana. Eid and Zero. Orange. Mineta. Grape. Toru. Chocolate. Hinoko. Orange. Izawa. Coffee. Hitsuki. Jalapeno. Denki. Those last three aren't things you make into a milkshake. Izuku. I don't have jalapenos, but I think I have habaneros. Will that work? Denki. Wait, you're really gonna make it? Izuku. I don't see why I can't. Jiro. What else do you have, Midoriya? Izuku. Hold on, I'll be right back. Izuku stands up and runs to the direction of the kitchen. Shinso. He must be making a supply run. Mei. Heh. Shinso. What are you giggling about? Mei. Heh muscles Robo. Shinso. What? Shinso peeks over Mei's shoulder to see her blushing while looking at a picture in her hands. Shinso. Is that one of Midoriya's photos? Mei. Yeah, wanna see? Shinso. Sure, why not? Shinso proceeds to take the picture from Mei as well as take a sip of his juice. Looking at the picture, his eyes widen before he spits out his drink. Shinso. Cough what the heck? Hiroshima. Whoa, what's wrong, man? Shoto. Is there something wrong with the picture? Shinso. Yes there is. Look. Shinso hands Shoto the picture as all the other students gather around to look at it. Their eyes then widen as they see an image of Izuku posing with a man with giant blue arms while they're both wearing nothing but speedos with a star print on the ahem bulge. Mineta. Ah, my eyes. Kendo. Oh my goodness. Ibarra. Santa Maria. Zero. I can see so much. Denki. What the heck is this photo? Hitsuki. I can't unsee this, damn it. Toru. I don't think I want to unsee this. Momo. Toru. Satsuna. You think he'd let me keep this picture or at least let me make a copy? Mina. Hey Momo, why don't you make us a photocopier real quick so we can all have a copy? Momo. I. Mina. You know you want one too. Momo. I. Before this can go on any further, they're all silenced by an ominous figure with red eyes. Izawa. I suggest you keep your hands off of other people's property when you don't have permission to touch it. As he says this, Midnight comes from behind Shoto and takes the picture out of his hand. Midnight. That's right. And I'll be confiscating this to make sure you kids keep your grubby little hands away from it. Right when she finishes saying this, she turns around and is met with Izawa, who grabs the picture out of her hand. Izawa. You're not getting this either. Midnight. Shoot. Izuku. I'm back. Izuku walks out of the kitchen while carrying one of his fridges from yesterday. As he places the fridge on the ground, he looks up to see almost everyone staring at him. Izuku. Did I miss something? Izawa. Midoriya. Izawa walks up to Izuku and hands him the picture. Izuku looks at the picture and immediately becomes red in the face. Izawa. We may need to have a talk on decency. Izuku. I can explain. Frankie-san wanted to take a picture together and he wanted us to match, and since he only wears speedos I. Sato. We get it, just stop and don't take pictures like that ever again. Mina. Now let's not make him stop cold turkey. Shoto. There's quite a few photos here. Sayu. Yeah, some of them are pretty cute too. Sayu proceeds to hold up a picture of Izuku, Chopper and a person wearing a white hat with all of them wearing lab coats and eating cotton candy. Eerie. Cute. Najire. So adorable. Shoto. They're talking about the raccoon, right? All Might. Who's that person? He doesn't look like he wants to be in the picture. Izuku. His name is Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. He's an ally pirate who formed an alliance with Luffy senpai. He really didn't want to be in the picture, but Chopper-san talked him into it. Izawa. Another D, huh? Kendo. I didn't know you wear glasses. Kendo holds up two pictures. One with Izuku and Nami drawing maps and another with him and Robin reading books and drinking tea. Izuku. Yeah, I need reading glasses now since I was damaged. Iida. Midoriya-kun, if you ever need any, you can count on me to provide. Izuku, thanks Iida. Mineta. Who are these guys? Mineta shows a picture of Izuku, Zoro, a child, and someone else meditating under a waterfall. Izuku. Oh well, remember the samurai I told you about? That's him and his son. His name is Kinemon and his son's name is Momo. Momo. Quite the coincidence. Zero. Did you do your hair in a top knot? Izuku. Yeah, Kinemon taught me how. Izawa. It's good to see you still manage to have fun there. Izawa said as he held up a picture of Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Izuku playing sumo. Denki. Sumo, really? Izuku. Hey, it was fun. Jiro. Is this a concert or something? Jiro pointed to a picture of Brook and Izuku who's wearing skeleton makeup playing electric guitar while the rest of the crew were partying. Izuku. That was just a party we threw after Kinemon-san, Momo, and Law-san decided to sail with us. Hoda. That looks like fun. Izuku. It sure was. Izuku smiles before feeling someone tug on his shirt. He looks down to see Eri holding up a picture of Izuku and Sanji making a man-sized cake while Zoro and Usopp try to stop Luffy from eating it. Eri. Can I have one too? Izuku. Sure, I'll have to make it a bit smaller though. Sato. Oh, that reminds me, what's in the fridge? Izuku. Ingredients. Izuku opens the fridge to reveal a variety of weird-looking food. Izuku. If you're willing to step out of your comfort zone and try one, I'll make it into a milkshake for you. Enki. Whoa, look at all this crazy food. Enki proceeds to reach into the fridge and pulls out a large purple sphere. Enki. What's this? Izuku. It's a grape. Enki. Seriously, this huge thing is a grape? Izuku. Yep, a giant grape. It's actually quite a common fruit. There's a whole variety of giant fruits. Izuku says as he points to Eri who's drooling and staring at an apple about the same size as her head. Zero. What about this? Zero says as he proceeds to hold up what appears to be a blue lemon. Izuku. That's a false lemon. It actually tastes pretty sweet. Go ahead and bite into it. Zero gives him a skeptical look before shrugging his shoulders and biting into it. His eyes then widen as he gains a large grin on his face. Zero. This is really sweet. Izuku. Told ya. Katsuki. What the hell is this? Izuku turns around to see Katsuki holding what appears to be a black chili pepper with red stripes. Izuku. That's a hellhound tongue. It's apparently 1,000 times spicier than a jalapeno, although I'm not quite. Katsuki. Shut up and make this into a milkshake. Izuku. Sure. Endo. Hey Midoriya, what's this? Endo proceeds to hold out a purple apple in front of her. Izuku steps forward for a closer look before answering. Izuku. Oh, that's a devil fruit. Bonus chapter. Birds of a feather. 1 week before Izuku's return, on the island of Dressrosa. The Straw Hat Pirates are currently recovering from their recent fight against the Doflamingo Pirates, as well as hiding from the Marines in the home of Kairos. Robin, Usopp, Frankie are playing a game of cards, while Luffy and Zoro are sleeping. Trafalgar Law is leaned up against the wall resting his eyes and clutching his sword. Them and Zoro open their eyes as they sense someone about to enter. Good morning, everyone. Walking into the building are the two samurai traveling with the Straw Hats, known as Kinemon and Kanjuro. They're both each carrying a long wooden box and a large bag on their backs. Robin. Good morning you two. Usopp. Where the hell have you two been? Frankie. Yeah, you've been gone since before the sun was out. Kanjuro. We went out into town for supplies. Zoro. You got any booze? Kinemon proceeds to throw Zoro a bottle of alcohol which he catches and immediately starts drinking. Zoro. Ah, that hits the spot. Kinemon. Is Luffy Dono still asleep? Frankie. Yeah, but I'm not surprised. He always pushes himself past the point of exhaustion. Robin. Giggle, that's what makes him such a dependable captain. Luffy. Snore shishy. Usopp. He's full of himself even in his dreams. Frankie. By the way, what's in the boxes? Kinemon. Oh, right. We managed to procure some new swords for Izuku Dono. It's only reasonable that I replace the swords I broke. Zoro. New swords, huh? Kinemon. Indeed, would you like to take a look? Kinemon proceeds to open the boxes and reveal two sheathed swords. Zoro grabs the sword with a green hilt and black scabbard. He unsheathes the sword and holds the blade above him to get a better look. Zoro. This sword, this is a fine sword you guys picked out. Kinemon. By the way, where is Izuku Dono? Robin. He said he couldn't just sit here and do nothing, so he went out to train. Kinemon. Is it wise for him to go out on his own? Won't the Marines try to arrest him? Usopp. Well, his face isn't really well known amongst the Marines and they probably don't know he's a part of our crew. Zoro. Besides, Izuku's smart enough to train in a place where the Marines won't be able to spot him. Kinemon. What of his injuries? He was close to dead when we found him. Law. I checked his injuries before he left and he should be fine as long as his wounds don't reopen. Zoro. To think that bastard would show up here of all places. Law. It came completely by surprise. We're lucky Fujitora was here. Fighting against him and Straw Hat Yu's brother would be troublesome even for him. Robin. Izuku's lucky to have made it out alive. So it's understandable that he'd want to start training. Meanwhile, with Izuku. Izuku is on a secluded section of Dressrosa's coastline. His torso is completely covered in bandages and his head is bandaged as well. He's currently slamming his hackified fists repeatedly into the ground. Blood can be seen trickling from his fists as he keeps on going. Izuku. Why isn't this working? This is what he did before. Izuku stops slamming his fists into the ground but doesn't unhackify them. He then positions his fingers into a manner similar to that of Dragon's Claw. He proceeds to pick a large rock up with his claw and crush it. Izuku. Well, the power on this one may be off, I know how to do it. But this other one. Izuku sits down on the ground while staring at his fist. Thinking back to the Colosseum final match, Izuku remembers seeing Sabo's display of power when he destroyed the ring. Izuku. What was that? Was that really just hockey? He didn't have a devil fruit, so I don't know what else it could be. How does a person get their hockey to such a degree of destructive power? Izuku keeps on muttering to himself until he realizes that his hands were bleeding. This snaps him out of his trance and causes him to dig in his bag for more bandages. Izuku. Shit, I took it too far. After Izuku's done putting on new bandages, he takes a moment to look at the bandages on his right arm. This reminds him of his encounter with Blackbeard as well as the flashbacks and his power at the end. Izuku. Those flashbacks, the first showed them to me. That power I used it subconsciously. Was that the first as well? Whatever it was a huge power boost and probably the strongest punch I've ever thrown. It's the first attack of mine that actually felt like it was on All Might's level of power. If I master this power, will I be a step closer to their level? Maybe, depends on how strong this All Might person is. Izuku's eyes widen hearing a voice coming from behind and turns around while drawing his sword. When he sees who it is, a chill immediately runs down his spine. Izuku. Akiji. Kuzan. Yo, looks like you've grown since I last saw you. Izuku. First Blackbeard and now you. What the hell is going on here? Kuzan. Beats me, I didn't expect Blackbeard to be here either. Izuku raises his sword up to Kuzan and strengthens his grip. Izuku. What are you doing here? Answer me or I'll. Kuzan. You think you can beat me? Even if you are a Conqueror's hockey user, you're still too weak to stand a chance against me. Izuku. How do you know I'm a Conqueror? Kuzan. I saw your little encounter with Blackbeard and I'm impressed you managed to land at least one hit on Blackbeard. However, if you think that attack of yours actually hurt him, then you really are naive. Izuku flinches as he knows what Kuzan says is true. He understands that he couldn't possibly have hurt Blackbeard. Kuzan. And this thing. Kuzan proceeds to grab Izuku's sword while Izuku was lost in thought. Kuzan. You used it so poorly. It was like watching an infant try to walk. This angers Izuku as he grabs back his sword and points it at Kuzan again. Izuku. How dare you? The skills Zoro-sensei and Brook-san taught me were sword techniques that stand in leagues of their own. Kuzan. Calm down, I didn't come here to fight. And I wasn't talking about your sword skills. I was referring to how you choose to use the sword. Izuku. What do you mean? Kuzan. What you have in your hands isn't just a sword, it's a weapon of mass destruction. It contains the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, the most dangerous group of devil fruits. And here you are using it to make your slices a little cooler. You're treating it like a regular sword simply because it's shaped as one. You haven't scratched the surface of its powers yet. Izuku grits his teeth and holds his head down. Everything Kuzan said was true. He'd only been using the sword like it was one you could buy at any weapons vendor. He hadn't even tried to use the power in a useful way. The power of a devil fruit was something completely new to him and he was always hesitant to use one. He was too afraid to eat the snow fruit, so Frankie put it in his sword for him. Izuku understood that it was time to get over his doubts and embrace the power of the devil fruit to make it his own. If he truly wanted to become strong enough to inherit the wills of his teachers, he had to take any power he could get. He knew what he had to do next. Izuku sheathes his sword and pulls it out of his harness. He then stares Kuzan straight in the eyes. Izuku. You're right. Up until now, I've been using this sword as if it was a common weapon. I've been too hesitant in using its powers, and that has to stop now. Izuku proceeds to get down on one knee and plant his sword on the ground. Kuzan stares at him confused too at what he's doing. Kuzan. What are you doing? Izuku looks up at Kuzan once again with a new resolve shown clearly on his determined face. Izuku. Teach me how to use the sword. Kuzan. Izuku. Your power is similar to that of this sword. I don't care if you actually try to teach me or show me a move and disappear again. I don't know how much longer we have on this island before the Marines' reinforcements arrive, but I know I can master anything you show me until then. I will become stronger, strong enough that I can call myself the disciple of the two people I respect more than anyone else. Kuzan. You know, you're supposed to get down on both knees when asking someone a request. Izuku. I will not show my back to anyone except those whose wills I will inherit. Kuzan looks at Izuku for a few seconds in silence. Izuku's fierce gaze doesn't fade at all, and neither does his determination. His fiery spirit manages reach beyond the Iceman's intimidation. Kuzan. Sigh, why not? I don't have anything to do for the next few days anyways. Izuku. Thank you very much. Kuzan. Don't mention it. Now. Kuzan grabs a few pebbles from the ground and throws them to his side. He then breathes at the pebbles and freezes them to create an ice sword. He grabs the sword and holds it at his side. Kuzan. Show me what you've got. Izuku stands back up, unsheathes his sword, coats it and gets in a fighting stance. He blazing gaze remaining throughout. Izuku. Gladly. Bonus chapter. The First Sun. 3 days before Izuku's return, on the Bardo Club's ship the Mr. Luffy go. Luffy can be seen sitting on a barrel eating from a large plate of meat, while the rest of his crew are sitting on the couch eating normal breakfast food in normal portions. In less than a minute, Luffy cleans his plate and tosses it onto a man-sized pile behind him. Luffy. Munch munch munch, oi, can I get some more meat? Random pirates, yes sir. Zoro. Get me another bottle while you're at it. Zoro says while tossing a bottle onto his own man-sized pile of bottles. Usopp. Are you trying to drink yourself to death? Zoro. What? You want some too? Usopp. Yeah, but it's only 10 in the morning. Frankie. I'll take some cola. Robin. Tea for me please. Random pirates. Our pleasure. Usopp. Oh oi, I'll take a mug of root beer. Zoro. He means sake. Usopp. I don't plan on dying from alcohol poisoning like you. Luffy. Shishy, there's nothing like a lively morning. The crew continues their antics, completely unaware that someone was watching them from around the corner. The person watching them was in fact the captain of the ship, Bartolomeo. His eyes are starry as he continues to watch the crew as if he's hypnotized. Bardo. What an honor to be able to have the Straw Hat crew on my ship is truly a once-in-a-millennium experience. Bardo starts crying as he fails to notice someone walking up behind him. Bardo. I could die right now without regrets. Meeting Luffy senpai in person and getting the opportunity to speak with the legendary crew is enough to fill the rest of my life with happiness. Izuku. What are you doing? Bardo jumps and turns around to see a shirtless, bandaged and sweating Izuku standing behind him. Bardo. Izuku senpai, I didn't see you there. Izuku flinches and his eye twitches after hearing Bardo call him senpai. Something about being called senpai by someone older than him seems to bother Izuku. Izuku. It's alright. I pretty much came out of nowhere. Also, there's no need to call me senpai. If anything, I should be calling you senpai since I'm pretty sure you're twice my age. Bardo. With all due respect, Izuku senpai, I simply cannot do that. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, you have to be addressed in a manner befitting someone of your greatness. Izuku sweat drops seeing Bardo's fanboy-like behavior. He feels reminded about himself for some reason. Izuku. So this is how All Might sees me. You're really putting me on a pedestal higher than I deserve. I've only been a member of Luffy senpai's crew for about 5 months anyways. Bardo. That doesn't matter. Izuku senpai, I've heard from Robin-san how you truly respect Luffy senpai and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing that you stood up against Blackbeard, the man who caused Luffy senpai such turmoil and pain, only strengthens my point that you should be respected as Straw Hat Pirate. Izuku is taken back a bit by Bardo's words. He remains silent before smiling a smile that blinds Bardo and causes him to cover his eyes from the brightness. Izuku, thanks Bardo. I guess I really should start to think of myself in a better light. Still though, you can just call me Izuku. We should be more familiar with each other anyways. We're both Luffy senpai's cowhai after all. These words combined with Izuku's innocent smile pierce Bardo's heart, which causes him to lean back as if he was actually hit. He straightens back up and wipes the tears from his eyes. Bardo. If that's what you wish then I'll do just that, Izuku-san. Izuku. That works too, shishi. Boy. Izuku and Bardo flinch hearing a third voice come out of nowhere. Izuku turns around to see Trafalgar Law looking at him with his normal indifferent gaze. Izuku. Oh, Law-san, it's you. Law. Midoriya, it's time for your morning training. Although, it looks like you started early again. Izuku begins to sweat nervously and rubs the back of his head sheepishly while evading Law's gaze. Izuku. Law. I warned you about this, didn't I? If you overwork your body while you're recovering, it'll only lengthen your recovery period. Izuku. I know, but… Law. Listen, you're pretty intelligent for your age, so you should know when enough is enough. The medical knowledge Tony and I instilled in you isn't just meant for treating patients, it's for taking care of yourself too. Stop acting stupid and have some common sense. Hearing this causes Izuku to look down ashamedly. Bardo on the other hand becomes angry and gets up in Law's face. Bardo. Oi, Law, how dare you talk to Izuku-sen like that? I won't stand here and let you insult a member of the legendary crew. Law. I'm just giving the kid advice, it's what doctors are known for. If he'd just stuck with the plan I set for him instead of training over hours, then there'd be no reason to reprimand him. He should be lucky I'm allowing him to train as much as he is. Bardo. Izuku-sen is trying his best to grow stronger and trains determinedly to do so. Compared to him, all you've done is sat on your smug ass all day. You can't talk to Izuku-sen about training if you. Izuku. No, he's right, Bardo. Bardo. Izuku-san. Izuku looks back up to show an understanding face which surprises Bardo. Izuku. I really shouldn't be pushing my body in its current state. My injuries were too great for them to just heal up within 4 days. I've ignored my doctor's reasoning and have been putting my health at risk. Law looks at Izuku with his undifferentiated gaze. Without saying a word, Law turns his back to Izuku. Law. If you understand that then. Izuku. But. Law, surprised by Izuku's outburst, turns around and sees Izuku's determined eyes staring back at him. Izuku. I'm a member of Luffy-senpai's crew. Simply sitting still and waiting for the wounds to heal isn't how this crew does things. Luffy-senpai and Zoro-sensei constantly train and push through the pain they're going through. I may not be as strong or determined as them, but my bounty is the 3rd highest in the crew. I have to follow their examples if I want to live up to that title. And to do that, I'll go against the doctor's orders. Bardo's eyes light up as Law stares on with a steelier gaze than before. Seeing Izuku like this causes Law to click his tongue and turn back around. Law. You respect that idiot far too much. You're becoming more and more like him by the day. Izuku. Smirk. I'll take that as a compliment. I want to be as much like Luffy-sen as I possibly can. The people I respect are the ones I want to strive to be like. Unbeknownst to the three, someone was listening in to the conversation via an ear placed on a nearby barrel. Said eavesdropper smiled hearing the conversation and proceeds to drink some tea. Law. It's almost sickening how much you respect Straw Hat ya. But I guess I'm no better. Izuku. What do you mean? Law. It's none of your concern. And if you really respect Straw Hat ya, then I have something to help you show it. That is, if you're interested. Izuku. If it means I can take my respect for Luffy-senpai to another level, then I'll take it. Law. HMPH, you better not regret this. At night. Luffy and his crew were busy partying with Bardo's crewmates. Zoro was in a drinking contest and was still drinking, even though the other drinkers have already passed out. Luffy was on top of a table and doing a belly dance with his inflated stomach that had a face drawn on it. Usopp and Robin were busy watching Frankie launch fireworks from his shoulder cannons. As the party was going on, Kinemon had arrived after his alcohol-induced nap. He took a seat next to Zoro and started drinking again. Looking around, he noticed the absence of a certain green-haired individual. Kinemon. Where's Izuku Dono? Zoro stops drinking for a second to answer his question. Zoro. He's been with Tra and Bart the whole day. Don't know what they've been doing though. Zoro immediately starts chugging as soon as he says this. Getting tired of watching fireworks, Usopp walks over to join the two in their drinking. Usopp. It's hard to believe Izuku's gonna be leaving the crew soon. Feels like just yesterday we found him unconscious on that island. Frankie. I know what you mean. It may only have been 5 months, but it feels like he's been a part of the crew for years. Tears begin to fall from Frankie's eyes as he overdramatically starts crying. Frankie. I'm going to miss that little nerd. Usopp. Crying to me too. Kinemon. You haven't even drunken yet, but you're already crying. Zoro. Oh god, it's Vivi all over again. Robin smiles at the trio before walking towards her captain. Robin. They're right, you know. It's not long until Izuku will return to his world. Luffy looks at his archaeologist and smiles before deflating like a balloon. Luffy. Of course I'm sad too, but it can't be helped. Izuku wants to follow his dream and he can't do that if he stays with us. As his captain, I can't hold him back just because I don't want him to leave. Robin. Giggle. You sound like a father watching his child grow up. Luffy. Do I? Robin. Yes, although I suppose that's only to be expected from how close you two are. Izuku. Luffy-senpai. Robin and Luffy, as well as the others who were drinking, turned their attention to Izuku and Law who were walking out of the medical bay. Law remains standing in the door and Bardo watches the scene from behind a barrel while Izuku makes his way towards Luffy and Robin. A bottle of sake can be seen in his hand. Luffy. Oh, Izuku. Where have you been? Izuku. I was with Law-san. He was helping me with a certain operation. Luffy. Operation. Usopp. Are your injuries that bad? Izuku. No, it wasn't that kind of operation. Luffy. Then what was it? Izuku proceeds to slowly remove his bandages, which showcases his new scars. Izuku. Luffy-senpai, I respect you as much as I respect the man who told me I could be a hero. He has given me his power, and I plan to use it to carry on his legacy. As your strategist and disciple, I wish to carry on your legacy as well. Izuku proceeds to sit down cross-legged and places the bottle in front of him. He then opens the bottle and pours some sake into a cup. He holds up the cup to Luffy before drinking the sake. He puts the cup down after this and turns his back to Luffy and Robin. He begins to pull his hair back to reveal his back. Luffy and Robin seem surprised to see the straw hat symbol tattooed on Izuku's back. Izuku. I drank from the sun cup, so is your son, it's only natural for me to bear your mark. You said it yourself, didn't you, we're Nakama? Luffy stares at Izuku for a few seconds before smiling his iconic smile. The rest of his crew gather around with smiles as well. Bardo and his crew were staring in awe of Izuku. Law, still standing in the door, smirks before walking to the sleeping quarters. While walking, he looks at his own tattoos and thinks back to a certain person. Law. We bear marks to honor those we respect. Remember that well, Izuya. Luffy. Shishishi, I don't remember agreeing to take up such a troublesome son. Izuku. I'm free to do as I please, right? So I became your son of my own free will, Shishishi. Usopp. Even without the bond, they're like an actual father and son. Frankie. The resemblance is super obvious. Kinemon. It takes a great deal of devotion to bear the mark of someone on your body. And I should know. Zoro. Taking a swig. I'd expect nothing less from those two. Bardo stares at Izuku with stars and tears in his eyes. The rest of his crew gaze upon Izuku in a similar manner. Bardo. Incredible, Izuku-sa, no, Izuku-sen, no, Izuku-sama's loyalty and devotion to the Straw Hat Pirates and Luffy-senpai puts me to shame. Izuku. Hey, I thought we agreed on. Bardo. Men, let's properly celebrate the birth of the first son of the Straw Hat Pirates, the young master, Izuku-sama. Crew. Yeah. Izuku. Oi, listen to. Bardo. Crying Izuku-sama. Crew. Young master, young master, young master, young master, young master, young master. Izuku. What is going on here? Robin. Giggle, looks like it's official. Luffy. I'm not really into the whole father-son thing, but I guess I'll make an exception here, Shishishi. I'll still call you Izuku though. Izuku. I'm still gonna call you Luffy-senpai, so I'm fine with it. Izuku and Luffy smile at each other before fist bumping. Luffy puts his arm around Izuku's shoulder and grabs a piece of meat with his free arm. Luffy. Yosh, let's celebrate. Everyone, yeah. Chapter 7. 2 days before Izuku's return, on the Mr. Luffy go. Izuku can be seen standing blindfolded on the deck. Standing around him in a circle is Zoro, Kinemon, and Trafalgar Law. The three slowly circle around him while drawing their swords. After a moment of silence, Law is the first to strike as he creates a room surrounding the group. He then throws an apple into the air above Izuku and lunges forward. Izuku remains motionless despite feeling Law's presence. Law. Shambles. Law switches places with the apple and attempts to slash at Izuku from above. Izuku leans backwards and uses his snow sword to block Law's attack. Sensing a presence coming from behind, Izuku turns his blade into snow and wraps it around Law's sword and arm. He then tosses Law backwards into an approaching Kinemon. Standing back up straight, Izuku senses an incoming attack on his left. Izuku jumps to avoid a horizontal slash of compressed air. Izuku extends the blade of his sword and proceeds to try to slash the source of the attack, Zoro. Zoro simply holds up Shusui and blocks the attack. Zoro then draws Sandai Kitetsu and leaps forward into the air. He then plants both his feet onto Izuku's shoulders, which causes him to fall back on the ground. Upon landing on the ground, Zoro stabs both his swords into the deck with less than an inch distance away from Izuku's neck. Zoro. And we're done here. Zoro stands up and sheathes his swords, while Izuku takes off his blindfold and does the same. Law and Kinemon then approach the two. Kinemon. Well done, Izuku Dono. You've gotten better at swordplay, sensing the presences of others. Izuku. Thanks, but it doesn't help if I can't even land a single blow on Zoro-sensei. Zoro. Don't pin it on yourself. I've been training my entire life with swords. Of course you won't catch up to me in just 5 months. Law. Still, he's gotten pretty good at using that sword of his. Izuku. Yeah, I've learned to stop thinking of it as just a sword. And through doing that, I've thought of a lot of new ways to use it. Law. It's almost too impressive that you managed to accomplish this on your own. Izuku. Yeah, I guess it is. Zoro stares at Izuku while noticing his shift in tone. After staring for a bit, Zoro decides to speak up. Zoro. Oi, I don't know if you've noticed this, but you often tend to resort to Toryu. Izuku. Huh, do I? Zoro. More often than not, I prefer to use Notoryu or Santoryu. For you however, it's a Toryu. It may be due to learning mine and Brook's wordplay, or the fact that you'd been training with only one sword of your for about 2 months now. It could also be because of how you usually attack by pouring all your power into one arm. Izuku. I guess my preference is a Toryu. I never really thought about it though. Zoro. With that in mind, you can tell that you're more effective with single or quick strike attacks. Law. I didn't expect Hironoya to be so analytical. Zoro. That gives me an idea. Zoro says as he proceeds to hold out his hand to Izuku. Izuku looks at Zoro with a confused look before seeing him smirk. Zoro. Give me that sword. I'll show you the perfect blade for Itoryu. Present day. Everyone. Kendo. This is a devil fruit. Izuku. Yep, this is a devil fruit. Izuku says as he takes the devil fruit from Kendo, pulls out a pair of glasses from God knows where and begins examining it. Itsuki. We're in the Fu. Shoto. Nudge, let's keep this child friendly. Nezu. So this is one of the aforementioned devil fruits. How interesting. Iida. How do you know it's a devil fruit? Izuku. Well, it's true that not all devil fruits look the same. They differ through size, color, and shape. However, they all have one thing in common. They all have a swirly pattern on the skin of the fruit. Izuku proceeds to put his hand into the fridge and pulls out a black orange. He then starts juggling it along with the devil fruit. Izuku. Whether they're an apple or an orange, black or purple, as long as they have these swirling marks, then they're devil fruits. Enki. I see, wait. Zero. Is that another one? Izuku. Yep. Did you assume I only had one? Zero. Yes, we did. Izuku. And why would assume that? Because I only showed you one. Enki. Well, yeah. Anyways, where did you get these? Izuku stops juggling and proceeds to hold the apple in his right hand. Izuku. Well, I got this one from Lawson. He said that he found it in Doflamingo's quarters and gave it to me for safekeeping. As for this one. Izuku proceeds to hold the black orange up to his face. He stares at it with a serious gaze that doesn't go unnoticed from the others. Izuku. It was left behind for me by a certain man. Okoyami. Quite the ominous statement you've made. So, any idea on what they do? Izuku. Not at all. Lawson said that the devil fruit he gave me wouldn't really benefit me much. As for the other one, the only clue I have on it was this note that left underneath it. Izuku hands Tokoyami a piece of paper which he proceeds to read out loud. Tokoyami. Become the black comet that burns the white sky Kuzan. Perwaro. My kind of message. All Might. Who is this Kuzan person? Izuku. He's someone who helped me when I needed guidance. Izawa. I see, doesn't really explain what they do though. Izuku. Yeah, but that's usually how it is when it comes to devil fruits. All Might. But it seems as if they knew what powers these devil fruits hold. How is that? Izuku. Well, when devil fruits reincarnate, they'll always have one or two recognizable characteristics. I heard way back from Sanji-san that there do exist a type of devil fruit encyclopedias. My guess is that the characteristics and powers of the fruits are recorded in the books. Midnight. Well then why didn't you ask your chef what powers they would probably have? Izuku. I couldn't do that due to circumstances. Also he said he doesn't possess the book anymore. Sigh. Izuku-kun, I may as well ask what's on everyone's minds. Are you going to eat one of the devil fruits? Izuku. Well, I don't think I should. Well, Kuzan did me a great deal of help, he's not exactly a person I find trustworthy. For all I know, this devil fruit he gave me could cause great problems. As for the one I got from Lawson, he gave me some advice on what to do with it. Izuku suddenly holds his hand above his face which confuses everyone. He then brings it down and reveals a total facial expression change. His eyes seem sharper and colder than before and his face looks a lot more serious. He then speaks in an unusually indifferent tone. Izuku. Listen, Izuya. The power this devil fruit will grant you isn't worth losing your ability to swim over. You'd be better off incorporating it into one of your gauntlets. Speak to Roboya, he should be able to explain to you how to do it. Is what he told me. Shoto. What is with all these impressions you're doing? Izuku. Another habit I picked up from Luffy-senpai. Nezu. So the basic plan for that devil fruit is that you're going to make it into one of your gauntlets, correct? Izuku. That's the plan, yes. And I do need to fix my glove after today's training. Our loader. Do you even know how to do that? Wasn't it your cruise shipwright who made you that devil fruit sword? Izuku. It's true that Frankie-san was the one who incorporated the fruit into my sword, but luckily for me, he gave me this. Out of nowhere, a black portal forms right next to Izuku and surprises everyone. He then pulls out a few pieces of paper from the portal. Itsuki. How did you do that? Izuku. Huh? I just sent a black whip to my room and opened a portal using it and my sword. Itsuki looks down at Izuku's feet to see a black whip leading to his room. All Might. You can do that with your feet too. Izuku. Yeah, but I haven't really gotten used to using it with my feet, so my accuracy is a bit off. All Might. I see. Our loader. So what's on the paper? Izuku. It's instructions on how transfer a devil fruit's power to my gauntlet. Frankie-san gave this to me along with a few other instruction guides. By following these instructions, I should be able to turn my gauntlet into a devil fruit weapon. Our loader. I see. May. Midoriya. Izuku looks to his left to see Mei's face right in front of his. He immediately goes red in the face, while Mei grows more excited by the second. Mei. Please allow me to help in the creation of these weapons. To be able to work firsthand with technology from another world is an opportunity I don't want to miss. Izuku. Alright, you can help, just get out of my face, you're way too close. Mei. Thank you so much. Mei, high on excitement, goes in for a hug which causes the eyes of Izuku, a certain jealous too, and the girls to widen. Before Izuku and Mei can get into physical contact, Principal Nezu separates the two by jumping in between them. He lands back on the floor and takes a sip of his juice before looking at the two. Nezu. I just had these carpets cleaned and it's really hard to get rid of red stains, so I'd appreciate it if you'd refrain from causing any spills. Izuku. Sorry. Mei. Ditto. Nezu. Good. Now then, Midoriya, what would you do with the other devil fruit? Izuku. I don't know. Like I said before, I don't really trust Kuzan, so I'm a bit hesitant on eating it. Oh, All Might, Tagada-senpai, Ragdoll, do one of you want it? Having lost your quirks, this could be a chance for you guys to do hero work again. The three look at each other before smiling at Izuku. Ragdoll. Yeah, I'll definitely pass on taking a chance on a magic fruit from another dimension. Mirio. Rubbing Eri's head, I'll pass too. I already placed my bet on this little ray of sunshine bringing back my quirk. All Might. As for me, my time as a hero has already come to an end and I've accepted it. Izuku. I see, anyone else want it? All the others shake their heads no, except for Kota who raised his hand but got it pulled back down by Mandalay. Izuku. No one. Well then, I guess I'll make this one into a weapon too. Sai. Are you going to put it in your other gauntlet? Izuku. I don't know. I've got some other plans here, so I've got quite a few options. I'll look them over before making a decision. Nezu. How long do you suppose it'll take to finish them? Izuku. Well, it took Frankie-san a whole day just for my sword, and judging by the difference in our skill levels, I can estimate that it would take me alone probably within a week for both. However, with Hatsume-san's help, we should be able to cut our time by a good deal. Mei. Glad to help. Izuku. Now then, I think I've bored you all long enough. How about we get to those milkshakes? Izuku says as several black whips holding milkshakes appear out of nowhere. Shinso. What? When did you? Izuku. I started making them when I went back into the kitchen and used black whip to finish them from here. I took a guess on what flavors would suit everyone. Shoto. It should be scientifically impossible for you to make them that fast. Izuku. Yet it's not. Now let's dig in. Izuku proceeds to hand everyone a milkshake. They immediately start drinking and swoon over the taste. Mina and Toru. So good. Sato. And sweet. Eri. It tastes just like apples. Zero. You got the orange flavor just right too. Shoji. Agreed, this takoyaki tasting one is pretty good too. Enki. You really make the craziest stuff. Izuku. I live to please. Nezu. From the tea taste of mine, I'd say that's true. By the way, Midoriya. Izuku. Yes sir. Nezu. I assume you've heard from your classmates about how we're going to be starting the internships again during winter break. Izuku. Yes, I have sir. Shoto explained it to me on the way back. Nezu. Good, so do you have any idea of who you're going to intern with? Izuku. Well, I called Bubble Girl about Sir Night Eye's agency, but she and Centipeder-sen have been swamped with work so they can't take me in. Jiro. Well, what about Edshot? He gave you an offer today, didn't he? Izuku. Yes, he did, and it would indeed be a great honor to intern under him. But Shoto gave me an offer to intern under Endeavor with him and Kakin. So I'm kinda stuck on deciding who to intern under. Nezu. Why not intern under both of them? Izuku. Is that really alright? Nezu. Sure, I don't see why not. You could simply alternate between agencies every day. Izuku. Well then I guess I'll do that. Shinso. Well, that was simply solved. Mei. Finished Midoriya, let's get to work. Izuku. So quick. May. Come on, let's go. Izuku. Alright, just let me get my gloves, and I'll. May. Already got him. Izuku. What? I thought I left those in my room. May. Grabs Izuku, let's go. Izuku. Whoa. And just like that, Izuku gets dragged out of the room by Hatsum. Everyone watching the scene sweat drops at the sight in front of them. Eri. Is Deku going to be alright? Mirio. I am sure he'll be fine. 10 p.m, Heights Alliance. Most of Class 1 and Eri can be seen in the common area watching a scary movie. As this goes on, Class 1B, Shinso, and the Big Three enter the building. Pendo. Hey guys. We heard that you guys were watching movies. Momo. Ah, everyone, you came just in time. The movie just started. Shinso. Aren't a few people missing here? Ida. Bakugo-kun declined coming to the movie and Todoroki-kun wanted to go to sleep early. Mirio. Holding up a box. What about Midoriya? Is he still working in the workshop? I've got something for him. Momo. Actually, he and Hatsum decided to take a break. They're both in the kitchen with Tsuyu and Sato-san and are making snacks for the movies. Mirio. I see. I'll go see him in the kitchen then. Kendo. I might as well go help make the snacks. Shinso. I want some coffee. Shinso, Kendo, and the Big Three proceed to go into the kitchen. Once they enter the kitchen, the group can see Hatsum and Ichako sitting by a table with several cups of coffee and hot cocoa, Tsuyu and Sato making drinks, and Izuku in front of the stove with his back towards the group. Kendo. Hey guys, need any help? Tsuyu. Hello Kendo-chan. It'd be great if you could help with the drinks. Shinso. Taking a mug tired. May. Yep. Blushing but it's been so exhilarating. Ichako. Maybe you should switch to tea for a while. Mirio. Midoriya, I got something here for you. Izuku turns around to face the group who immediately become shocked at his appearance. His eyes were baggy, glasses were cracked, hair was messier than usual, skin was pale, and he was much skinnier than before. Izuku. Raggedly hello, Tagata-senpai. Mirio. Ah. Sato. We had same reaction. Shinso. What the hell happened to you? Izuku. Raggedly well we were busy working on the devil fruit weapons, Hatsum-san wanted to see if she could find a way to disable the liquid tracker in my blood. I ended up having a lot of blood drawn as a result. Najire. Did you manage to disable it? Hatsum. No luck so far. Izuku. She also wanted to do some adjustments on the limiters of my gauntlets. To do that, I had to continuously keep going in and out of second gear so we could determine my current power limit. Using second gear tires me out a lot so I'm drained after using it so many times. Kendo. Okay, what about your glasses? Izuku. Lab explosion. Shinso. Of course. Najire. It's kinda funny. It's like looking at Amajiki, Shinso-kun, and Izawa-sensei are wrapped in one. Amajiki and Shinso. Hey. May. Sorry about your glasses by the way. Izuku. It's no problem. I can just get a new pair made. Mirio. No need. These should suffice. Mirio proceeds to hand Izuku a grey rectangular box. Izuku takes the box and opens it. Izuku. These are. Izuku pulls out from the box a familiar looking pair of glasses. Mirio. They're Sir's old spares. Consider them a late Christmas gift from me, Bubble Girl, and Centipeter. You're lucky too, I got his old suit. Izuku. Tearing up tea, thank you. This is really a beautiful gift. Mirio. You're welcome. Shinso. So how are the weapons coming along? May. It's much more work than we anticipated. Izuku. Since we don't have much time left before the internships, we've been working on both of them simultaneously, but we haven't made that much progress. We're running out of time and at the rate that both of us are going, I can't say for certain that we'll make it. Which is why we called for backup. Shinso. Backup. He means me. Shinso turns around hearing an unfamiliar voice behind him. He is met with the sight of a perky blonde, glasses-wearing female. Shinso. Who are you? Izuku. Allow me to introduce you to Melissa Shield. She's a brilliant inventor that I met on Island. With her help I'm certain we can finish before the internships. Melissa. I'm glad to help. You know, I was really relieved when I heard the sound of your voice. I was afraid of the worst when I heard you went missing. I'm so happy to see you back safe and sound. Izuku. Sorry if I worried you. And it's really good to see you too. Mirio. And thus it grows. Izuku. Thus what grows? Shinso. Of course you wouldn't notice it. Izuku. Notice what? Ichako. Stare. Izuku. Ichako, why are looking at me like that? Tsuyu. Stare. Izuku. You too, Tsuyu. Toru. Stare. Izuku. And where did you come from? Toru. I've been here the whole time. Izuku. Naked. Toru. Why not? Mineta. Nice. Toru. You little perv. Mineta. You can't call me that while you're dressed like that. Izuku. Alright, is anyone else hiding around here? Nezu. I'm down here. Izuku. That was rhetorical, but okay. Nezu. And as for you, Miss Hagakure. Despite being invisible, you can't just walk around nude. Also, in case you forgot, Midoriya here can see the presence of invisible beings. Toru. No, I remember perfectly and don't mind. His reactions are pretty funny. Toru says as she proceeds to grab onto Izuku's arm. Izuku. Nosebleed. Shinso. Spits out coffee. Mineta. Crying damn it. Shinso. I've got to stop drinking things in this building. Nezu. Alright, I've heard enough. Hagakure and Mineta, you two are going to receive counseling from Hound Dog for the next 2 days until the internships. Toru. What? Mineta. Why me? Nezu. I have a 5-page long list of reasons why. Shall I go through it? Mineta. And no sir. Nezu. Good. And Midoriya. Izuku. Yes sir. Nezu. Go to Recovery Girl for a blood transplant. It looks like you need it. And save some popcorn for me, I'm hungry. Izuku. Will do. Nezu. Oh, and here. Nezu proceeds to hand Izuku a small plastic card. Izuku. What's this? Nezu. It's a special license I had made so you could legally ride your bike. I figured you'd need this if you plan to intern at 2 different places. Izuku. Wow, thank you sir, this a great help. Nezu. My pleasure. Shinso. What just happened here? Amajiki. I have no idea. Exactly 2 days later. Endeavor. Smiling welcome to the Endeavor offices. Endeavor said uncharacteristically happily to Kitsuki and Shoto, who were glaring at him, and to Izuku who was trying his hardest to stay awake. Endeavor. Frowning. Is that what you expected to hear? Sorry, but I'm not in that kind of mood. I reluctantly gave my permission because Shoto asked, but I wanted Shoto to come alone. Shoto. But you did give your permission. So quit complaining. Endeavor. As Shoto. Kitsuki. I've been thinking about this since the license class, but dude's a hard ass. Endeavor. Shoto, are you truly friends with this boy? Kitsuki. Well, if it means I can watch the top hero at work, I'll put up with it. Endeavor. I thought I told you to choose your friends carefully. Izuku. Sleepily. Thank you for allowing us to join you. Endeavor looks at Izuku with a neutral gaze before turning around and beginning to walk. The three then follow suit and walk behind Endeavor. Shoto. You okay, Midoriya? Izuku. Yeah, I'm just a little tired from working 2 days straight in the lab. Kitsuki. TCH, how the hell do you plan on working an internship when you can't even stand on your feet? Izuku. I'm fine, and I got a little sleep when I went to my mom's for New Year's. Besides, everyone else is gonna be giving it their all for their internships, so I'll do the same and learn all I can. Izuku says as he tiredly fist pumps the air while smiling with closed eyes. Izuku and Shoto looks at him while sweat dropping, while Endeavor peeked at Izuku from over his shoulder. Endeavor. You said Shoto isn't me, if I recall. Izuku. Wah. Izuku is cut off as the group hears screaming in the distance. While the 3 students are distracted, Endeavor hops over the railing and flares up while moving to the source of the screams. Endeavor. I hate to burst your bubble, kid, but I have no interest in training anyone other than Shoto. If you really want to learn something, then stay behind me and watch carefully. Endeavor looks back and is shocked to see TH group right behind him. With Kitsuki equipping his gauntlet, Shoto icing up, and Izuku having already gone bare-chested and equipped both his gloves and gauntlets. Izuku. Give us your orders. Endeavor. You have them already, stay behind and watch. Meanwhile. An old man floating atop glass balls above a group of several people running away can be seen. I received a divine revelation from space. Run run run, my countryman Hades is smiling upon us. The man proceeds to scatter a barrage of balls throughout the area, which causes even more chaos amongst the civilians. Our demise draws near. Meanwhile, atop a large skyscraper. The familiar figure of the 2 hero can be seen reading a book. Hawks. My oh my, such bad timing. Back to the action. Shoto. Stay behind me and watch. Izuku. We won't be able to watch if we don't keep up with him. Kitsuki. Why the hell are you shirtless? Izuku. Do you have any idea how hard it is to move around in that shirt and blazer now? It's way too tight. Kitsuki. Why didn't you just buy new ones? Izuku. I've been stuck in a lab for 2 days, I haven't had time to go buy them. Shoto. You're attracting a lot of stares, you know. Izuku. I don't care, I've got no shame to hide and only pride to show. The three look forward and can see Endeavor using his flames to boost himself forward. Itsuki. Shoto. He's using flash fire. Endeavor then boosts himself even further. Shoto and Kitsuki stare at Endeavor at awe of his speed. While the two were distracted, they notice a green blur rushing past them at the same or possibly even greater speed. The two focus and can see Izuku in second gear skywalking ahead of them. Izuku. Sorry guys, but I don't plan on missing any action. Shoto. You can't be serious. Itsuki. Deku. Meanwhile. The wicked stars are conspiring against us, we must stop them. Office lady. Hey, that's the servant of the stars from 2nd Street. Office guy. It's too early for this crap. The windows of their building suddenly get the glass sucked in by the old man. Sots. The earth is on the verge of being engulfed by darkness. Office lady. He's sucking in the glass, what's gotten into that old geezer? Office guy. We can't afford to wait for the heroes. Sots. Flee, my fellow citizens, I am the one who shall destroy the source of this darkness. The glass from all the nearby buildings' windows accumulates above the old man and forms a giant glass ball. Sots. Radiance of the ruined king. The office workers cower in fear of the Gandalf-looking villain's attack. Sots. Be revealed, servants of the Dark Lord, come forth. The old man proceeds to throw the ball downwards at the ground. Before the ball can reach the ground, however, something flies into it at high speeds. In the next instance, the ball explodes to reveal the blazing hero, Endeavor, at the center. Endeavor. Flash fire fist. The old man was speechless at the sight in front of him. Izuku. I'd say you should probably run now, but there's no way you're getting away from me. The old man looks to his left to see Izuku looking at him while skywalking. Izuku then smiles confidently, which causes the old man to flee into an alley. Izuku. I warned you. Izuku dashes into the alley after the old man. While in the alley, Izuku uses observation haki and can spot three figures hiding around the corner. Izuku smirks before cocking back his arm. Izuku. You can hide from my field of vision, but you can't hide from my haki. Izuku throws a punch and emits several black whip strands that grab the old man and the figures. Hug 1. What is this? Hug 2. I can't break free. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Izuku proceeds to jump up in the air and pull his arm back, which causes the four connected to the black whip to cluster together into a black ball and get lifted up above him diagonally. Izuku then swings his arm forward and slams the four down onto the ground, knocking them unconscious. Izuku. Wrecking ball. Izuku lands down on the ground and retracts his black whips. He then walks towards the four lying on the ground while untying his blazer from his waist and putting it back on. He then looks at the four before looking at his hand. Izuku. Not quite the level of elephant gun, but at least it gets the job done. Hawks. Wow, I didn't even have to step in. Not bad. Izuku. Hawks, when did you get here? Hawks. I've been here for a while now. Good job handling those four, by the way. Izuku. Oh, thanks. Although I feel like I might have overdone it a bit. Hawks. Nah, it would have been overdoing it if you actually killed them. Izuku. Why yes, I suppose it would be. Endeavor. What do you think you're doing? Izuku and Hawks look up to see Endeavor descending down at them. He proceeds to land right in front of Izuku. Hawks. Yo, Endeavor. Endeavor. Hawks, so you were here. Hawks. Yep. So, what's got you so riled up? Endeavor. To Izuku, brat, I thought I told you to stay behind me and watch. You were the one who asked for orders, didn't you? Izuku proceeds to sigh and look up at Endeavor while putting his hands behind his head. Izuku. That is what I said, but smirk, I don't just take orders from anyone. Unless you're a conqueror of higher caliber than me, I won't be intimidated by you. Hearing this causes Endeavor to grit his teeth while Hawk smirks at seeing the one hero frustrated. Endeavor. You shouldn't be too cocky, brat. Izuku. Am I being cocky? Or is it that you're simply pissed that I did your job for you and faster than you? Endeavor's rage and flames begin to heat up even more than before. Hawks realizes enough is enough and proceeds to pat Izuku on the head, which snaps him out of his cocky state. Hawks. Now, you should listen to Endeavor. You shouldn't just rush head first into danger situations like this. Also, you're just an intern, you're not supposed to engage in these sort of things without your instructor's consent. And don't be so cocky, otherwise you'll end up like your blonde friend. Izuku. You understood. Sorry, I guess the lack of sleep messed with my head. Endeavor. Glare HMPH, make sure you don't step out of line again. Interns should know their place. Hawks. Now hold on, I think he still did a pretty good job. I mean, he did catch and neutralize the threat without any civilians getting hurt. And your other two interns are handing the old guy and his thugs to the police as we speak. It is at this point that Izuku and Endeavor hear the sounds of police sirens and old men yelling. Sots. Unhand me, release me at once before it's too late. Thug. We were only following orders from the servant of the stars. Itsuki. Shut up. Sots. That man is the source of the darkness that light emits, she'll summon the darkness and our demise along with it, and that child, he is a king of darkness who controls the shadows themselves and serves underneath a dark emperor. If he is allowed to grow, he will bring about destruction this world can't possibly fathom. Shoto. That's enough out of you. The police shove the old man in the car and proceed to leave. It is at this point that Izuku walks up to his fellow interns. Izuku. Hey guys. Itsuki. Deku, you've got some nerve showing your face to me after that stunt you pulled. Izuku. Yeah, sorry about that. Guess I got a bit carried away. Shoto. Are you okay? You used that technique of yours that shocks you, right? In fact, aren't you still using it? Izuku. Don't worry about it. As he says this, the haki and glow on Izuku's body fades and his body returns to its normal masculinity. Izuku. Second gear isn't a problem for me now. Itsuki. What the? Shoto. You didn't get shocked this time? Izuku. Nope. Itsuki. Why? Izuku proceeds to cover his face with his hand. He can then be heard lightly laughing and sounds as if he's dead inside. He then removes his hand and looks at the two with wide eyes and a small smile. Izuku. Because of Hatsum and Melissa-san, I've been using second gear every 20 minutes for the past 2 days. As a result, I've grown used to the shock and my time frame has increased a bit. I've also increased my resistance to electrical attacks. So it all worked out in the end, heh heh heh. Seeing Izuku in this state, Shoto places his hand on Izuku's shoulder and looks him in the eyes. Shoto. Let's get you some coffee. Izuku. Okay. Itsuki watches the scene in front of him with an annoyed expression. He then notices something that catches his eye. He then proceeds to point at Izuku's hand. Itsuki. Your gauntlet looks different. Shoto. Oh, he's right. Your right one looks different than the left one. Izuku. So you've noticed. Izuku says as he proceeds to hold up his right gauntlet and glove. It was now black, with the blue stripes and green palm being a dark purple. Izuku. Thanks to the devil fruit, a brand new power flows through this fist of mine. Small time skip, Endeavor Agency. Izuku, who's drinking his 5th cup of coffee, Shoto and Kitsuki, can be seen standing in front of the various flame-themed sidekicks of Endeavor. In the front of the group stands the heroine with blazing hair, Burnin. Burnin. Welcome to the Endeavor Hero Agency. Nameless flame sidekick. We are the sidekicks of fire. Burnin. It's the two of you's first times as interns here, right? We're gonna put all of you to work right away, but as you can see, we've got plenty of people here, there are over 30 of us sidekicks. Izuku. Taking a sip, it's the famous sidekick, Burnin. Burnin. In other words, there's nowhere for you to make yourself useful. Itsuki. Smirk. Interesting, so you're saying we have to steal some pros' work. Burnin. Exactly the same thing your hot friend here did earlier to the boss. Burnin says as she points to Izuku, who is currently sleeping while standing up and smiling. Shoto. Nudge, wake up. Izuku. Wakes up, huh? Burnin. You too, Shoto-kun, don't go making yourself comfortable just cause you're Endeavor's kid, you'd better keep up with the rest of us. Izuku. Boy, are they a lively bunch. Shoto. It's the agency of the one hero, after all. By the way, you're using your black sword. Shoto says as he points to the sheathed sword hanging on Izuku's waist. Izuku. Yeah. Well, I may not be ready for Yamajiri yet, I have to use the best of my skills in my internships. Shoto. I see, but why do you only have that one with you? Don't you specialize in using 3? Izuku. Don't worry about it. Izuku unsheathes his sword and slashes at the air, which creates a portal. He then reaches in and pulls out his green and snow swords. He then sheathes his black sword and closes the portal. Izuku. After training with this sword for a while, I discovered that it's given me access to a sort of pocket dimension. I use this pocket dimension to store all my equipment. Itsuki. An item box, huh? Izuku. And take a look at this. Izuku says as he proceeds to open his bag and show it to the two. Inside, they can see nothing but a portal that seems to be part of the bag itself. Izuku. I sliced a hole in my bag and it ended up creating a portal on the fabric of my bag. This one seems to last and it's portable as well. Because of this, I now have a ready-made portal whenever I need it. Sidekick. Listen up, kids. In general, we cycle between going on patrols and standing by. With jobs ranging from emergency calls to escort requests, our agency will handle over 100 cases every day. Itsuki. In that case, let's hurry up and get started. I'm still pissed at Deku for hogging all the fun. Izuku. I said I was sorry. Sidekick. That's the spirit now then, let's wait for Endeavor's orders. Bitsuki. The hell don't y'all handle 100 cases every day? Izuku. Kaken, calm down. Vernon. Ha, settle down already, kid. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Hawks, the two hero and double agent, can be seen standing in front of the various leaders and Gigantomachia. He proceeds to speak of how he's been spreading the beliefs of the Liberation Army. While he's conversating with the group, the team's vampire, Himiko Toga, can be seen not paying attention and looking at a vial of blood with a bored and sad face. She continues to stare at the vial until she notices something on the screen in front of her. She squints as if to make sure she's seeing the real thing. After realizing what she's seeing, her eyes widen and she gains a large smile while looking like she's about to cry from joy. Himiko. Izuku. Abi. For God's sake, not again twice, deal with her hallucinogenic ranting. Twice peeks at Himiko's monitor and his eyes widen when he sees that she's looking at a video of Izuku on the news that shows incident from earlier. Twice. Sweet ass of God, she's right, it is the kid except he jacked as hell. Abi. What? Hawks. Oh, didn't you know? That kid you tried to get rid of found his way back. Impress. He's telling the truth, the signal from the tracking liquid is being picked up on the scanner. Spinner. You're telling me we wasted a Kuro clone on him for nothing? Hawks. I'd say so. In fact, I think you may have just made things worse as he's much stronger than before. Abi. Irritated, how much stronger? Hawks smirks before lifting up his shirt to reveal a slash scar. Hawks. Strong enough to reach Endeavor's speed and to leave a scar like this on my chest. Hearing this, Dabi grits his teeth before slamming his fist on the table and sprouting a small spire of flames. Dabi. I knew this would backfire somehow. Tamura had the kid in his hands, he should have just killed him then and there. Spinner. So, what do we do now? Dabi. We finish what Tamura started. Compress. Are you serious? You see that scar he made on Hawks, right? Dabi. Knowing him, he was probably holding back against the kid. And just because he's as fast as Endeavor doesn't mean he's as strong. Twice. What about Tamura? Dabi. Not a word about this to him. He's about to get started. We'll do this ourselves. Meanwhile, Endeavor can be seen walking down the hallway from his office while contemplating his thoughts. Endeavor. Prepare the interns in just 4 months. Hawks, what exactly is this threat that is so dangerous that you need to rely on the potential of the next generation? And why 4 months? Is that when the threat arrives? How am I to make sure that they are all ready in time? Endeavor continues to try and think of an answer while walking. Just as he reaches the door, he stops. He thinks back to the fight 3 days ago against Izuku. He can feel the scars on his chest from that battle start to ache. Endeavor. That child, his power was already a force to be reckoned with. But within those 2 weeks, he refined it. And learned to fight in such a way. If we were to fight again seriously, I wonder which of us would come out on top. Could the answer possibly lie within him? Meanwhile, on the other side of the door. Vernon. Well, since Endeavor is only interested in training Shoto, you two will probably be working with us instead. Bitsuki. I only came here cause they told me I'd have front seats to watch how the No. 1 hero works, damn it. Izuku. We still can calm down, Kaken. Shoto. You're right though, this isn't what we had planned. I'll go ask him myself. The three are interrupted from their conversation by the sound of the door opening behind them. They turn around to see Endeavor standing in the doorway. Endeavor. So these interns are to be our backup plan. I really can't accept this, but Shoto, Deku, Bakugo. For the time being, I will be the one in charge of you three. SKI. For the time being. Endeavor. However, before that, tell me, what is your current challenge? What do you wish to be able to do? Izuku. I want to control my power and move at maximum performance. Endeavor. You've got that self-destructive power if I remember. Seems to me like you've already got a pretty good handle on it. Izuku. Yes, sir. I've developed methods of restraining and reinforcing my power and body to prevent self-damage. However, I wish to raise my limits and increase my power output. Also, my quirk has developed a secondary skill. Izuku says as he proceeds to emit black whip strands from his hands. Izuku. I've already gotten pretty good control over it when it comes to my hands. However. Izuku stops emitting the strands from his hands. He then lifts up one leg and begins emitting smaller and less strands from his foot. Izuku. They're much less stable with my feet. Going over the limit sends it haywire. Endeavor. I see. Izuku. This new manifestation of my quirk's power. It has got me wondering what else my quirk is capable of and how I can unlock it. Vernon. What the hell are you talking about? I don't get a damn word. Endeavor. So you wish to increase your power output while maintaining your prevention of self-destruction. As well as unlock the true potential of your quirk. Ernan. Damn, you actually understood what he was saying. As expected of the No. 1 hero. Endeavor. You've got quite a burdensome quirk there. It seems like you're also in the same boat as us. Izuku. Huh. Endeavor. To Katsuki, alright, what about you? Katsuki. Rather than what I can do, I came to find out what I can't. Ernan. You sure can talk, can't you? Katsuki. Can you just shut up? What are you even doing here? Ernan. I'm standing by. Katsuki. I'm being serious, damn it, my quirk lets me do anything I wanted to do. Even with just a single quirk, I can become the strongest. But I've learned that pure strength isn't enough to become strong. In order to surpass the No. 1 hero, I came here to find what I'm missing. Endeavor. Very well. Now Shoto, you wish to learn Flash Fire, right? Shoto. After years of having my quirk beaten into me by you as a kid, I limited myself to only my right side in battle. Looking back, it was unavoidable. My resentment for you outweighed everything else. But after I entered UA and began competing with these guys and everyone else, my eyes were opened. Endeavor. In the end, I'm acting exactly how you wanted me to act. But remember this. The person I strive to be is the hero I once watched with my mother and siblings. I came here of my own free will. To grow as an inexperienced hero and become worthy of the title of hero. I came here to use you. Sorry, but it was too convenient not to, No. 1. So stop trying to act all fatherlike with me in front of my friends. Izuku and Katsuki watch on in silence as they both know of Shoto's hardships. Meanwhile, Burnin watches confused and Endeavor stares distraught at Shoto. Endeavor. When he came here on his own free will, I thought he had finally opened his heart to me. I've misunderstood this whole time. Endeavor turns his back to the group and begins walking towards the exit. Endeavor. Alright. I'll train you three. Endeavor walks outside as the three young heroes follow him. Endeavor. I'm sure the three of you are already aware of this, but know that the required fundamentals of heroes are rescue, evacuation, and suppression. And most agencies are built on either rescue or suppression. My agency differs in the fact that we're grounded in all these fundamentals. In UA, you gain perseverance. From now on you will gather experience. Using that experience, you three will overcome your challenges. Deku has already shown that he can on his own, but before winter break ends, I want all three of you together to show me that you can eliminate villains even faster than me. And thus, the first challenge is set. The next day. Izuku can be seen standing in front of a tall traditional Japanese-styled building. Izuku. So this is Edshot's agency. It's certainly very Edshot-ish. Izuku walks towards the entrance and proceeds to open the sliding doors. He is immediately met with a purple object that he catches inches before it hits him in his face. Izuku. What the? Mineta. Thanks for catching me, Midoriya. Izuku looks at the purple object in his hand and can recognize it as his perverted grape of a classmate. Izuku. Mineta. What are you doing flying through the air? He attempted to look up my robes during training, so I decided to deal him some divine punishment. Izuku looks up to see the local greenet of Class B standing in front of him. Behind her, he can also see his fellow classmates Kaminari Denki and Shiro Hanta. Izuku. Shiozaki-san. And Shiro and Kaminari-kun. You guys decided in turn under Edshot's group as well. Shiro. Yeah, figured it'd be a great opportunity to work on our capture skills with Kamui. Shiozaki. My reasoning is mainly the same. Izuku. Mainly. What? Denki. Don't bother asking. I tried and got a slap in response. Izuku. Is it that big a deal? Denki. If it wasn't then I wouldn't have gotten slapped. Izuku. I suppose that makes sense. By the way, did I miss out on anything from yesterday? Shiro. Nope. In fact I'd say we're the ones who missed out considering you got to take down those villains yesterday. Izuku. You guys know about that. Mineta. It's all over the news. Look. Mineta proceeds to hold up his phone and show Izuku an article about his actions. Izuku. Hero in training takes down villains before Endeavor. Could this be the next All Might? They're really over-exaggerating my abilities here. Denki. Read the rest of the article. Izuku. Trusted sources, UA Principal Nezu and Present Mick revealed video footage of first-year Izuku Midoriya defeating Gang Orca, Edshot, Hawks, and Endeavor single-handedly, all within an hour. Footage was confirmed to be legitimate by Hawks himself. What the hell are they thinking? Edshot. They wanted to set an example to the villain society about attacking you and your fellow students. It seems quite effective to me. Izuku. Edshot. Edshot. Glad to see you decided to take up my offer. Izuku. Smirk. It would have been a wasted opportunity had I not. Edshot. So, what did you come here for? Izuku proceeds to hold out his hand and emit a small black strand. Izuku. I want to be able to use this power as accurately and finely as you and Kamui are able to use your limbs. Deadshot. Heh, interesting. It took time and diligent training for me to get to the level I'm at. Let's see how long it'll take you. Izuku. Bring it on. I can handle any training you throw at me. 15 minutes later. Mineta. Dear God, please make it end, I can't take any more. Montana. Lady. You've only done 50 push-ups, I wanna see another 1000. Zero. She's really pushing him hard. Denki. He kinda deserves it. Meanwhile, Ibara is training with Kamui by stretching her vines to pick up crush several wooden logs. Kamui. Impressive, now try picking up the logs using one less vine on each. Ibara. Yes, sir. On the other side of the training area, Izuku, blindfolded in second gear, can be seen sitting in front of a transparent glass pipe that stretched out into a series of pipes and dead ends that resembles the old Windows screensaver if left alone for a minute. Izuku, at the entrance to the pipe system, proceeds to send a small black whip strand from his finger into the pipe. Deadshot can be seen walking around Izuku and monitoring his progress. Deadshot. Steel yourself. In order to master my technique, incredible precision is necessary. One wrong move and you could kill your target. As if on cue, Izuku's black whip hits a dead end which causes the whole pipe system to turn red and emit a loud beep. Izuku grunts in displeasure before pulling back his strand. Izuku. Why exactly am I blindfolded for this? Deadshot. It'd be too easy if you could see. On a side note, your strands are too big, they're cracking the pipes. Try and make them smaller so they'll be easier to maneuver. Izuku. Easy for you to say. You can fold yourself to get that thin, my black whips are naturally big. Deadshot. You wanted to learn this, didn't you? Excuses will only make doing so harder. Now try again. Izuku sighs and takes a deep breath before trying again. After concentrating for a while, Izuku manages to emit a smaller strand and sends it through the pipe. Deadshot. Better, but you're still touching the sides of the pipe. Keep working on it. Izuku. Understood. Deadshot. And try not to wear yourself down. You'll all have combat training after this. Denki, Zero and Mineta. Mount L. No complaining. Several hours of training later. Izuku, still in second gear, and Deadshot, who for some reason is still wearing his mask, can be seen coming out of the agency's personal bathhouse with towels around their necks and waists. Izuku. Ah, I gotta hand it to you, Deadshot, you really know how to relax after training. Deadshot. Hot water helps relax the muscles, so I figured I'd build a bathhouse for after missions and intense training. Izuku. You're really sticking true to your Japanese roots. Deadshot. Of course, why else do you think my agency looks the way it does? Izuku and Deadshot proceed to relax further by sitting down in a pair of massage chairs. Izuku. By the way, I didn't get the chance to ask back then, but how were you able to take on my punches like you did? My power without second gear is enough to punch through steel. Deadshot. Through training, I've created a technique that allows me to harden my body and muscles to the point where they're comparable to steel. Although your fists did break through my defense a bit. Izuku. That sounds like a really cool technique, you've got to teach it to me. Deadshot. If you're willing to put up with more training then sure. For now though, relax. Izuku. Sure thing. Izuku rests calmly with closed eyes until he is disturbed by someone poking his face. He opens his eyes to see Ibara holding a bottle of green tea. Izuku. Shiozaki-san. Ibara. For you. She hands Izuku the bottle which he eagerly accepts. Izuku. Oh, thanks. Ibara. Don't mention it. I just wanted to thank you for protecting me the other day since I didn't get a chance to. Ryuko, Kinoko, Pony and Shishida send their thanks as well. Izuku. It was no problem. We were teammates and our classmates, so it's only natural for us to want to help each other. Ibara. Why yes, I suppose so. Deadshot. You really are thick-headed when it comes to women, huh? Izuku. Where did that come from? Peeking around the corner, the perverted grape can be seen watching the scene unfold whilst clenching his fist with tears in his eyes. Mineta. Even Class B. Damn it, how did he become such a clueless lady killer? Ibara. By the way, why do you continue to use this power of yours? I thought it caused you harm. Izuku. Yeah, but I've grown past the point of feeling the recoil damage. Now I want to master and use this power to the point where it's second nature to me. I figured the best way to do that would be continuously use it so my body can adapt to it. Deadshot. That's pretty smart thinking. Izuku. Thanks. The fights against Endeavor and you were real eye-openers. Sir. Out of nowhere, one of Ed's shot sidekicks bursts through the door and unintentionally kicks Mineta into the bath. Ed shot. What's wrong? Sidekick. We just received an emergency message about a human trafficking ring. Hearing this, Ed shot and Izuku spring to their feet. Ed shot. Gather the others and suit up. We've got a mission on our hands. Izuku. Yes, sir. Small time skip. Izuku, Ed shot and the others have arrived at the location described by the emergency message. The location in question was your run-of-the-mill villain hideout. The classic abandoned factory hidden amongst the trees at night. Police could be seen forming a barricade at the front lines. Denki. This looks really serious. Zero. Really doesn't feel like we belong here. Montana. Lady. So what's the situation? Ed shot. I don't know. I heard there was another pro-hero here that would explain the situation to us. Hey there, Shrimpy. Ed shot's face pales in annoyance when he recognizes the voice. Ed shot. Oh god no. He turns around is met with of the rabbit-themed heroine ranked behind him. Ed shot. Of all the heroes, why are you the one here, Maruko? Maruko? I figured it'd be fun. And I heard that you'd be called here and that just adds to the fun. Izuku? I take it you two have history. Ed shot. It's unimportant. Maruko? So you're the wild bunny who beat the softy's ass. Izuku? Bunny? Denki? Well your old costume did make you look like a rabbit. Didn't you notice? Izuku? Really? Maruko? Why'd you say bunny boy, wanna test your mettle against this frisky hair? Mineta? Wording. Izuku? Wah. Ed shot. Enough tomfoolery. What's the situation? Maruko? We've determined the layout of the building through the use of one of the cops' quirks. The civilians are being held in a guarded room. The front is the only entrance and is heavily guarded. There are also guards surrounding the outside of the building. Between the front and the room is just a large open area full of guards. I would have just broken through the front entrance, but it looks there are guards in the room with the civilians. And I'd rather not put their lives in danger. Ed shot. Is that why you wanted me here? Maruko? Yeah, I figured you could ninja your way in there and rescue the civilians so I could start kicking ass. Ed shot. Sigh, that's definitely the right call, but the vulgarity in your speaking makes it sound too primitive. Denki? So the plan of action is? Ed shot sighs again before making a ninja sign with his hands. A poof of smoke then appears out of nowhere and surrounds him. The smoke clears to reveal Ed shot with dressed in complete black with his hair now somehow black as well. Ed shot. I'll sneak in and secure the hostages. Once I give the signal, you all rush in and take care of the rest. Maruko? Smirk sounds good to me. Izuku? You really plan on going in there alone? Ed shot. I doubt any of you could conceal yourselves as well as I can. Izuku? And what if I said I could? Ed shot looks Izuku over before answering him. Ed shot. Green and white don't blend well into the night. Izuku? Is that so? Izuku proceeds to tie his bandana around his head and put on his mouth mask. He then crosses his arms and smirks behind his mask. Izuku? Armament. Starting from his feet, Izuku proceeds to coat and darken his whole body in clothes, with the exception being his eye-patched eye, in armament hockey. Izuku? Will this suffice? Ed shot. Heh, well color me impressed. Montana. L. Dang, talk about dark hand. Ibara. Don't you dare finish that joke. Montana. L. I'll shut up. Izuku. If this isn't enough to convince you then I've got another trick up my sleeve. Izuku bends down and proceeds to face Mineta who backs up a bit. Izuku then flicks Mineta on the forehead which causes him to fall backwards. Mineta rubs his head and looks at Izuku with an angry glare. He then proceeds to try and yell at Izuku, but no sound can be heard. The others look at Mineta confused before hearing Izuku speak up. Izuku? When it comes to stealth, silence is key. Izuku holds out his right gauntlet and clutches his fist confidently. Izuku? The ability to silence all it touches, the Calm fruit's power is now mine to control. Denki? Whoa, no way you actually managed to get your gauntlet to eat that devil fruit. Izuku? Yeah, thanks to Hatsum and Melissa's help. Ed shot. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it looks like you can erase the sound of a person. I suppose that'd be helpful for breaking in. Izuku? So I'm good to go then. Ed shot. HMPH, just don't get in the way. Izuku? Shishy, you make it sound as if I can't keep up with you. Ed shot walks in front of the group and heads towards the trees with Izuku trailing behind. Once they're secluded in the trees, they both stop. Ed shot. Let's go. Izuku? Yeah. The two then jump into the trees at a speed that make them seem as if they faded out of existence. The two hop between the trees surrounding the building and make their way towards the back. As they reach the back of the building, Izuku proceeds to touch himself with his gauntlet. He then holds his fist out to Deadshot, who proceeds to fist bump him. With both of them now silenced, they both proceed to jump on the roof of the building. Izuku then snaps his fingers and puts up a sound barrier that allows the two of them to speak without being heard. Deadshot. We didn't make a sound when we landed, impressive. Izuku. Such is the power of the com fruit. So what now? Deadshot. The captured civilians are being held hostage in a room at the back, guarded by 2 guards on both the inside and outside. We need to somehow locate that room and rescue the civilians inside. Izuku. Alright, leave the locating to me. Izuku sits down cross-legged on the roof and closes his eye. Using observation haki, Izuku senses the life forces of the people inside the building. Focusing, he can see large group of people with weak auras. Additionally, he senses 2 sets of auras with hostile intent in front of them. Izuku. Found M. Deadshot. Led the way. Izuku puts down the sound wall and silences them both again. They both then run to the spot above the hostages. Izuku touches the roof with his gauntlet before cocking back and powering up his fist. Izuku punches a hole through the roof and uses Black Whip to catch the falling, whilst staying in the same place with Skywalk. Deadshot jumps down the hole and stretches his 2 arms to grab the faces of the 2 guards. He then smashes their heads against each other and knocks them out. Deadshot puts their bodies to the side and turns around to face the civilians just as Izuku lands inside. Izuku then snaps his fingers and creates a sound wall surrounding him and the civilians. Izuku. Is everyone okay? Old man. Who are you people? Deadshot. I am Deadshot. Izuku. I'm Deku, the pirate hero. Little girl. Heroes. We're saved. Lady. Thank you so much. Izuku. Are any of you hurt? Man. Not seriously, no. Deadshot. Looks like they were careful with handling potential goods. Izuku. Should I send out the signal? Deadshot. Go for it. Izuku. Alright. Special attack. Weapons left skull bomb grass. Izuku points his left gauntlet up to the sky and pulls back the front part. He then fires off a black seed with red spots into the sky. The seed explodes in silence and creates a red smoke cloud in the shape of a skull. This catches the attention of the others grouped outside. Boruko. Smirk, looks like it's go time. Move out. Everyone. Yes, ma'am. The others and the police proceed to rush at the front. The guards at the front look surprised and quickly point up their guns. They start opening fire. Inner guard. What's going on out there? Entrance guard. The heroes are attacking. Inner guard. What? I thought they wouldn't fight back as long as we have hostages. Entrance guard. Go grab a kid, that'll make him stop. Outer room GUARD1. You heard that right. Grab a kid and open up. The guard knocks against the iron door but gets no response. Outer room GUARD2. Oi, answer us and open the damn door. The 2 guards force the door open and are both met with fists that send them flying out the building. The other guards look at the fists and follow them as they retract to Izuku and Deadshot. Izuku. I'll take care of these guys, you mind watching the civilians? Deadshot. Giving orders to your instructor, you sure are full of yourself. Izuku. I'm a strategist, giving people orders is my job. Guard. They're inside too, and they've got the goods. Entrance guard. What? Guard. Boss, what do we do? Boss. It can't be helped. Open fire. Guard. But what about the goods? Boss. We've got plenty more. Now shoot. The guards proceed to start shooting at Izuku and the civilians. Deadshot closes the door and Izuku raises and hackifies a snow wall to block the bullets. Old man. Are you sure you want to leave that child alone by himself? Deadshot. Trust me, he is more than just a child. Meanwhile, outside the room, Izuku is effortlessly blocking all the incoming bullets. This goes on until the guards run out of ammo. GUARD1. Crap, I'm out. GUARD2. Me too. Izuku. Oh, you're all done. Then I guess it's my turn. Boss. Use your quirks, damn it. Izuku. Too late, Snowblade. Kamakura Jisashi. Izuku stabs his snow sword into the ground and creates a mountain of snow surrounding the guards and the boss. The snow rises and forms a giant igloo encasing the group. Inside, the group is in complete darkness with no light whatsoever shining. DHUG1. I can't see. DHUG2. It's so cold. There's nothing wrong with the cold. Why not embrace it? Thug. Who said that? Boss. It's the damn brat from earlier. One of you, make a light already. Thug. Yes sir. One of the thugs uses his quirk to create light from his finger. They shine the light in all directions until it lands upon Izuku. He's sitting down with his arm and sword raised up in the air while smiling calmly. Izuku. Why hello there. The boss pulls out a gun from his shirt and points it at Izuku. He then smirks confidently. Boss. You bucked up kid. You trapped yourself in here with us. You can't possibly think you stand a chance against all of us. Izuku. Oh, so you think that just because there's more of you than me that you'll win? Boss. That's what I just said, you little shit. Izuku. Well, if that's the case, tell me something. Am I really the thing you should be worried about? Boss. Huh. GRR. The group flinches from hearing a low growl coming from somewhere. The thug with the light slowly raises his light upwards. The light rising reveals snow sprouting forth from the hilt of Izuku's sword. The snow accumulates into the shape of a female with wings for arms and razor-sharp teeth. The group of thugs tremble at the sight of the monster in front of them. Ignore Nami and Chopper. Izuku. Man and Yuki. Izuku brings his arm and sword down. This sends the snow monster towards the group of thugs. The group screams as they are completely engulfed by the snow monster. Guards and boss. Ai. Meanwhile, the group outside is finished defeating and capturing the thugs outside. MT.L. That should be the last of them. Boruko. Bunch of weak asses this lot. Didn't even make for a good warm-up. Enki. Geez, she really cleaned the floor with them. Zero. We did next to nothing compared to her. Enki. At least some of us contributed. Mineta. Hey, I captured a good deal of them. Dabara. It physically pains me to admit it, but he's right. Mineta. Did you have to put it that way? What exactly do you have against me? Dabara. The same thing every other female in UA has against you. Pamui. Cease your arguing, it is the villains you should be fighting with, not your teammates. Dabara. Sai understood. The group's focus shifts to the sound of footsteps coming from the entrance. Boruko. Looks like fresh meat is here. Before anyone can say anything, Maruko jumps ahead and tries to kick the figure in the head. The figure however blocks Maruko's attack with their arm. Izuku. Oi, 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 that's friendly fire. Boruko. Oh, it's you. Boruko, now seeing that the figure was Izuku, jumps back on her feet. As she lands though, she loses balance landing on the foot she kicked Izuku with. Luckily Izuku grabbed her hand and helped her back to her feet. Izuku. You okay? Boruko. That actually hurt. Smirk, you've got solid defense. Izuku. Thanks. You guys take care of the guards outside. Enki. Yep, they were no match for our capture techniques. Zero. The guys inside give you any trouble? Izuku. Not at all. Take a look for yourself. Izuku makes way to allow the others and some members of the police to enter the building. Upon entering, they are met with the most peculiar sight. The entire area was covered in snow. The captured children can be seen running around making snowmen and snow angels. Edshot could also be seen tending to the injured civilians. Hanging from the ceiling were the capture villains encased in cocoons made from snow. Mount L. Dear God, it's like Saint Nick and Jack Frost had an ice cream social in here. Izuku. I wanted to reassure the civilians that they weren't in any danger. Too much? Zero. I'd say yes, but these smiling kids would probably disagree with me. Edshot. I've finished with the civilians. Let's wrap this up. Izuku. Not so fast, there's something I want to make sure of first. Izuku proceeds to use his black whip to grab the captured villains hanging from the ceiling. He then proceeds to throw them outside. They are then restrained by Zero and Mineta's quirks. Izuku walks up to the now restrained group and faces their leader. Izuku. You're the group leader, right? Boss. Yeah, the hell do you want, brat? Izuku. Where are the other civilians? The boss's eye twitches hearing these words. Boss. The hell are you talking about? Izuku. I've met with your type before. You treat these people as merchandise, or goods as your goons refer to them. Earlier you were willing to open fire on them for a chance to shoot me and Edshot. I doubt you would risk the safety of your goods unless you had more goods of equal or possibly greater value to replace them. Let's not forget the fact that you yourself shouted that you've got plenty more. It's only obvious at this point, so spare us the trouble and come clean. Boss. Why, you little shit, you think you're so smart, don't ya? Even if what you're saying was true, why would I give up the information? Because some kid thinks he's scary enough to force it out of me? Dream on, brat. If you really want me to talk, why don't you let me and my gang go? And if you really want to sweeten the deal, some compensation for all the damages you caused might. Izuku, tired from hearing the man's ranting, sighs in annoyance. He then unleashes a wave of Conqueror's Haki that knocks out all the other gang members. Boss. Huh. Izuku. Human lives are on the line here, I don't have time to be messing around with the likes you. Boruko. The kid is right. Now start talking if you don't want to end up like them. Edshot. And believe us when we say. Izuku, Maruko and Edshot. We can make it a lot more painful. The boss was trembling in fear and near the point of pissing himself from the sheer intimidation that the three were emitting. Izuku. Well, we're waiting. Or do you need a bit more convincing? Izuku says as he holds out his hand. He then clenches his fist which causes a short burst of green electricity. Boss. Alright, I'll talk, just please don't hurt me. Izuku. Heh, that's better. Boruko. I like this kid. He's got fire. Deadshot. Indeed. To boss, now start talking. Boss. We've got 2 other warehouses where we store our goods. One to the far north of here and another to the south. The one in the north is an underground stronghold where our strongest members take guard of the people with the stronger quirks. Our newest captures are kept in the south one. Izuku. Which one is closer? Boss. The one in the south. Deadshot. Alright, that's enough. Take him away. Policeman. Yes, sir. Izuku. So we've got 2 locations then. Zero. What do we do? We have to act fast before more people get shipped off. Deadshot. The plan of action is simple. Deku, Maruko and I will head to the northern hideout. The rest of you will go to the southern hideout. Maruko. Oh, what's that I hear? You want us to go with you? Izuku. And here I was thinking you thought we were nuisances. Deadshot. Don't get ahead of yourselves. The 3 of us are simply the strongest and fastest ones here. Denki. Ow, my pride. Deadshot. We will move on to the northern stronghold, secure and rescue the civilians, and take down the guard standing in our way. In the meantime, the rest of you will go to the southern hideout and do the same. Montana. L. You guys sure you don't want at least one more person to help? Deadshot. No, you will only slow us down. Hamui. Slow you down, wait, you're not planning on going there by foot, are you? Deadshot. It can't be helped. We are faster than most vehicles. So we would get there faster on foot. Izuku. You know, I think I have a better idea. Izuku says as he draws his black sword. Small time skip. Our green-haired pirate hero can be seen riding through the night on his green motorcycle. Riding with him, Maruko can be seen sitting on the right barrel whilst Deadshot can be seen standing straight atop the left one. Deadshot. I'll admit, this is faster than going on foot. Maruko. And it's a pretty smooth ride too. Izuku. Thanks, took a lot of effort to build this. Deadshot. What's with that helmet though? It doesn't fit with your image. Izuku. I broke my goggles in an experiment so I built this to replace them. Maruko. You should have given it bunny ears instead of horns. Izuku. I don't think that works with my bike's motif. Deadshot. Couldn't you have just made new goggles? Izuku. Yeah, but this helmet has a lot more practical uses. Maruko. Hey, I think I see the entrance. Ahead of the group lies a large pair of iron doors that resemble those of an underground bunker's entrance. Izuku. So, we going in silent or? Deadshot. Stealth is not an option at this point. Maruko. You heard him, bust it open. Izuku. Heh, with pleasure. Visor. The visor of Izuku's helmet glows with a bright green light. On the visor, 2 red crosshairs can be seen calibrating and aiming. Almost instantly, the crosshairs lock onto their targets. Izuku. I've got to thank Mei again for this the next time I see her. Izuku smirks before pushing a button on his handlebars. 2 slots on the blue axis for the front wheel then open up. Izuku. Black Rhino MK.2 Kuro. Special Artillery Double Exploding Star. 2 yellow pellets are shot out at high speeds from the 2 slots. Upon making contact with the doors, the 2 pellets exploded and blasted them off their hinges. This cleared the way for Izuku and the others. The group drives in at high speeds through the entrance. Upon entering, they realized that there was only a small bit of ground level to the entrance. The rest was a massive and abrupt downward slope. Due to the speed they were traveling at, the group end up flying through the air until Izuku pulls them onto the slope using Black Whip. Izuku. You guys alright? Deadshot. A bit of a rough landing, but otherwise fine. Maruko. That was pretty fun. Deadshot. I question why they would design the entrance with such an abrupt slope. Izuku. Yeah, it does seem kinda strange, doesn't it? Almost as if it was done intentionally. Maruko. You don't think? Deadshot. You shouldn't be surprised at this point. Izuku. Looking ahead, I'd say you're right in assuming. Maruko and Deadshot look to the front and can see a large army of armed men grouped at the bottom of the slope. Maruko. Looks like they've been waiting for us. Deadshot. One of those grunts must have signaled this place using a device or a communication type quirk. After that they must have used someone's quirk to reform the building so they could lay a trap for us. At any rate, we fell right into their trap. Izuku. There sure are a lot of them. Guess they aren't taking us lightly. Maruko. Heh, all they've done is just making this a lot more fun. Deadshot. Before you go ahead with your fun, let's try and avoid getting riddled with bullets. Deku. Izuku. I'm on it. Gear second. Izuku's body bulks up, his hair starts spiking up and glowing a lighter shade of green, and his green-tinted hockey markings form on his skin. His hockey then spreads to cover his whole body, his bike and Edshot and Maruko. Edshot. Oh, that feels weird. Maruko. Kinda feels nice actually. Izuku. That coating will only last for about 5 minutes. With that coating, your skin'll be impenetrable and your power will be boosted. With that in mind, make the most out of the next 5 minutes. Maruko. 5 minutes is more than enough. Edshot. Here they come. The army proceeds to unleash a barrage bullets, fire, water, electricity, and sharp objects using their weapons and quirks. Out of the smoke comes Izuku's bike unscathed with only Maruko sitting in the same position whilst smiling and holding Izuku's helmet. She then points upwards using her index finger. The guards look up to see Izuku and Edshot in the air above them. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Smash Stamp Gatling. Edshot. Ninja Art. Thousand Arrow Rain. Izuku and Edshot attack the army with onslaught of black and stretched out kicks. Izuku ends the onslaught by delivering an axe kick to the ground that knocks several guards into the air. Izuku. Konka Smash. The airborne guards are then all pierced and rendered unconscious by Edshot stretching his body through them like a needle. Edshot. Ninja Art. Thousand Sheet Pierce. Izuku stands up and lunges out of the crater caused by his kick with Maruko trailing behind him. Izuku then lands a straight kick to the face on one of the larger guards. Izuku. Jab it. Izuku then hooks his foot around the guard's neck and Maruko plants her heel on the back of his head. Maruko. Luna Fall. Izuku. Reception. The combined attack from the two sends the guard face first into the ground. Using the momentum from the attack, Izuku falls forward and lands on his hands with both his legs outstretched. He then starts spinning rapidly and kicks all the surrounding thugs. Izuku. Party Table Kick Course. Maruko. Kid, give me a boost. Izuku. Alright. Izuku stops spinning and hops back onto his feet. He then holds his one leg out onto which Maruko jumps. Izuku. Army de l'air. Bunny shoot. Izuku flings Maruko into a large group of thugs. Maruko kicks through the group by cartwheeling through them with her legs extended. Maruko. Luna Ring. Izuku in the meanwhile is dodging attacks from a giant thug swinging an axe, as well as several smaller thugs trying to punch, stab and kick him, all whilst putting another sucker in his mouth. Izuku. Geez, I really picked up one hell of a sweet tooth. Giant thug. Don't ignore me. Izuku jumps back as the giant thug slams his axe into the ground. Izuku. Diable Jam. Izuku ignites both his legs in a black flame before lunging at the giant guard. Izuku then lands a strong kick to the guard's torso. Izuku. Bow shot. Izuku then kicks rapidly in the guard's stomach with both his ignited feet. Izuku. Premier Hatches. Izuku ends the barrage by delivering a horizontal kick upwards to the guard's chin. Izuku. Anti-manner Kick Course. The guard is sent flying up into the air due to the force of the kick. Izuku proceeds to use Skywalk and appear right next to the guard upside down. He then lands a kick on the side of the guard's face and sends him crashing into the guards down below. Izuku. Flamage Shot. Izuku once again uses Skywalk to appear above another group. He then draws his green sword with his right hand and grips his right wrist with his left hand. He then descends to the ground. Upon reaching the floor, the attack results in a flame that covers the ground. Izuku. Hiryu. Keen. Izuku stands back up from the attack and looks around to see a large number of guards remaining. Izuku. There's so many of them we've barely made a dent. Maruko. We're not moving an inch either, we'll get nowhere at this rate. Edshot. Hey, Deku, you can sense people's life forces with that ability of yours, right? Go on ahead and find the captured civilians, we'll take care of things here. Izuku. You sure you don't need my help? Maruko. We're pro heroes, kid, don't underestimate us. Edshot. Now go. Izuku. Alright, I'll leave it to you guys. Izuku proceeds to launch 2 black whip strands and attaches them to the sides of the wall. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Izuku then starts retracting the whips and launches himself forward through a group of thugs. Izuku. Smash Rocket. Izuku flies through the group of thugs at high speeds. He lands by rolling on the ground before springing back onto his feet and dashing forward at high speeds. While running, he uses observation hockey to sense the life forces of all nearby individuals. Izuku. Come on, where are they? Izuku path is cut off by several guards appearing in his way. Izuku. Out of my way. Izuku flash jumps into the air with his fist cocked back. He throws a black punch aimed at the group. Before the fist makes contact with the group, several more fists burst out from it and attack the entirety of the group. Izuku. Smash shotgun. Izuku lands back down on the other side of the group and continues his run. After a bit of running, he picks up an innocent and weak presence. Izuku. Over there. Izuku, now on the trail, runs into a narrow passage. After running through the passage he sees a group of thugs clustered together and blocking the path. Izuku clicks his tongue in annoyance and grabs hold of his black sword. Without slowing down, Izuku charges straight at the group. The group prepares themselves to attack, but are left standing as they see Izuku disappear before their eyes. Izuku. Too late, you've already been cut. Have a nice trip. The group look behind them to see Izuku walking away. They run after him as he begins sheathing his sword. Izuku. Void Song. Warp Slice. Izuku says as he completely sheathes his sword. The group of thugs are then all swallowed up by black portals that appear as slash marks on their bodies. Izuku then proceeds to draw his snow sword. He then turns around and fires a slash of compressed air. Izuku. Sangakurakuju Pound Ho. At that exact same moment, the guards reappear at the entrance to the hallway. Guard 1. What the hell just happened? Guard 2. I dunno. It looks like we wait, what's that noise? Before the group can do anything, they get blasted back against the wall by Izuku's attack. Izuku, having seen his attack do its job, continues moving forward. His advance, however, is brought to a halt as he encounters a dead end. By closing his eyes and concentrating on using his observation haki, Izuku can sense the civilian life forces still further on. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku delivers a quick punch to the wall. This creates a solid crater. Izuku. No fake walls, eh? How about this? Izuku stands up straight and raises one leg up a bit. He then brings down his leg and breaks the floor. Izuku. I thought so. Izuku lands on the ground in a crouched position. As soon as he lifts his head up, he is met with a blade against his neck. He looks to his right and sees a guard holding the sword at his. He then hears the click of a revolver from behind. Izuku. Wow, how did I fall for a trap this simple? Guard 1. Not too smart, are you kid? Guard 2. Any last words before we slice your head off and blow your brains out? Izuku. Yeah. We're in modern Japan in an era of quirks, and I assume your little group has a lot of money considering you own 3 hideouts, one of which is this large, yet here you are using a cheaply made sword which I highly doubt you have the skills to use. Are you a cheapskate or just stupid? Guard 2. The buck you say to me, you little shit. Guard 1. Alright, I've heard enough, let's kill this jackass. Guard 1 pulls the trigger on his gun as Guard 2 swings his sword. Izuku uses observation haki to avoid the bullet, armament haki to block and shatter the sword, and conqueror's haki to finish the two off. Izuku then stands up and begins walking away. Izuku. Huh, I guess they were just stupid. Picking up the pace, Izuku dashes down the passageway. Going deeper in, Izuku can see another group of guards up ahead. Izuku. Oh come on, I literally just finished off a group of guys like you. One of the guards steps forward and places his hands on the ground. The ground then seems to rise up to the ceiling and create a wall. The wall then appears to transmutate into some sort of metal. Izuku. Ugh, I don't have time for this. Gomu Kenpo. Izuku proceeds to throw his right arm back. A twisted black whip is then emitted from his arm with his gauntlet attached to the end of it. He then positions the fingers of his gauntlet into the dragon claw formation. Izuku. Dragon rifle. Izuku throws his fist and black whip arm forward as it rapidly starts untwisting. The attack tears straight through the wall and the guards that were behind it. The remaining guards look through the hole in the wall, but have to dodge to avoid a white object flying out from the other side of it. The guards look up to see that the white object was in fact an egg. The egg cracks open and dark clouds pour out from it. Rain then begins to fall from the clouds. The guards' focus is then shifted to the sound of crackling. The guards look towards the center of the mall to see Izuku crouch down with his gauntlet touching the ground. Izuku. Electrical Luna. Izuku unleashes a large amount of green electricity from his gauntlet that shocks everyone standing on the wet floor. Izuku. Pant shit, I used too much energy in that last one. But I'm so close, I can feel it. Izuku gets up and continues on his way. After a bit of walking, he reaches the end of the passageway and can see a small metal door with a single guard leaning against it. Izuku. I made it. Guard. Wow, I'm surprised someone actually made it this far. But this is it for you. Izuku. And I suppose you're going to try and stop me? The guard smirks before getting off the door. He then spreads his legs and holds his arms out to the side. An ominous glow then surrounds his figure. His body then appears to start increasing in size. He continues to grow until he reaches the size where his head is touching the ceiling. Guard. To answer your question, yes, I will stop you here. The guard punches his giant fist into the ground only for Izuku to avoid it by jumping back. The guard continues to throw punches and Izuku continues to dodge. Izuku. I can't dodge forever, I'm already nearing my limit. I have to end this, now. Izuku jumps to the side to avoid another punch. He then jumps from the floor to the wall, then from the wall to the ceiling, and from there to the floor, and from the floor to the wall and so on. Izuku continues jumping all over the room like a ball while gradually picking up speed. As his speed increases, he begins using skywalk to jump off of the air itself. The guard can only try to keep track of Izuku as he jumps in front of, underneath, over, and behind him. Izuku continues to move faster and faster until only the sound of him jumping and landing was the only trace of him that was evident. Sparks of electricity begin flying from the green blur as he continues to jump. Izuku jumps off from the ceiling and lands onto the floor while skidding in a leaping position whilst facing the guard. Izuku smirks as a large amount of green electricity begins accumulating in his right gauntlet. Izuku then leaps forward at an insane speed towards the guard with his right gauntlet cocked at his left. The electricity in Izuku's right gauntlet then seems to take shape as a lance. Before the guard can react, Izuku appears right in front of him. He then stabs the lance in the guard's chest. Izuku. Gamma knife. The green electricity flows throughout the entirety of the giant's body. The giant screams as he starts feeling his body go numb from the pain. Izuku backflips off the giant villain and lands on the ground. His power then at that moment fades out of second gear. Izuku. Whew, just in time. The guard falls to his knees before shrinking back down and passing out. Izuku stands up and walks past and stands in front of the iron door. Izuku. Don't worry, I avoided your vitals. And I doubt that amount of electricity would fatally wound someone of your size. Izuku grabs the handle of the iron door but finds that it's locked. He searches the knocked out man for the key but finds nothing. Walking back to the door, he hackifies his hand and stabs his fingers into it. He clenches and rips the door off its hinges. With the door now open, Izuku can see a large guard standing in front of a group of frightened people. The guard can be seen holding two small crying children by the neck. Guard. You can guess where this is going, right? Izuku. You dare use children as a shield. Guard. They're just merchandise. We can easily replace them if need be. Izuku. You're. Izuku proceeds to hold up his finger and point it like a gun at the guard's head. He looks at him with an angered glare. Izuku. The type of person I hate the most. Guard. Oh, and what are you gonna do? Izuku. You have 5 seconds to let those kids go. Otherwise, I'll pull the trigger of my gun. Guard. Gun. If you mean that little finger gun of yours then I'm not scared. Izuku. 5, 4. Guard. Oh, so you're actually serious. Izuku. 3, 2. Guard. You must not value these kids' lives. Izuku. 1. Izuku pulls back his finger while simultaneously unleashing a wave of Conqueror's Haki. The guard is then knocked out and Izuku catches the two kids. Izuku puts the two kids on the ground. They both continue to look at him while crying. Izuku, seeing their crying faces, reaches into his bag. Izuku. This type of incident can traumatize children. It's best to try and comfort them first. Izuku pulls out 2 suckers and proceeds to give them to the kids. The kids look at him and Izuku returns their gazes with a smile. Izuku. Good job hanging in there. It must have been scary. But don't worry, you're safe now. Why? Because I am here. The kids proceed to stare at Izuku in awe for a moment before they both proceed to hug him whilst crying. Girl. I was so scared. Boy. I thought I was gonna die. Izuku. Guess I really am good with kids there. Are any of these kids' parents here? Man. I'm the boy's father. Izuku. Okay, I'm going to make a way out for you guys. I need you to take these 2 and escape with everyone else. Izuku proceeds to hand the kids to the man and turn his back to the group. He then draws his Yamajiri and slashes the air. A portal then opens up in front of him. Izuku. This portal will take you to a pro-hero agency. They'll take care of you there and help return you to your families. Man. We really get to go home. Izuku. Of course. You've been saved by a hero after all. Old man. Thank you so much, young man. Izuku. I'm only doing my duty. Now go. The group proceed to walk through the portal, but not without bowing to thank Izuku one more time. Having seen them all go through, Izuku sheathes his sword and closes the portal. He then unsheathes and slashes the air once again to create another portal. He walks through the portal and ends up back at the entrance. He sheathes his sword as he spots Ed Shot and Maruko chilling by his bike, as well as several policemen and women taking the thugs into custody. He then walks over to them as they both notice him. Izuku. Looks like you two finished up as well. Maruko. Yeah, those cronies didn't put up a good challenge. Deadshot. I assume you rescued the civilians. Izuku. Yeah, I sent them to your agency for safety. Deadshot. Smart thinking. Now let's go meet up with the others. Izuku. Let's just wait for a bit first. I need about 7 more minutes to recharge my quirk. At that very moment, Izuku's phone begins ringing. He reaches into his bag and pulls out his phone. He answers the phone and is met with loud screaming and the sound of gunfire. Denki. Midoriya, why the hell haven't you been picking up your damn phone? Izuku. Kaminari-kun. What's wrong? Denki. We're under heavy enemy fire, there's a hell of a lot of them grouped up at the front and they're constantly firing at us, it's as if they have unlimited ammo. We can't move an inch here. If you're done there then get your ass over here and help us. The call then ends abruptly and leaves the three a bit stunned. The silence is then broken by Deadshot. Deadshot. Looks like our work isn't done here. Izuku. We've got to get there, fast get on. Izuku says as he hops on his bike and puts on his helmet. Maruko and Deadshot then both proceed to jump on as well. Deadshot. I thought you needed 7 minutes. Izuku. I have an emergency backup battery for times like this. Now hold on, we're taking a shortcut. Izuku says as he starts the engine and draws his Yamajiri. He then starts driving forward in the direction of one of the police's armored vehicles. He then jumps onto the bike's rhino figurehead while holding his sword. Izuku. Itoryu. Yakadori. Izuku fires a crescent moon-shaped slash of compressed air at the vehicle. The slash clashes with the vehicle and creates a portal on the side of it. The group drives through the portal, which Izuku proceeds to close after they reach the other side. Deadshot and Maruko look to see that they are at the location of the first hideout. Izuku jumps back into the driver's seat and continues to move southwards. Deadshot. Looks like you cut the distance in half, well done. Maruko. How long is it gonna take to get to the others? Izuku. At the speed we're going, maybe less than 15 minutes. Deadshot. Can you go any faster? Izuku. Of course I can, this bike was made for speed. Izuku says as the bike begins to accelerate even faster. Approximately 5 minutes later. Deadshot. I see them. Arriving onto the scene, the group can see the others grouped behind a thick wall made of vines and branches. Izuku pulls over next to the group. Mount L. Thank God you guys are here. Deadshot. We caught most of the situation from the phone call. Kamui. Then you know what we're up against. They haven't stopped since the moment they started firing. Shiozaki and I are stuck here since we have to keep the shield stable. Zero. And the rest of us can't move forward otherwise we'll get riddled with bullets. Deadshot. Quite a troublesome situation indeed. Maruko. Any ideas? Izuku. I think I've got one. Deadshot. Oh, and what exactly is this plan of yours? Izuku. All these guys need. Izuku says as he proceeds to reach into his bag. He then pulls out a shell as well as his violin and bow. Izuku. Is a change of tune. Denki. A shell. Izuku. Here. I'm gonna cause a distraction and take them down from the center. Now listen, when I say one press the apex of the shell. And whatever you do, don't believe what you see. Deadshot. What exactly are you planning to do? Izuku. What all great musicians do. Izuku says as he reaches once more into his bag. He then puts on his new pair of glasses and hackifies them to make them look like shades. Izuku. Put on a show. Mineta. And why the shades? Izuku. Style. Kamui. Can you hurry it up already, I'm not sure how much longer this barricade will last. Izuku. Right, sorry. Special attack. Weapons left triple firebird star. Izuku says as he points his gauntlet up to the sky and fires 3 flaming pellets into the sky. Everyone, including the guards, looks up to see the 3 bird-shaped flames fly up into the and converge into a giant explosion. Izuku. Alright, looks like I've caught your collective eye. I guess you could say I'm the center of attention, yahohoho. The group of guards looks amongst themselves to see Izuku at the center of them. The others look to spot where Izuku was standing to see him now gone. Deadshot. How did he? Maruko. Ha, he ninja'd the ninja. The guards snap back to focus and point their guns at Izuku. Izuku. Now, there's no need to get antsy. Allow the Soul Prince to calm your nerves. 3, 2, 1. Kaminari presses the apex of the shell on cue as Izuku starts playing. The group is shocked to hear the shell start playing music. Denki. What the? Izuku. Party music. Suddenly the surroundings start changing around the group and the guards. Lights can be seen floating in the sky, towers and dancers start appearing out of nowhere. Animals made of flashy lights start walking around the area. Izuku can be seen dancing in the sky while playing. Izuku. Yahohoho, it's nice to have you along on this festival night. Guard. What is going on? Deadshot. What exactly am I seeing here? Mineta. It's like an amusement park. Dancer. Hey, let's dance. The dancers start pulling the group and the guards to the side. The guards, as well as Mineta and Kaminari, start to join in on the dancing. GUARD1. This is pretty fun. GUARD2. I feel like I can keep dancing forever. Mineta. Giha. Denki. I hope the fun never ends. Izuku. Now, let's launch the fireworks. Guards. Yeah. The guards proceed to fire their ammunition into the sky and watch as it somehow turns into fireworks. Zero. This is so awesome. GUARD1. It's so beautiful. GUARD2. I am loving this festival night. Izuku. Okay, I cut you already. Izuku says as the music comes to an abrupt end. Everyone snaps back to their senses as they realize that everything had vanished. The guards look at Izuku to see him sheathing his sword. Izuku. Quintier's Fantasia. Izuku says as he sheathes his sword. All the guards then collapse to the ground and are knocked unconscious. Izuku then lifts up his shades and raises his arms in the air while smiling. Izuku. English thank you, everybody, you've been an amazing audience. Mount L. What the hell just happened? Kamui. I think we might have experienced a fever dream. Izuku. I just played some special music that puts people into a good mood. Denki. But the towers. Zero. And the animals. Mineta. And the dancers. Izuku. All illusions created by the power of music. Realistic, wasn't it? The Bara. Indeed, it was. Deadshot. At any rate, you've taken care of the guards. In a most flashy, I might add. Rest up, we'll take care of the rest from here. Izuku. Thanks. Izuku says as he proceeds to sit down and rest against his bike. Deadshot and Maruko then enter the building. Mount L and Kamui then proceed to face the group. Kamui. Well done, you lot. You've worked hard. Mount L. Thanks to you, these civilians can continue to live a normal life. Zero. It's only our duty as heroes in training. Izuku. Indeed. We don't work for gratitude. As long as the people are safe, then we're happy. Denki. I still feel as if we didn't do much though. Izuku. You guys need to stop selling yourselves so short. If it weren't for you guys, then we wouldn't have captured the guards at the first building so easily. Mineta. Says you always talk as if you've done nothing when in reality you pretty much take care of everything yourself. Zero. He's not wrong. Izuku. That's so. I guess I do that quite a lot. Ibara. There's nothing wrong with being humble, but you do seem to overdo it a bit. Kamui. Oh, looks like they're done. The group look to see Deadshot and Maruko walk out of the building with several civilians trailing behind them. The civilians are then handed over to the police. Deadshot and Maruko then proceed to walk over to Izuku and the others. Izuku. That was fast. Maruko. Turns out these dumbasses didn't think about leaving some people behind to guard the hostages. Deadshot. Be glad that it went down so smoothly. At any rate, all that's left is to take care of the hostages that were sent to the agency. The mission is as of this point complete. Be proud, you've all worked hard and have done a great justice as heroes. Izuku and his friends look at each other and smile. They all then stand next to each other in front of Deadshot. They then bow their heads in respect. Izuku. Thank you for your kind words, sir. We hope to continue to grow under your wing. Deadshot is taken back by this action, but then smiles behind his mask. Deadshot. Look at you showing some respect. I hope to see more of it in the future. Now let's go. Deadshot says as he turns around and begins walking back to the group's vehicle. Maruko then takes the opportunity to walk up behind him. Maruko. Looks like you've got yourself a soft spot for the kid. I knew you'd gotten soft. Deadshot. Shut up. 2 days ago, UA workshop, near midnight. Melissa and Izuku can be seen making modifications on a machine covered by a cloth. Meanwhile, Mei is making modifications to Izuku's gauntlet. Mei. Alright, I've finished sensing this one. Izuku. Good. Let's move on to the next one. Melissa. Deku-san. Izuku. Is there a problem, Melissa? Melissa. I'm just curious as to why you chose to add this function. I never figured you were the sort to use weaponry like this. Izuku turns to Melissa and takes off the pair of goggles he borrowed from Mei. He looks lost in thought a bit before answering. Izuku. I don't have a lot of regrets in my life, but that's not to say I don't have any. Melissa. Izuku. A while back, I turned down an offer for power. I know it was the right decision, but I feel regretful for not taking it. After that, I got to see a glimpse of it firsthand. Raw destructive power unlike any I'd seen before. While I can no longer hope of gaining it, with this, I can at least try to emulate it. Melissa. Wow, this has really deep meaning to you, doesn't it? Izuku? Yeah, I guess it does. Melissa? In that case, I'll do my best to make sure it works properly. Izuku, thank you, Melissa. Present day. Izuku and his friends can be seen riding down the empty late-night streets on his bike. Enki? Yahoo, this is one hell of a ride. Zero? Yeah, this is awesome. Izuku? Glad you're enjoying it so much. Mineta? You know, you didn't have to give us a lift back home. Izuku? Nah, you guys worked hard and couldn't exactly let you all walk home at night. Ibara? Are you sure you're fine with me sitting here though? I don't wish to make you lose any blood. Izuku? It's alright. Your vines remove the sensation after all. Zero? Hey look, it's a full moon. The group look up at the sight of the beautiful full moon. Enki? Whoa, it's so big tonight. Ibara? And beautiful. Izuku? Yeah. Hey, I'm going to say something. Just don't freak out when I say it. Ibara? Wait, what do you mean by that? Izuku stops the vehicle, which causes the others to look at him. He takes off his helmet and speaks at them seriously. Izuku? We're about to be attacked. Stay calm and leave everything to me. Ibara? In the next instance, Izuku draws his snow sword and creates a hackified snow dome around the group to block a blast of high-temperature blue flames. After the blast is over, Izuku drops the dome. Ahead of the group stands the familiar villainous figures of Dabi, Twice, Spinner, and Compress. Izuku takes off his helmet and walks to stand before the opposing group. Izuku? Here we are again. I was wondering how long it would take for you guys to attack me once I got back. Honestly, you took longer than I thought. Twice. Yeah, keep talking big, like that'll help. I'm scared. Izuku? I see Shigaraki isn't with you. Dabi? He'll only mess things up again. We're all that's needed to take care of you. Izuku? Is that so? The two stare each other down for what seems like an eternity. Dabi strikes first as he suddenly blasts Izuku with blue flames. Izuku cocks back and powers up his fist with one for all. Izuku? Detroit Smash. Izuku punches the air and creates a blast of wind that cancels out Dabi's fire. Two shadowed figures use the confusion to jump into the air above Izuku. Izuku looks up to see two Twices up above him. DWICE-1. Prepare for trouble. DWICE-2. And make it do. Izuku? Twin Crow Pistol. Izuku throws two hackified black whip punches. The fists collide with both the Twices, which causes one of them to turn to grey goop and the other to get sent flying. Twice. Looks like Twice is blasting off again. Spinner? You're wide open. Spinner yells as he charges at Izuku with his sword made of blades. Spinner swings his sword down at Izuku, it gets caught however by Izuku's hackified hand. Spinner? What the? Izuku squeezes the sword with his hand and breaks it apart. Before Spinner can react, Izuku moves in close and grabs him in a bear hug. Izuku? Super. Izuku says as he begins to lean backwards while squeezing harder. Izuku? Southland, suplex. Izuku suplexes Spinner and slams his head onto the ground. He straightens himself back up and throws Spinner at Dabi, who just sidesteps out of the way. Mineta? Wow, is Midoriya seriously kicking these guys' ass? Enki? Yeah, the same guys who attacked us at USJ and the camp. Zero? I can't even see any fear on him. Compress? Perhaps he'll show some if I mess with his friends. The group looks behind them to see Compress reaching his hand to Ibara. Before Compress can use his quirk on her though, he gets sent flying by a kick to the face. Izuku? Those who dare to lay a hand on a lady while her back is turned are truly despicable scum, honestly it makes me want to him. Izuku stops speaking mid-sentence as he feels something gripping him. He looks down and widens his eyes as he sees a familiar blonde hugging him. Izuku? Blush TTT Toga Himiko. Toga? I missed you, Izu-kun. Izuku? What the hell are you? Wait, damn it, I lost focus. Izuku yells as he powers up and hackifies his fist. He then attempts to punch her, but his fist stops just before reaching her face. He then tries using his other fist only to end up with the same result. Zero? Midoriya, what are you doing? Enki? Punch her already. Izuku? I can't. Mineta? What do you mean you can't? Hit her. Izuku? I just can't, goddamn it, Sanji-san. Toga? Izu-kun. Toga says as she starts rubbing her face against Izuku's. This causes Izuku to go even more red in the face. His face then goes even more red as he feels another part, or rather two parts of her rub up against him. He then covers his nose with his hand as he cannot hold it in any longer. Zero? Enki? Oh. Mineta? Oh no. Sure enough, blood starts squirting from Izuku's nose and leaks through the gaps between his fingers. It is at this point that Toga takes out a vial and fills it with blood. Toga. Heh, fresh stock. Before this display can go on any further, Toga gets wrapped up by Ibara's vines and gets flung back to the others. Toga. No, Izuku-kun. Izuku. Oh, thank goodness, thanks Shiozaki-san, you saved me back there. Izuku looks to Ibara to see her stare back at him coldly. Izuku. Huh, Shiozaki-san. What's with that look you're giving me? Ibara. Coldly, so even villains are enough to make you squirt, huh? I'll be sure to tell the others. Izuku. Why? And what's with that wording? Zero. Pointing Midoriya, look out. Izuku looks to the direction Zero is pointing in to see another ball of blue flames heading his way. In response to this, he fires off another detrite smash and barely blocks it. Abi. Useless, the lot of you. Spinner. Piss off, this kid isn't normal, he blocked and broke my sword with his bare hands. Compress. And he's ridiculously fast too, I never even saw him move. Twice. And he punched me mid-air and mid-joke. Abi. Ah, forget it, I'll just burn them all to ash. Abi says as he proceeds to launch an even larger fireball at the group. The size of the fire increases as it destroys some of the surrounding buildings. Izuku. Deshinken. Before their very eyes, the giant fireball gets sliced in two. The attack continues to go on as the road itself is torn apart and frozen for several miles further. Spinner. The hell is this? Izuku. Crap, looks like this wasn't the best place to test it out. The villains look at the source of the attack to see Izuku. In his hand was a massive crucifix-shaped sword whose length exceeded his own. Izuku. Snowblade. Yuki no Yoru. Twice. That's one hell of a popsicle. Denki. Hey Midoriya, what's up with that massive sword? Izuku. It's my snow sword. I manipulated the snow to change its shape. The shape it's taken now is modeled after the sword used by the world's greatest swordsman. I felt like now would be a good time to test it out, but maybe an urban area wasn't the best place. Mineta. You think? Izuku. Yeah, looks like I'll have to hold back on testing this new weapon of mine. Izuku says as he proceeds to turn his snow sword back to normal. His eyes then widen as he's hit with a new idea. Izuku. But there is something else I can test out. Izuku moves back to his bike, which causes his friends to look at him confused. Izuku then uses Black Whip to pick up his friends and move them to the side. Mineta. Hey, what's the big idea? Zero. That bike is the safest place for us to sit. Izuku. Sorry guys, but this bike can't exactly be called safe after what I'm about to do. Izuku says as he puts on his helmet. He then walks over to the right back wheel and opens a hatch. He then pulls out two red metallic bands and puts them around his ankles. Izuku. You guys better stand back. Izuku says as he throws his top to the side and equips both his gauntlets. Izuku. Cause I'm about to heat things up. Izuku then suddenly jumps up into the air. Abi. What's he doing now? Twice. And where's that kick-ass music coming from? Izuku places two fingers in his mouth and whistles loudly. The engine of his bike then starts revving in response. The bike suddenly seems to leap into the air to meet with Izuku. The front wheel splits in two and each half moves onto the end of a barrel. The blue axis of the front wheel also splits and moves into the opening of the barrels to form a pair of hands. The driver's seat, handlebars, and figurehead fold into each other and get sent into a portal created by Izuku. The two halves of the vehicle then separate from each other to form two arms. Slots open on the inner sides of the two back tires as the arms line up with Izuku. Izuku inserts his arms shoulder deep into the slots. The bands around his ankles glow as they begin unraveling and covering his legs. The bands then continue as they work to extend Izuku's legs. Izuku lands back on the ground after staying in the air as if he was floating. He then proceeds to make the signature pose of his shipwright teacher. Izuku. Iron Pirate. Super General Artillery. Abi. What the hell did I just watch? Twice. I think it was Power Rangers, but it could have been Iron Man or Sailor Moon. Vegeta and Denki. Wow, cool. Zero. He totally cyberged himself, that's so awesome. Ibara. I don't get it. Izuku. Sorry if I kept you waiting. Abi. So, what is this? Some toy you're trying to pass off as a power-up? Izuku. Clearly you are unfamiliar with the power of technology. What I have here is a combination of advanced modern Japanese and Grand Line science. You won't find anything else like it in this world. Abi. Am I supposed to be intimidated by that? Hearing this, Izuku lifts up his left arm and points at the group while using his right arm to steady it. Izuku. You should be. General left. Upon saying this, Izuku fires off a barrage of bullets at the group of villains. Dabi creates a wall of fire and defends the group. He then pushes the wall forward to attack Izuku. Izuku points the palm of his hand forward and reveals a pipe-like opening. Air begins to get sucked into the pipe as the arm inflates like a balloon. Izuku. Coup de vent. A massive blast of compressed air ruptures forth from the hand like a cannon and completely clears the fire. Izuku. Looks like the compressed air from this version is equal to that of a Detroit smash. Shishi, those two really went all out. Abi. Damn brat, melt already. Abi fires off another blast of flames, but it easily gets blown apart by another air blast from Izuku. Izuku. Your flames are nothing compared to his. Abi. Irritated his. Are you comparing me to Endeavor? Izuku. No, his don't compare either. Izuku proceeds to hold the right arm out to the side and have the forearm bent upwards at a 90° angle. Izuku. Allow me to show you a glimpse of those legendary flames. Izuku says as he hackifies the majority of the right side of his body as well as the arm. He then activates 50% of one for all in his right arm and starts powering up the mechanical arm. The arm starts inflating and shaking violently a bit before flame sprouts from the barrel and covers the fist. Izuku slides his left foot forward and cocks his blazing fist back. Izuku. Fire fist. Izuku steps forward with his right foot and punches his fist forward. His punch releases a fast and massive stream of flames towards the villainous group. Dabi tries to counteract it with his own flames, but he is easily overpowered. The group end up having to jump out of the way and narrowly avoid the flames. The stream of flames end with Izuku still standing in position with his smoking fist. Mineta. Wow. Enki. What was that? Izuku. The fire fist. Or at least my tribute to it. Izuku says as he stands straight again and begins shaking his mechanical hand as if to cool it. Izuku. Remember that shell I gave you? Well, within this right arm are several shells that produce flames. The power of the flames is then boosted by flammable gas that is released from shells that are also stored within here. The flames are then shot out using air pressure from another shell, as well as the air pressure from my punch. Zero. What the hell kind of sea did you get shells like that from? Izuku. I got most of them from Usopp-san, and I actually found the rest in a market. Meanwhile, with the villainous group. The group can be seen still recovering from the blast. Dabi, still on his knees, proceeds to stare down at his palms. The sensation of burning was still causing his hands to shake. He closes his fists and narrows his eyes with rage. Dabi. Twice. Twice. What? Dabi. Bring it out. Twice. Are you serious? Dabi. Now. Twice. Alright, but if we all end up dead then don't complain to me in hell. Twice then proceeds to start in the creation of a clone. The others take this opportunity to get some distance. Zero. What are they doing? Izuku. Whatever it is, it can't be good. The grey goop soon begins to take form. The dark skin along with the eyes and mouth hidden by overhanging skin send shivers down Mineta and the others' spines. Izuku is the only one who manages to keep his composure. Zero. That's the Nomu that almost killed Endeavor. Enki. Or rather a clone of it. Izuku. This one could be trouble. Nomu. Hey. Are you strong? Izuku. Come and see for yourself. Nomu. Interesting. The Nomu jets forward at incredible speeds and stretches its arm to grab hold of Izuku's helmet. Izuku. It's fast. Izuku is unable to do anything as the Nomu proceeds to sling him into a nearby building. Everyone. Midoriya-kun. Izuku. I'm fine, stay back. Izuku climbs out of the building. He is then immediately met with another headshot. He manages to land back on his feet and reignites his fist. He then fires off another fire fist, only for then Nomu to dodge by taking to the skies. Izuku tries to fire off another fire fist, but his fist fails to ignite. Izuku. Crap, I'm out of gas. Nomu. Slow. Nomu says as it stretches and splits up its arms to grab Izuku's whole body. It then flies up into the air and takes Izuku with it. Izuku is then spun around like a centrifuge before getting shot down to the ground and crashing like a meteor. Nomu. Be boring. Bring me someone stronger. The others then run up to Izuku to try and help him. Ibara. Midoriya-kun, are you alright? Izuku. I'm a little banged up, but I'll be fine. Zero. Why didn't you blast that thing? Izuku. I'm out of gas. I can't make another fire fist without the flammable gas. Mineta. You're letting this thing outspeed you, you're gonna have to move faster than that. Izuku. Do you have any idea how heavy this stuff is? And legs like these weren't made for running and that thing is flying in the air. If I try to shoot it from here it could dodge easily. Enki. Then just fly after it, do that skywalk thing. Izuku. Did you not just hear what I said? How do you expect me to skywalk if I can't run? Ibara. Then just take off those robot enhancements, they're really limiting your abilities here. Izuku. No, I'm still not done testing it out. Mineta. Screw the testing, just turn back to normal and kick that thing's ass. Izuku. No need, I can beat it like this. Izuku says as he proceeds to push himself back up. He then starts walking back to face the Nomu. Ibara. Please stop, if you keep fighting like this you could end up like Endeavor did. Izuku. You're underestimating, Shiozaki-san. Both me and this machine of mine. Izuku ceases movement and stares up to the Nomu in the sky. He then spreads his legs out a bit and holds both his arms outwards. Nomu. Why you coming back? Lame. Izuku. Lame, huh? Well, how about we show you something super amazing? Let's go, Kuro. Everyone looks confused about who Izuku was talking to until they hear the sound of cawing. Suddenly, a large number of black whips emit from and completely cover Izuku's body. After a moment of silence, the black whips vanished to reveal a strange sight. It was still Izuku, but his mechanical arms were now large black wings with FRU on them. His legs are those of a bird. And his helmet was now a Tokoyami-looking bird head with rhino horns. The bird lets out a terrifying screech that shocks everyone to their senses. Izuku's voice is then heard from the bird head without movement from its mouth. Izuku. How's this? Amazing enough for you? Nomu. Interesting. Enki. Midoriya. Is that you? Izuku. Yeah, it's me in here. Zero. What the hell did you do to yourself? Izuku. Nothing, I'm still the same old me. I just upgraded my bike is all. Of course, I did so using the devil fruit. The bird fruit model Raven. Mineta. So, your bike turns into a bird. What about your helmet? Izuku. There's a port on my bike where my helmet docks in. It's the same reason my leg extensions turned into bird legs. Zero. Is now really the best time to be discussing this? Or have you forgotten the murderous monster? Izuku. Oh, right. Don't worry, I'll take care of this thing real fast. Nomu. Why you wanna fight again? Bring it. Izuku. You better not regret those words. Izuku says before taking to the sky. He then flies straight towards the Nomu at a bullet-like speed and knocks it back down to the ground. The Nomu quickly recovers and stretches both its arms to try and attack Izuku. Izuku manages to evade with swift flying and gets up close to the Nomu. He then delivers a barrage of kicks to the Nomu's torso and face. Izuku. You may be a powerful Nomu, but you're just a clone. Which means. Izuku delivers a hard kick to the Nomu's head and knocks it back to the sky. He then flies straight up into the sky. He then stops briefly at a high altitude and hovers for a bit. To those looking down below, his figure was illuminated by the moon he floated in front of. Izuku. You can't regenerate, you'll dissolve into goop if you take too much damage, so we'll slice you in half, let's go, Kuro. The bird head caws wildly before diving down diagonally. The Nomu stretches its arms to try and attack, but it gets evaded easily. Izuku. One for all gear second. Izuku says as he activates second gear and coats his head, wings and legs in hockey. Increasing his speed, black sparks start flying from Izuku's wings. Before the Nomu can react, Izuku stabs the Nomu in the stomach with his beak. Without stopping, Izuku flies straight through the Nomu and tears it in half. Izuku. Black Comet. Izuku lands back on the ground and powers down. Meanwhile, the upper half of the Nomu turns around to look at Izuku and smiles as it turns to goo. Nomu. Thanks. That was fun. Izuku. You're welcome. You were a good testing dummy. The Nomu then falls to the ground and turns to goop. Izuku then faces the group of remaining villains. Izuku. If you still wanna fight then bring it on. But you'll have to be stronger than that Nomu if you wish to hope of beating me. Twice. Nuts to that, Yujiko. Gray sludge then spurts forth from the villains' mouths. Toga. See you real soon, Izuku-kun. Toga says as she blows a kiss before vanishing. One by one, they all vanish until Dabi remains. Dabi. This isn't over, kid. Dabi says before he too vanishes. Izuku sighs as his bird parts return to their normal mechanical pieces. He then disengages his robot parts and opens a portal to return his bike to normal. He takes off his helmet and places it in front of the handlebars. Izuku. Good job, Kuro. Izuku says as he pats the bike's headpiece. The bike revs in response to his petting. The others take this opportunity to walk up to Izuku. Zero. Midoriya, that was so awesome. Enki. And crazy as hell. Izuku. Thanks. Ibara. Midoriya-kun. Izuku looks over to Ibara to see her handing him his shirt. Ibara. Please put this back on. Izuku proceeds to take and put on his shirt. He then smiles while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Izuku. Sorry. I guess I have a habit of taking my shirt off whenever I get fired up. I wonder who I picked it up from. Enki. What do we do now? We just got attacked and there's all this destruction. Izuku. For now, I'm taking you all home. After that, I'll report this situation to Principal Nezu. I'll also have to ask him to pay the city back for some of the damages, since it was partially my fault. Kuro, time to spread your wings. The bike caws and transforms into a giant raven before the group's eyes. Izuku then jumps on the bird's back and grabs hold of the handles which, along with the seat, acted as a saddle. Izuku then uses Black Whip to help the others on board. Izuku. We'll ride the skies this time since they'll probably be safer than the roads. Hang on tight. Izuku says as him and his friends take to the skies on the Blackbird. Meanwhile, at UA Principal Nezu can be seen working late at night in his office. He continues to work in silence until he hears his phone ringing. He puts down his pen and answers it. Nezu. Hello, this is Nezu speaking. It's Endeavor. Nezu. Ah, Endeavor. To what do I this pleasure? Endeavor. We have a situation on our hands. I was hoping to get your 2 cents on a solution for it. Nezu. Oh, and what exactly is this situation of yours? Endeavor. Let me explain. One conversation later. Nezu. I see, so we've got 4 months to prepare the next generation for an upcoming calamity. And you want to put them through the same training Midoriya went through. Endeavor. Will that be a problem somehow? Nezu. Why of course not. I was already planning on doing something similar with his fellow classmates. And I already contacted Shiketsu regarding the matter. I need only contact Ketsubutsu now. Now, I doubt that you actually know what Midoriya's training actually was, correct? Endeavor. No, so I would appreciate it if you would explain in detail what it was. Nezu. Then explain I shall. Nezu says as he proceeds to pick up his pen. He then crosses out the 5M that was written on a piece of paper and writes 3Y next to it. Bonus chapter. Welcome home. The day of Izuku's return on the Living Island Zoo. Izuku can be seen standing on the edge of Zenesha holding his black sword in front of a portal. He sheathes his sword which closes the portal and turns around to face his crew grouped behind him. Izuku. Alright, I've finished storing the last of my stuff. So I guess it's time. Luffy. Yeah, I guess it is. Nami. Hard to believe isn't it? Robin. Yes. You'd almost wish this moment would never come. Chopper. Crying Izuku, you better and not forget what I taught you, K. Usopp. Also crying oi, ch Chopper. K keep it together. Frankie. Crying why you're one to talk. Brooke. Dear friends, do not cry. Departure should not be made with tears in the eye. For there is nothing more painful than a watery goodbye. Usopp, Chopper and Frankie. You're just making us cry harder. Brooke. Forgive me, I'm just trying to hide my own tears. Kinemon. Izuku Dono. It is sad that our journey together must come to a halt like this. Just know that I am grateful for everything you've done for us and I am sorry for all the hardships you experienced because of me. Izuku. Kin-san. Momonosuke. Izuku, I swear to you that I'll open Wano's borders. When I do, promise me that sniff one day sniff you'll come see Wano in all its glory. Izuku. Momo sure, I promise. Far behind the group, Law can be seen leaning on one of the forest trees watching the scene unfold. Coming out of the forest, Zoro walks towards Law with a bottle in his hand. He leans on the tree next to him and shifts his gaze onto Law. Zoro. Smirk gonna cry. Law. Smile HMPH, I could ask you the same thing. Izuku. Everyone, you've done me a great deal of help over the past few months. You took me into your home, trained me, cared for me, and you look at me as your nakama. There's nothing I can do or say to repay you all for everything. But there is something I wish to say to all of you. I ask that you pass it on to Sanji-san when he comes back to the crew. Izuku takes a deep breath before putting his feet together and hands on his sides. He then bows to his crew. While his face is hidden, drops of water can be seen falling to the ground. Izuku. Crying thank you for everything, thank you for bringing me closer to my dreams, thank you for letting me into your family, thank you for showing me so many amazing sights and opportunities, and Luffy senpai, thank you for taking me on as your son. The crew is taken back heavily by this. Nami and Robin start showing tears, Momonosuke cries into Kinemon's kimono, Zoro lifts his head to take a drink, Law lowers his hat, and the others cry even harder. Luffy, without saying a word, puts on his hat and walks towards Izuku. Izuku. Going on this journey with all of you has been the time of my life, though it may have been short, the memories will last forever. I know that I have duties and family back home that I can't neglect, and I know this is selfish of me to say, but I wish I didn't have to say goodbye. I wish I could keep sailing on the new world. I don't want it to end. Luffy. What do you think you're saying? Luffy places his hand on top of Izuku's head. Izuku looks up to see the smiling face of his sworn father bask in the morning light. Luffy. I told you didn't I, we're nakama. We'll definitely see each other again. Hearing this causes Izuku to let out a loud cry. The others smile at the sight of affection. After a moment of emotion, Izuku lifts his head. He wipes away his tears to look at Luffy with a smile. Luffy nods his head and turns away to walk back to the others. Izuku himself also turns around and slices open a white portal. Izuku turns around one more time to wave goodbye. Izuku. See you later. Luffy. We'll be waiting. Nami. Come back whenever you want. Chopper. You're always welcome. Usopp. Make sure you spread the legend of the great god Usopp. Brook. I hope your music touches the souls of your audience back home. Frankie. Before we meet again, you better grow up to be one hell of a superhero. After one final wave, Izuku walks through the portal and closes it. Nami lowers her arm and places her hand on Luffy's shoulder. Nami. Being strong for his sake, are you doing that as a captain or as a father? Luffy lowers his arm and wipes away his own tears before answering while still smiling. Luffy. Who knows? Meanwhile, Izuku has arrived on the other side of the portal. He looks around to find himself in a very familiar dark room. Izuku. This is my old room. Izuku walks towards the door. He grabs the handle and opens the door. He enters the hallway and is blinded a bit by the bright house lights. Izuku. Izuku shakes as he hears a familiar female voice. He turns to his right and can see his mother holding a phone and looking at him in disbelief. Izuku. Mom. Tears form in Inko's eyes as she realizes what she's seeing is real. She then runs up to and hugs her son. Inko. Izuku, my baby, you're alright. I'm so happy to see you safe and sound. Into phone Hisashi, our baby is Homo. Izuku, you had me so worried. Tears beginning forming in Izuku's eyes as he can feel emotion swell up in his heart. He then hugs his mother as they both continue to cry from joy. Several hours later. Izuku. And that's where I've been and what's happened to me. Inko. Crying. I'm really glad you've managed to come home alive from all of that. Izuku. Mom, calm down, you're gonna give the downstairs neighbors a leaky ceiling. Inko. Sniff, I just can't help it. You managed to find people who you can call family. People who were willing to take care of and protect you. It's really puts to ease all the heartache and fear I've felt while you were missing. Izuku. Mom. Inko. Izuku, there are a lot more things I want to ask you and tell you, but now isn't the time. I'm sure your friends and teachers are just as worried about you as I am. You need to go see them and show them you're alright. Izuku. You're right, I guess I should do that. Izuku says as he stands up from the couch he's sitting on and unsheathes his sword. He slashes the air and creates a portal. Inko. Oh, and Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, Mom. Inko. Make sure you show the world who you are now. Izuku. Smirk, I will, Mom. Izuku walks through the portal and closes it upon reaching the other side. He immediately recognizes the room he's in as his current room at Heights Alliance. He unstraps his sword and places it on the bed. He then exits his room and immediately notices the cold temperature. Izuku. Huh, why is it so cold here? Is the heater broken? Izuku proceeds to walk down the hallway and head towards the elevator. He descends down to the first floor and enters the room with the generator and heater. He does a quick check of the heater and can identify the problem. He uses Black Whip to grab the on-site toolbox and gets to work. After a few minutes, he manages to get the heater working again. Izuku. Alright, that should do it. Looking at the time, the others should be returning soon. I guess I'll wait for them in the common area. Izuku says as he proceeds to put away the toolbox and exit the room. He walks towards the common area but stops once he hears the sound of the elevator. Izuku turns around to see the familiar figure of his froggy classmate stepping out of the elevator. Once she steps out of the elevator, her eyes widen as they land on Izuku. Izuku. Ah, Tsu-chan, it's been a long time. Sigh. Midoriya. Izuku. Yeah, it's me. I guess I do look different than before. But what are you doing here? Did you stay in bed because of the cold? Well, I guess you would go into hibernation. Anyways, I'll explain about how I look the way I do and about what happened to me once the others. Izuku was so busy caught up in his own thoughts that he failed to notice Tsuyu run up to him until she got close. Before he can register what's happening, Tsuyu goes on her toes and gets up close to his face. His eye widens as he feels her lips press up against his. His mind goes blank as he's unable to process what's going on. After a moment of silence, Izuku snaps back to his senses and becomes incredibly flustered. He then grabs hold of Tsuyu's shoulders and separates from her. Izuku. Jai-tsts Tsu-chan, W, what are you doing? Why would do such a thing with her? Izuku regains his composure when hears the sound of sniffling coming from her. She looks up to him, which allows Izuku to see her crying face. Tsuyu. Do you have any idea how worried about you we were? How worried I was? Everyone has been sad since that day. And I've been so mad. I was mad about how you selfishly chose my safety over your own without thinking about how we'd be affected. I was mad at myself for being so weak that I couldn't even protect myself. And I was mad about how painfully silent and distraught everyone became. Izuku. Su-chan. Sigh. I've been crying so much because of you. My heart would always break at the possibility that I'd never be able to see you again. That something bad had happened to you because of me. I don't know if I could live with guilt like that. I. Sayu is interrupted from her sorrow as she feels Izuku's arms wrap around her. Izuku. Su-chan, I'm sorry. I didn't think of how my action would affect you or the others. I'm sorry that I put you through so much pain. But know that I don't regret my decision. I'd been shown so many brand new opportunities because of it. And if I hadn't gone through with it, you wouldn't be here today. Su-chan, I promise I won't do anything that causes you or the others pain like that ever again. Sayu. You promise? Izuku. I do. Sayu smiles at Izuku as he smiles at her. All the pain and sorrows between the two seem to melt away. Izuku. I'm back, Sayu. Sayu. Welcome home, Izuku. You asswhoops. The two are shook as they hear a familiar and angry voice. Sayu steps to the side to see who it is and can see her fellow classmates gathered together. Ichako. Sayu. Iida. Asui-san, is something the matter? Who is that? Izuku. Oh everyone. The others are shook from hearing Izuku's voice. Izuku turns around and smiles at the group. Izuku. Sorry it took me so long to find my way back. I'm sorry if I made any of you worry. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.